of discorded men who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He is a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity and the history surrounding it. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Iron Raws, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality of normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump, also known as TJump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I do have something to present briefly, but I will just hand the floor over to anybody else who wanted to announce anything before we proceed with that, and then bring up people on the stage. Does anybody have anything they would like to add before we proceed?
Happy Sunday, everyone.
There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay,
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, sorry, we got started a little bit late. Turned out there was some issue with Discord on one of my computers that was misleading me. I apologize for that. I was talking with some Christians just last week on Clubhouse, and I came up with a new idea. I think that one of the omnis is missing for the Christian God. And the responses from most of them have been pretty good. They're interested and intrigued. So I'm calling it, the deities, Christian deity has various omni characteristics. It means that they have complete, full coverage, absolutely everywhere of something. Like they have omnipresence, which means they are absolutely everywhere, or they'll have omnipotence, which means they are all powerful and can do anything. So omniscience comes up a lot, and so this is knowing everything. And I was pointing out that it seems to me that this deity doesn't seem to know how to apply, or doesn't seem to be able to apply that knowledge quite properly. So I'm thinking that there's an omni characteristic that's missing, and I'm calling it Omni Intellect. So for people who are trying to get an understanding of this, because it can be a little hard to follow, the metaphor I've come up with is that imagine there's this person who grew up in one of the world's largest libraries, and this person has a photographic memory. And throughout their lifetime, they've managed to look at every book in the library and memorize it with their photographic memory. Now, they're not omniscient, but they certainly have all that knowledge available to them whenever they want it because of that photographic memory. The problem with this character, this hypothetical character, is that they are what is it, the word I'm looking for? They're stupid. And they're incapable of applying that knowledge properly. So they lack the intellect to apply the knowledge that they have. And when we look at the Christian God, we see that there was a point where God had to flood the entire world and start over, which sounds like perhaps the first time around, God didn't apply the knowledge that he had, his omniscience, properly for this. So I'm introducing this idea that God may be omniscient, but lacks Omni Intellect. So thank you very much. If anybody had any thoughts on this, I'm certainly interested. If you want to shoot it down, go for it. Or if you think something can be added to it to make it better, I welcome that as well.
I agree. The God, especially of the Bible, just seems to be an idiot.
And kind of a dick, because, like, as someone in my live chat brought up, like, why would God need to do something like test Job's faith? You know, being omniscient, knowing that it would win. And why would the devil even take that bet knowing it was going to lose? Because it was the devil, and the devil knows God. So, like, these things just don't make sense. Just absolutely silly.
Well, they kind of do if you view God as omni-rhetorical or omni-theological, which is say that almost everything God does seems to serve a theological, rhetorical purpose rather than a literal purpose.
Oh, yeah, omni-theology. Now, would that be serving all theologies or just the Christian one?
And I'm sure that helped Job sleep at night when that was explained to him.
Okay, with that, I think we'll start taking members from the audience. And what I suggest we do, because King Xerxes has limited time, I think he said he has to go in less than half an hour. Perhaps let him try to let him take some of our guests, give him a little more preference on it. That sound good to everybody?
Sounds good. You heard it,
Sounds
Bible
fair.
believers. Come on in.
All right, so Daniel Bang wants to talk about God.
I will be back after like an hour, so it's not like I'm not gonna be gone permanently.
Okay, all right. We're just trying to be considerate.
It's okay. What you got, Daniel?
Yeah, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing all right, man. What do you have for us?
I wanted to ask, first of all, what's this show about? Is like you trying to convince people of there is no God, or what is this?
Well, we like to know what convinces you there is one.
Why?
Because it's important to know why people believe what they believe.
Well, why?
Because if people have bad reasons for believing things, then oftentimes they can be convinced of other stuff that's potentially harmful to themselves and others.
Well, harmful is going to be according to who?
According to the fact of the matter that it causes harm. Do you believe in a God, Daniel?
Yeah, but I'd like to hear what's the definition of harm.
Any act or behavior which is deleterious to human well-being, health, or happiness, or promotes unnecessary suffering.
So you think that's bad?
Well, that's how I would define the word bad. It's kind of tautological, sure.
So humans should avoid things that are harmful.
Yes, generally speaking.
Also, this is
Okay.
question 5. I just want to point out in case.
Yeah. So, do you have evidence that a God exists, Daniel?
So you just made an ethical claim. What's your basis in to ethics in your worldview?
Well, do you have evidence for a God, Daniel? Do you
The
have a reason
evidence
to
for
believe in
God is that without God you can't have any kind of coherent worldview.
What do you mean by that?
That's why I'm examining your worldview right now to show that it's incoherent.
Okay, and why can't you have a coherent worldview? What is the logical contradiction in a worldview which does not contain a God?
The logical contradiction is that you make ethical claims, but at the same time deny ethical claims. That's the logical contradiction.
I don't deny ethical claims. I would be a moral relativist, so I would believe that the morality of a particular issue is going to be predicated on individuals' preferences or goals. Why a person ought do a thing is going to correspond with whatever circumstances they desire to actualize.
So what's your basis of ethics?
The things that I value.
Okay, so humans should follow your values.
A human ought do that which corresponds to the desired circumstances they wish to actualize. and I ought do what corresponds to the desired circumstances I wish to actualize.
Okay, and how do you get an ought from an is?
You don't. That's why I'm deriving my oughts from other oughts, which are wants, things that I prefer to be the case.
Typically, a lot of it is
Okay,
grounded in the
just
like the
because-
species. Daniel, typically a lot of it is grounded in the species' desire to survive, being social animals, and being we want to live as opposed to die, because we experience things when we experience things when we're alive, pleasure and all the such, and when we die, it's the cessation of that experience. So if we want to survive, then yes, we ought to do these things. It is still a want. We want to survive. We want to have a stable society where we're comfortable and we can enjoy ourselves and enjoy our lives. But these are subjectively determined by the individuals, by the groups, by the societies, the nations, the world in and of itself. These are subjectively determined. But I'd like you to go back to what Xerxes said. So what is the logical contradiction that is entailed by a not God worldview?
Well, Xerxes just contradicted himself. I'm gonna explain how. He just said that he doesn't get an ought from an is, and then he precisely described getting an ought from an is. When he said that
No.
because he has a certain preference, therefore he ought to follow the preference.
Yeah, I want something to be the case, therefore I ought adhere to that desire.
Yeah,
Right?
that's an ought
that's
from an
another
is.
ought. No, my want is an ought. I'm preferring something other than what is the case.
You wanting something is a case. It's something happening, right? It's an is.
Daniel, okay, so if you want to play that game, even if God existed, it just would be is the case that God exists and has certain moral prescriptions. Why ought we do what God tells us to do?
Because God, we don't just get an ought from an is, we get the ought directly by our nature.
Is. God says do X. Why ought we do X?
No, we not ought to do things just because God says them. It's because by our nature, who we are, the image of God, we directly have the ought, so we don't need to derive it from somewhere. That's the difference. We have a basis.
Daniel, that makes no sense whatsoever. Let's take a specific example. Okay, the
that's your
sixth
opinion.
commandment is "Thou shalt not kill." Okay, but there's a big asterisk next to that one. So why ought human beings not kill?
Because it's contradictory to their nature.
Well, no, it's obviously not, because people kill all the time.
Yes, that's because of the fall. That's not how their nature was initially.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
No,
But how
Daniel,
do you-
that
no,
presumes that
that's-
presumes the exist that you're presupposing all of that. You're
Exactly.
presupposing,
Exactly.
but because you're presupposing it, you can't say that that's a thing that occurred. You satisfactorily, you can't do that.
Well, if you're gonna critique my worldview, you have to assume my worldview.
That's a lie, Daniel. You and I have had this conversation before.
You need to have an internal
you're not
critique.
particularly well equipped for it. So let's try this again. God tells us don't do X. Why ought we listen to what God tells us to do?
Because we have a certain telos, so a certain purpose for which we were
A
created.
purpose. Okay. So the purpose of a mousetrap is to trap mice. If I don't have any mice in my house, would it be wrong for me to use a mousetrap as a doorstop?
Well, in your worldview, the mousetrap doesn't have a purpose. It's simply a material thing.
What?
What
No.
gi- It
No,
doesn't give.
stop trying to shift. Okay, I'm asking you direct questions. I want direct answers. All right. The reason why mousetraps were invented by people is to trap mice. That is the purpose for which they were designed, but it is not necessarily the purpose that I must use them for. I could equally derive value out of a mousetrap by using it as a doorstop, so long as it serves the function efficiently.
Okay, so what's your point?
Is it wrong for me to use a mousetrap as a doorstop? Ought I use the mousetrap for trapping mice as opposed to using it as a doorstop?
I don't care. You can do whatever you want with the mousetrap.
Oh, really? Okay. So, perhaps it's the case that what I ought do with a particular thing is dependent upon what my goals are best served by. So if I don't need to trap mice, but I do need to, for whatever reason, stop a door from closing, the mousetrap is better served as a doorstop than it is as a mousetrap, despite what it was originally intended for. So God creates us to do X. I don't want to do X, so why ought I do X?
Because by definition, God is the good, and if you're moving against God, you're moving
That
towards
just
evil.
means nothing. Yeah, that just
Well,
doesn't mean anything.
Well,
Okay, hold on.
Daniel, I
Hold
think
on,
That's how
hold on,
evil is
hold on.
defined in my worldview.
What?
If all you mean by God is good and good is God, then that's
No,
just
that's not all I
tautologically
mean.
meaningless. When you say God is good, all you mean is God is Himself. Okay, and at that point, that I don't care about
No,
doing what is
God
good.
is not God is not one of his energies. I'm not saying God is one of his
I don't
energies.
care. Yeah, but it's tautological and meaningless, Daniel. Okay, if all you mean by
According
good
to
is
you.
that which conforms to the nature, character, will, or edict of God, then I'm not particularly interested in doing what is good. I'll pick some other arbitrary string of consonants and vowels to describe what I'm talking about.
Look,
What I'm interested in doing is diminishing unnecessary suffering and harm and promoting human well-being, health, and happiness. And if you don't describe that as good, I don't really care. That's what I'm interested in doing. I describe it as good because it adheres to the values that I happen to have.
okay, let me answer that. So evil is defined in my worldview as the movement of the will away from the good. And goodness is one of God's energies. So by definition, if you follow God, you're being moral. If you follow in the
I
opposite direction of
those
God, you're
words
being immoral.
those words don't mean anything to me in those contexts. If what you mean by moral is doing what God tells you to do, then I'm not interested in doing what is moral.
No, it's
I'm
not
interested in
doing
doing what
what
is
God
moral
tells
if
you. That's
moral
one of the
refers to
things.
real world consequences.
You're strawmanning. I didn't say that
I'm not
it's
strawmanning you at
just
all. I'm
doing
just repeating exactly what you said verbatim.
No, you said
Mm.
that I said that doing whatever God says. That's not all I said. I said moving the will towards the good, not just following
Which is
what God
meaningless.
says. To you it is, because you don't know what that even means.
You just told me what it meant in your worldview, and that's completely non-functional in mine. There's no applicability of that.
That's the
being the word
definition
good.
of evil and
I don't-
good. What's your
Nobody
definition?
you don't even use the words good and evil for that outside of the context of this discussion.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it wrong to kill children for making fun of baldness? Would you consider that immoral?
Can you make a specific example?
I just did. Killing children for making fun of baldness. Is that morally wrong?
Who did it?
Does it matter? Does the morality of killing people for making fun of baldness depend on who specifically did it? In this context, I
Yes.
said children. So
It
are you arguing that
it
according to your
depended on who.
worldview, it's moral to kill some children for making fun of baldness, but not other children for making fun of baldness? And you're the
No,
one
it
that says I
depends
have an
on who did
incoherent
it.
worldview?
Look,
How about
God,
this, How about this,
God
Daniel?
can take
If
life
God,
whenever he
Daniel, how
wants.
about this? If God commanded you to sacrifice your child, like your son or your daughter, commanded you directly, just like that. They haven't done anything. They're still a child, but you need to sacrifice. Commanded you to sacrifice it. Would you do that? Was that an act you would enact, even though they haven't done anything? They're still a child.
That's impossible in my worldview, so I'm not going to
Why?
answer
No,
that.
but technically it's not, because he did it for Abraham and Isaac in your worldview. So it is a thing that can occur.
Yes, but that was in a different time. Now we have the
There's also
New
Jaffa's daughter.
Testament.
Wait a minute. Daniel, are you saying that your God's perfect, flawless morality changes depending on the culture or era?
No,
Well,
You just
then why would
did.
it matter what time it is?
no, it's God's
Daniel,
commandments.
are you familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma?
God's morality doesn't change, but his commandments are gonna depend on who he gives them to and what time it is.
That would be
All the-
changing, wouldn't it?
No, because he simply
Okay, so Daniel, like I said, I don't think you're particularly well
he
equipped
doesn't
for this
change his
conversation.
morality.
I want you to answer the following question, all right? And don't deflect. Are things morally good because God does them? Or does God command us to do things, or does he do them because they are morally good?
False dialectic.
Okay, what's the third option?
Things are good because they move, because if they are a movement of the will towards God.
Okay, and does anything happen which isn't according to the will of God?
Yes.
Like what?
Like you blaspheming him.
Well, I'm a little confused now because if you believe in an omnipotent creator of the universe who actualized all the circumstances and conditions of our reality with meticulous purpose and design, one would think that that would follow everything which happens is according to the will of God, as he foresaw all causal events as a product of his initial choice to create the universe. So are you arguing that God wills things to happen that he doesn't will to happen? Because that would be a patent logical contradiction.
No, we believe we have free will.
To what extent, though? I mean, you can't choose to jump up in the air and fly like Superman. You can't choose to control things with your mind. You can't choose to run faster than the speed of sound.
You can choose, but you
constrained and
fail to
limited.
actualize.
Well, no, that's meaningless. Having the capacity to choose something you can't even actualize is not. You can't choose to do that.
And what time did you have to
The
go?
matter is that the around 10:45, so about 15 minutes from now. So, if God actualizes some state of affairs, it would follow that he willed for that to be the case. You know, because God doesn't do what God doesn't want to do. God does as he pleases. So he actualized for this to be
that's
the
a
state
really
of affairs
bad
that we
argument,
occupy.
because if you're gonna do an internal critique, you have to
God doesn't
assume
will.
that we have
God
free
doesn't
will.
do what he pleases.
I don't understand the question.
Does God do things he doesn't want to do?
It doesn't make sense.
Does God have free will?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so does God do things? Does he actualize things in reality that he does not desire to be the case?
No.
Okay, so he intentionally and deliberately actualized our particular state of affairs, the reality where we all find ourselves, knowing with infallible foreknowledge that the result would be people doing the things they do, like me being an atheist, for instance, coming to opposite conclusions as you. So either you are going to agree that God willed for this to be the case, in which case he would desire this outcome, or he did not will for this to be the case, and something happened against God's omnipotent will, which makes no sense.
So that shows the humility of God, because he allows us to have free will and us make our free decisions, even though he could force us to do things. That's his love and his humility.
Why do you believe that he's not doing that at all? Why do you believe that we have free will and he's not forcing us to behave certain ways?
Well, I don't have my own doctrines. I received the doctrines from the church.
Okay, well, why does the church believe that?
The church is guided by the Holy Spirit
Well, that would
into all
doesn't
truth.
that mitigate the concept of free will? Is the church capable of coming to conclusions contrary to the Holy Spirit?
No, the church is guiding the church. The Holy Spirit is guiding the church into all truth.
Okay, so is the church capable of coming to a false assumption then?
The church is not capable of coming into a false assumption, no.
So then the church does not have free will. The people that make up the church don't have free will.
No, they have free will. They just choose to always follow the Holy Spirit. That's the choice to always follow the good.
No. Them choosing to always follow the Holy Spirit would not mitigate them from having the capacity to come to wrong conclusions. The only way they could not come to a wrong conclusion is if they have no free will in the matter.
They cannot come to false conclusions because they will always choose to follow the Holy Spirit. There is no contradiction there.
Yeah, that's not having free will. If a person always chooses to do something, that's not even a choice in that matter. It's following programming. So so first and foremost, your conception of what free will entails is just completely ass backwards.
Okay, so if you have two options,
there's no substance to this whatsoever.
Okay,
So
let me ask you this.
Daniel,
if you have two options, choosing the good or choosing the evil, and you always choose the good.
Those words mean nothing. Those words mean nothing in your worldview. Those words mean nothing.
You don't know my worldview.
You've explained it multiple times. And I have demonstrated to you that the meaning of the word good in your worldview is tautological and devoid of reference. It just means that God is himself, right? It's not informative. So if God happened to, I don't know, slaughter a bunch of babies,
think I'm
that would just
gonna-
be good by definition.
How could I appeal to something outside of my ultimate foundation? That's impossible.
That doesn't even make any sense, Daniel.
Listen to me. Every worldview at its core is circular. Because if I ask you what's the foundation for your foundation, that doesn't make any sense. The foundation is that thing to which is my final authority. I can't appeal to something that is more foundational than that. So of course,
Daniel,
God
you
is
started
the
this
good.
conversation by saying that my worldview is incoherent, and now you're admitting that all worldviews result in a circle. So if my worldview results in a circle, it's not incoherent, it's just circular, defeating your initial objection when you joined the
No,
room.
all worldviews are circular, but not all worldviews are incoherent.
So you still haven't demonstrated the logical contradiction in my worldview.
The logic I demonstrated it.
What is that logical contradiction?
You making ethical claims without having a basis for ethics.
You see, this is where your complete buffoonery
Because-
comes into play, because in my worldview, ethics and morality do not refer to God. You were saying it's a logical contradiction for me to make ethical claims, because in your worldview, ethics and morality refer to God. In my worldview, there is no God. So what you're saying is I'm making claims about things that refer to God without believing that a God exists, which would be contradictory. But in my worldview, as an internal critique, ethics and morality do not have anything to do with God. So it would not be incoherent within my worldview. It's only incoherent if your worldview is actually true, at which point I'm not logically contradicting myself. I'm just wrong, which is completely different.
Okay, so
In my
making
worldview, ethics and morality have nothing to do with the existence of God, nor could they.
making ethical claims assumes that there is a foundation for ethics.
No, it doesn't. It just
And
assumes there's some
denying-
normative standard
and then-
that people agree on.
Then denying a foundation is a contradiction. Saying there is a foundation and at the same time saying there is no foundation.
No, that's stupid. What I mean by foundation and what you mean by foundation are apparently not the same thing. When I say a particular thing is wrong or immoral, I'm using a normative definition that I've established. A particular action or behavior is wrong if it promotes human well-being, or correction, if it diminishes human
It
well-being.
has
without
no
happiness,
basis.
promotes unnecessary suffering or harm, or does both. It does have a basis.
What's the basis?
The basis is my personal value. The things I observe about the world, the things I prefer ought to be the case.
Okay, so you ought to
Daniel,
follow,
it's not that
you
Daniel,
ought
it's
to
not
follow
that
your
difficult to
personal.
understand. Daniel, it's not that difficult to understand what he's trying to get across. It's ostensibly, you have two different worldviews. You have one that has God and one that does not. Okay, in the God worldview, all these determinations are made by God, so they're subjective to God's determination. There is no external thing that God is referencing in order to make moral determinations. So therefore, God is subjectively determining what is moral and what is not, and that changes over time, as indicated within the Bible. That its position changes on stuff, like you said, that God would never today ask someone to sacrifice their child, like He did with Abraham and Isaac.
I gotta go, guys. It's been fun.
That's that. But if there is no God, like in the God with no God, with the godless worldview, with the naturalistic worldview, those subjective determinations just fall to us as the next agent. So
Xerxes.
Okay,
Xerxes,
so
if
let
there
me
is just if
clarify
there's
this.
no so if there's God, it's subjective to him, but if there's no God, it's subjective to us. That's it. It doesn't mean that it automatically doesn't exist. Okay, it just means
Okay.
that the foundation is what we determine. That's all.
Okay, let me quickly destroy this objection about God changing his mind or whatever. So
You've
let's
already
say-
conceded to that.
No, I didn't.
Well, okay.
Let's
When I
say-
asked you, Daniel,
You don't let me
if
speak.
God commanded you to sacrifice your child, would you do it? You said God would never do that. And I said, but wait, in your worldview, he did that with Abraham. He told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. But you said he wouldn't do that again. He wouldn't do that now because times change. Cultures change, or whatever changes. That indicates that God's actions change dependent
Yes,
upon
because he does
cultural
no longer-
understanding. So that means God changes his mind.
God does no longer need us to prove our faithfulness to him. That's why he doesn't.
Then why
do
did
that
no
anymore.
But if
Let's
God is
say-
immutable,
let's
no,
like-
wait, Daniel, you just contradicted yourself again. If God is immutable, why would he need Abraham to do that?
What?
To prove his faith.
I don't know God's mind, but
In your
and I don't
worldview,
know. I'm not
Daniel,
that
in
familiar
your
with the
no,
Old Testament, so I can't
don't
define that
dodge,
very well.
Daniel, don't dodge it.
Let me
In your
make a
worldview,
hypothetical.
Daniel, in your worldview, God is immutable. God's nature never changes. So God is the same now as it was but at the time of creation.
Yes, but we
So why
changed
would God need Abraham to prove his faith and doesn't need anyone today to prove their faith?
because we have the church today. The church is already established.
But the church is the
That was.
people.
Do you understand that
The
all
church,
that
but the church
all
is the
that was
people.
done in the Old
But in your
Testament
world, but Daniel,
was
Daniel,
foreshadowing
you
to
keep
the
dodging.
church?
The church is still a living body in your worldview, which means it is the people, not the establishment. So why would God need Abraham to prove his faith if he doesn't need anyone today to prove their faith?
I already told you. Because everything in the Old Testament was done for the purpose of Christ being born, incarnating, and then building his church.
That doesn't
That
answer
was
the
the
question,
purpose.
Daniel. I'm indicating that by your worldview and your own concession, God has changed his position. At one point in time, God needed humans to demonstrate their faith through action. And now, today, in this modern time, God does not need humans to demonstrate their faith through action anymore. So God has changed his position.
God doesn't
Okay,
change his position. Let me
but by
make a
your
hypothetical.
own worldview, God is also omnipotent and omniscient, knows all true propositions, and is capable of any action that it does not entail logical contradiction. So by that, definition of God, God knew that Abraham would do it because Abraham was faithful. Yet he asked Abraham anyway, even though he knew the true proposition would be that Abraham would do it and God would intervene and stop him.
Can I ask, you said God doesn't change his position, so like when he went from other animal sacrifices to human sacrifices, what was that?
What do you mean to human sacrifices?
Well, like to the whole, whether you think he's the son of a god or a human, they killed Jesus. And for some reason, Christians act like a ritual human sacrifice, like killing Jesus is supposed to mean something. And
Yeah,
so
that's not me. I'm Eastern Orthodox. I don't believe in penal substitution.
you don't believe
that explains a bunch, being Eastern Orthodox. But irregardless, you've run into you've consistently contradicted yourself about, and not to mention as an individual, not to mention Daniel, as a member in my live chat, somebody in my live chat just pointed out, you keep making declarations about God's mind regarding certain things, and then when we press you on them, you say you basically concede that you don't know God's mind.
And
So
I can only say what the church is teaching.
okay,
but I
then
don't
why
know
would
a
you
whole lot
believe the
about that.
church?
Well, because I presuppose it.
And therein lies the problem there.
It's within my worldview that the church is infallible.
But it's not a thing that you can demonstrate. It's not a thing that you can demonstrate or secure sufficiently.
it's
Well, that's the
also
transcendental argument. I can demonstrate it.
it's also the mentality of cults. And so my question would be, how do you differentiate the group that you are in from a cult?
And I'm still kind of curious. I still would like an answer to the question. If God commanded you, like going back to old school times, if God commanded you to sacrifice your child, would you do it?
Do you say that I know that it's God, or?
Yeah. If this is God doing it, then you believe in it. So I'm assuming that yes, if you believed that God was commanding you to sacrifice your child, is this a thing that you would do? I'm going somewhere with the morality thing.
I
Here. That's
can't
why this is
answer that
important.
because I have the worldview that if I hear someone say to me that I have to sacrifice my child, it's probably a demon. I can't answer that question.
How would you be able to make the determination?
Well, if it's against what the church teaches and what the theology is of the Bible, then it's probably from a demon.
Okay, but God can determine whatever it wants whenever it wants. So God could make that separate from any church. God could simply say, Daniel, I need you to do this. You have faith that that I exist. You believe. You are a devout believer. I need you to do this. Just like Abraham and Isaac, I need you to do this now. The question is, would you, if you believed it was God speaking to you, would you do it?
I don't know what I would do in this situation, because I have the knowledge now that I would know that God would stop me before I do it, and I would know that it was serving a specific purpose, and I can't answer that hypothetical.
Can we go back to the original claim? Your claim was that any non-God worldview is incoherent. No, I think your worldview is incoherent, and I think my worldview isn't incoherent. So why do you think a non-God worldview is incoherent?
I already said it, because it contradicts itself.
How does my worldview contradict itself?
Do you make ethical claims?
Yes.
Do you make metaphysical claims?
Yes.
Do you make epistemological claims?
Yes.
Okay, what's your basis for the three?
Reality.
Oh no, not this. Not reality is reality, man.
Where's the contradiction? You said it's incoherent. What is the incoherency?
Okay, saying the word reality is not a justification.
Reality is all that exists, so I need to justify it as a thing that exists.
I'm sorry?
Reality is all that exists. So if there is an
I'm
existing
not saying
thing,
it to justify reality. I said justify epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics.
shush. So I can justify all of those things by using things that exist. So if I have something that exists that's in reality, and I can use that to ground epistemology, morality, and
Exactly,
metaphysics.
that's God.
No.
What is it then?
It could be lots of things. What's the incoherence in my worldview? Because I can just say anything other than God is the
The
thing in
incoherence
reality.
is making those claims, metaphysical claims, epistemological claims, ethical claims, assumes that there is a basis for them.
Right.
But then
I
also
agree
saying
that.
that there is no basis.
No, I
is
think there is
incoherent.
a basis. I'm saying there is a basis. It's reality.
Okay, what is the basis?
Reality.
Dude, Jedi was right about you. You are the dumbest atheist.
So you can't show there's an incoherency in anything I said, can you?
You just swing an insult when you can't
said
answer it?
reality. You said reality is the
Yep.
basis for the three
Yes.
most
correct.
important categories in philosophy.
Yes, that's correct. That's a basis. It has a grounds.
Okay.
They're justified. What's the incoherence? You believe
What
in an invisible
exactly
sky daddy that's
immorality?
3 in 1 and talking donkeys and talking snakes. Your worldview is incoherent. My worldview says morality, epistemology, and metaphysics are grounded in
Your
reality.
worldview
What
says you
about
came
that
from
is
a rock.
incoherent?
Your worldview says you came from a rock, but let's
Yes, we
get
are
back to
carbon
the
life forms.
justification.
Wow.
Just to point out,
Let's
we
get
are.
back to justification.
So
What
Daniel's
are
been
incarnate?
Wait. So your worldview also says we came from a rock. I don't know what the point is there.
No, we came from the dust.
Oh,
And to the dust we will return.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, there you
Thank
go.
Thank you,
For the
X. I was thank you, X.
Yeah, but the thing that you don't see the difference there is really disappointing.
dust is made of small rocks. I don't get it.
Yeah,
We
but
are carbon-based
there was-
life forms. Do you see the difference between the two?
I am curious.
were
I am curious.
created by
Like
the
Daniel
Holy
Bang,
Trinity,
Daniel
that's the
Bang,
difference.
Daniel Bang. You understand that like dust is predominantly silicate, but we are not silicate organisms.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Well,
doesn't-
that
doesn't matter
shows,
to
but
you.
okay.
There you go. There you go.
Dude,
But can I go back
why
to an
are you
earlier
applying
point?
this weird, strange science arguments to Genesis? I don't give a
I just
don't
want to
give a
go
shit.
back
Because
to
it
an
refutes your worldview.
I agree.
Dude, God is
And-
fuck.
but
God is
can-
omnipotent. Okay.
Can I just ask, you said that Jesus in Eastern Orthodoxy was not a sacrifice that goes against mainstream Eastern Orthodoxy, or maybe you can explain that view?
No, Jesus was in a sense a sacrifice, but we don't believe that he took our punishment for us on the cross.
Okay, but do you believe in the Old Testament that God took a lot of animal sacrifices?
Yes.
So he changed his position. He spent most of like the entire Old Testament liking animal sacrifices. We say other animals because we evolved.
Oh
And
no.
then in the New Testament, he's like, hey, I kind of need an upgrade. And they killed a first century rabbi.
No, those things are fulfilled in Christ.
Yeah, but isn't that a change? Okay, like, do you
no,
see
not
the difference here?
necessarily. Like
Sure,
you
we
can
might change
one
the
second,
way
one
we
second.
worship God. It doesn't change God.
So Daniel's correct here that God can have a nature that has a preordained system of events that are different events, even if his nature doesn't change. So that isn't necessarily a change.
But that would mean that his nature was that he liked animal sacrifices, and then that it changed into that he liked now he needed a human
Dude, why are you
sacrifice.
talking about the nature? I don't believe we can have any knowledge about God's nature.
You just
So
presuppose it.
so again, that's not
We
a
have the
change.
essence energies distinction in orthodoxy.
You can have I don't think the quantum field changed, but the quantum field made it such that gravity changed over time. It was repulsive and then not repulsive. So there's no difference, there's no problem with having a fundamental nature that can cause subsequent changes in the universe without the nature itself changing. That's not really a good argument.
But you're
TJump,
saying
can you
you're
explain?
also you are saying that it is a change, which would mean I'm fine with saying that God made a change as long as he says that.
Well, no. Again, so
TJump,
the
can you
God
please
can
explain
change,
how
cannot change.
reality is a justification? How the word reality is a justification for epistemology, ethics, and metaphysics?
It's an object,
So
so it's a particular thing which grounds those things.
Okay, donut. Donut
Yes.
is a justification. How is that any different?
I'm sorry, I'm done with them insulting you guys. We'll move on to the next one.
Yeah,
You know
it's,
they pretty much lost when they've
Well, that
lost
was
when the
he had
insults
he
come
has
out.
he had a good question there at the end. Like, how does reality ground things? It grounds things in the exact same way God does. If there is something that is the fundamental essence of everything that exists, it is the grounds of everything. And so, reality grounds epistemology, morality, and ontology in the same way God would, just without the Sky Daddy stuff.
Yeah, so that is a good question. I agree with Taco removing this guy. He called people stupid a number of times. If people are going to converse with us and then call us names like stupid, it's probably not going to last very long. And you'll find this probably in just about every kind of show that'll invite you up on the stage.
Actually, I was very lenient. He did that like 4 times there. But
Oh yeah, they got to earn those banishments. That's right.
let's go ahead and pull up. So I sent kind of the order, but it's kind of hard to keep track because people change a little bit. But China Defender, and then we'll get Bread and Circus, and then Mr. Straight, and then there's a few more in line that we'll get lined up as well. But China Defender, what's going on?
Also, I wanted to just say I'm against the anti insulting because insulting is great for views. So I'm pro insulting.
By the way,
Well,
TJump, are you sick or are you sitting up in your chair today?
Very sick.
Okay.
Well, your voice sounds great, TJump.
Thank you.
thanks for joining us, even though you're sick. Glad
And I
to
hope
have
you
Thank
feel
you.
better.
Oh, China Defender got scared.
Oh, well, no, probably got taken down by the Great Firewall of China.
Dun, dun, dun.
He got scared.
I assume he's probably not behind the firewall because just saying Winnie the Pooh or Tiananmen Square is enough to get someone knocked off of it.
Maybe that's why he got knocked off.
All right, we'll go ahead
was
and
trying
pull
to
up.
say that.
We'll go ahead and pull up Bread and Circus then. Bread and Circus was wanting to talk about
What's up?
morality.
Yeah, so what do you guys base on your morality on? I mean, I base my morality off on utilitarianism.
Are you a theist?
I doubt it. Not if he's a utilitarian.
No, I mean, I'm not. I don't believe in God. I just wanted to ask you guys what you base your morality on.
I'm a moral realist. I think that morality is a law of physics that we haven't discovered yet.
What is moral relativism?
I'm a moral relativist. It's subjective to personal determinations based upon your evolved sense of empathy and, of course, input from during your formative years and the society that you live in.
Yeah, it's the same for me with J.L. Warren. I make a conscious effort as well to apply John Rawls' veil of ignorance from his book Theory of Justice to try to make sure my determinations on what's moral are more well thought out. But I think JL probably agrees with me on that too.
Yeah. what you feel to a particular degree, what is kind of innate, or what is to say like your intuitions as to what is moral, what is right, and what is wrong, is your evolved sense of empathy. And because it's a spectrum, like nobody has the same amount or is capable of the same amount, so it varies from person to person, but it's still there. It's an evolved ability it's an ability that we've evolved. And then, of course, informed by your parents during your formative years and your peer groups as you're growing up. And then, of course, as you get educated more and more. And then, of course, the society that you live in that imposes a particular moral structure or moral framework or a set of rules or laws in order to live by, to be a part of that society. So this combination of these three things is where people derive their personal moral frameworks from. And then they decide, well, I may not agree with this, but the society says it's this way, so I'm going to abide by this so I can still stay in the society and be a productive member. There are certain allotments that are given. And of course, the society can change if the vast majority of people want the society to change. But of course, it goes both ways, but it's subjectively determined to all individuals.
So each individual determines their own sense of morality.
They have theirs, and it's also informed by external factors. So yes, there is a subjective, like I said, the moral frameworks are subjective to the individual, subjective to the group, the community, the nation, the world in and of itself. The difficult part is finding a common ground up through all of that. So if I was like the last human being on the planet, I would have my own moral framework. But if there were 3 human beings on the planet, we would all agree upon what was moral and how we should live. But if there's 100, 1,000, a million, billion, 8 billion, so on and so forth, and it just goes up and up. It's just still subjectively determined.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just want to say I'm a middle ground between both of them. I think as a situational ethicist, I think that morality has an empirical base in biology and consciousness, because I think that it is conscious living agents that we are dealing with, and it is moldable, just like JL was saying. It's when we're dealing with more than just ourselves. And so once we understand what the players are on the board, we can understand how to, from a kind of a game theory, either a zero thumb or cooperative, we can start to understand a moral framework.
So do you people believe that there is a best form of morality?
I'll just interject something from our YouTube audience. It's a little bit funny. Beamsy wrote, tell him that reality is my new brand of coffee and it gets ground really fine for a rich flavor.
You might.
I would hold Bread and Circus. I would hold that it's the only thing. It's not that it's the best. We try to find the best using what's available to us. We try to determine what is the best for everybody in the society. It's difficult. That's why we run into so many problems, because there's a lot of voices and a lot of opinions and a lot of feelings and a lot of different levels of empathy. We do our best, but there is no like best way. There is like the only way.
But
I think there's a best way. I think the best way is a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. That is the best moral way.
Which he subjectively
Really?
determined. Sorry.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
really.
So no. So
I think-
nothing that you didn't consent to doing. If you don't consent to doing something and someone forces you to do it, it's bad. Immoral. What makes that immoral?
I think it's the undiscovered law of physics.
Undiscovered law of physics. Is that kind of an unfalsifiable claim, though?
No, it's falsifiable. I make testable predictions.
When it's a prediction, it's still unfalsifiable.
No, it makes falsifiable predictions about what that would entail that we would discover in the future.
Okay. Best form of morality when no one gets coerced into doing something that they don't. Okay.
I think it's like a violation of free, like no undue. What is it, TJump? How you put it?
Involuntary imposition of will.
Involuntary imposition of free. Yeah. Okay.
Not free. There's no free will. I don't believe in free.
Or involuntary imposition of will.
Yeah.
Quite the liberal morality. What if you get forced to do something that is beneficial to more people?
Well, that's
then,
the point. Is that
you're not doing it?
The morally perfect world is where no one, under any circumstance, can ever be forced to do anything they don't consent to doing, which means that other group of people Whatever you're doing to benefit them, they could already do it themselves. They're not going to be non-consensually forced to be in that predicament. They can just choose to not be in it.
Quite ideal, but yeah, I mean, you're kind of not wrong.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's about it. I admire the fact that you guys can talk to religious people without losing your mind and wanting to do redacted.
Thank you, Bread and Circus.
Thank you.
Now we do have a serious question from our chat. I think it's serious. Captain Kim, Intuition Demon, writes, "Why does it take more than a well-formed sentence to state your ethical framework?"
It doesn't. Literally, that's to state something is just a well-formed sentence. I don't get it.
Well, yeah, and I think sometimes we need to express some nuance, and so it can be a little bit more effort is needed. But I guess it depends on the situation.
Oh, but I take offense to the claim that we haven't lost our minds. I'm pretty sure everyone on the stage has absolutely lost their mind.
At one point in the past, yeah, I definitely lost my shit.
I do question my sanity from time to time.
Yeah, I want to GPS that shit.
Yeah, I got LoJack on it, so I can always find it. But
Cool. Well, we've got Mr. Straight up next, who I'm not quite sure what he's wanting to talk about there in regards to morality, but I'm sure he'll explain very well.
Well, can I just...
Yeah.
I just want to say very quickly, and maybe you'll completely disagree with Mr. Straight, and so that'll lead right in, is that although all of the atheists may disagree on morality, what we all agree from is that the God doesn't seem to be in objective form. But hey,
God-
Mr. Straight, welcome.
God doesn't seem welcome. Thank you. God, but what did you say? You said that God doesn't seem to be?
Because it would be a mind, and so it necessarily, even when they try to, they're like, ultimate, it's the ultimate burger, the ultimate mind, but it would necessarily be a subjective mind.
Welcome, Mr. Straight. What have you got for us today?
I can try to prove God the argument I would say, if you would want me to, or I can explain the idea of morality.
well, Mr. Straight, do you have evidence or do you have argumentation for your God?
Argumentation. I don't have a picture of him. If this is what you want,
But you don't have evidence for it?
I have evidence, an argument for him, an argument to make.
What's the argument?
I don't have a picture.
Sure. What's the argument?
The argument that I would make is that the reason why we know that God exists is because we have to know it through him showing him to us, and this we know through, let's call it some sort of revelation. The idea that, right, if let's say I would look at Christianity, it's a personal revelation, right? I look at Islam, it's a TJump. If I look at Islam, it's also personal revelation, but in the Old Testament, the revelation isn't personal; it's to the entire nation.
Yeah, but I can easily refute it because I don't know that God exists.
But they know, right? If there is an entire nation who claims
No, but you said
to know God,
you said that people know that God exists. Like we have to know that God exists, and I don't know that God exists. So
did I say we have to know that God exists? No, we don't have to know that God exists. For us to know that God exists, he needs to reveal himself. That's what I said.
So is your argument that God revealed himself to a nation, therefore God exists?
To an entire nation, therefore it cannot be explained for placebo, at the very least.
Well,
Do you have any other way to explain it?
Knowledge is a justified true belief. And so for it to be knowledge, you have to have a sufficient justification. Having visions is not a justification because most of them are wrong.
I'm not talking about visions. Let's say Mount Sinai.
Revelation is a vision. Revelation is a vision.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Again, for example, let's say Mount Sinai. You read the story of Mount Sinai?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not revelation, right?
It's a vision.
That's not God speaking.
I don't care.
That's
If anyone
happened in reality.
If anyone has any interaction where they think they saw God, and it isn't objectively verifiable, it's a vision.
But it's not somebody; it's a nation. This is
anybody. I don't care.
With
I don't
point.
care. Any number of people.
No. This is any number of people.
Any number of people.
But you cannot say that they hallucinated the same stuff, right?
Yes, I can.
600,000 people.
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
how can you say such a thing?
Because it happens all the time. Santi Sai Baba had 15,000 people at his miracle ceremony, and they all saw him perform miracles. Hundreds of thousands of people have seen UFOs. They've seen Hindu miracles. They've seen ghosts. This is
You're
a common.
talking
Wait,
about-
shush, 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 shush. This is a common psychological problem with humans that they have, where they invent things all the time. It's called communal reinforcement. People see dead loved ones together in the same hallucination called bereavement delusion. It is the same thing all over the world. We know this is a fact of the human mind. It is a delusion.
In fact, it's going on right now in Virginia, I think, in Asbury.
What? I didn't hear about
In
this.
Asbury right now, there's a revival going on. That's like going on like its 8th day, and it's just a giant mass of people that are doing a big revival. And people are saying, like, when you go in there, like, the feeling of God is palpable. Well, yeah, when you get a massive group of individuals all behaving in a particular fashion, all believing in a particular thing, all doing the exact same thing, that's when people say, well, I didn't feel it when I was driving up the road, but as soon as I walked into the university where it's taking place, or it's in Kentucky, my bad, sorry. Thank you, Caliban. It's in Kentucky, Asbury, Kentucky. So people are saying if you walk into the auditorium where they're doing it, then you can feel it. It's like, well, yeah, you're feeling all the people around you. So
Okay,
it's not that God is there, it's that you have a mass group of individuals that are pushed towards a particular belief. So
I completely agree with you guys. But the problem on why I think it's not a linear, it's not proportional to each other, those two examples, and what TJump said, is, well, first of all, when they're feeling this, what they're feeling is correct, right? They are feeling something. The question is what they're feeling, right? And you and me, we both say it would be a solution or anything else that might, we would both agree that it wouldn't be God, right? The problem would be
it's
that
a well
when you
understood
take-
psychological phenomena, yes.
Yeah. The problem would be that in this case, right? I would assume that where does it happen? When you say it happened, Nigeria, Ghana? I forgot. Whatever
Close
it
enough.
happens, which country it happens, I would assume there is not something that really happens in there, right? There isn't anything that they can show through their action, right? They don't have anything left. Today, we do have something left for what happened there, for what happened in Mount Sinai, right?
So we have a problem.
You would need to
which is
examine
you're-
what's left. You would need to examine what's left, and then you might still disagree, or you might agree. Depends.
So we have a problem, right? So you're claiming that because a bunch of people believed it, that's evidence that they couldn't have hallucinated it or something like that, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that for what they're saying, there is nothing that comes. Like
What
there's
is
no,
the thing that we have left? You said we
Yeah.
have something we have left. What
It's
is
talking about the
thing?
Ten Commandments, I think.
No, the Ten Commandments are not.
The Bible? Is it the mountain itself?
The entire tradition of Israel and Israel itself.
Okay,
we
but
have
I would-
traditions. We have traditions
The
of all
people
those
as
other
well.
religions. All those other religions also have
The
traditions. from their
people as
beliefs.
well. The people as well.
They
So
also
So,
have
Mr.
people.
Straight, the question I have for you is to clarify your claim. And what I'm not clear on is when you just say these people exist, right? So lots of people who have religious, stories exist. What is it that is special that you're pointing to? I thought you were talking about miracles and some physical evidence that the miracles occurred, or something like that. But then you disagreed with that. So what is it that you're claiming about the specialness of the significance of the people of Israel with respect to proving God?
So, as I will try to explain it more clear this time, that in every single case, in every other case, it's either a personal revelation that you can actually check, or it's a national revelation that you cannot check. It doesn't have any fruits coming out of it, right?
Okay, so
In the case of Israel, one second. In the case of Israel, it would be a national revelation that has fruits that coming from it that you can actually check, right?
and we have. So
It's
let's get into that. We can check things about the Old Testament and the claims that it makes about its relationship with the people of Israel and so on. And it doesn't check out. So the vast majority of the significant claims the Old Testament makes that are foundational to the Jewish faith are ahistoric. They don't just lack evidence. They
Are you
are
talking about the story?
contradicted by a preponderance of contradictory evidence. So the
Are you talking
conquest
about? But
is
what are
not
you talking
believed.
about? Are
Moses
you
is not believed.
wait?
Abraham is not believed. None of these things are defended as historical events amongst non-religious scholarship. Only religious people still defend those things as historically defensible in face of archaeology and history.
Nine. What are you talking about? The story of Genesis or the miracles of Moses? What are you specifically talking about?
Literally, almost every story is
No,
false.
that's
So,
but there's
if we
nothing
want to
that can
start with
back
one,
what
we
you're
want to start with one. Okay, so the conquest and the Exodus that precedes it, right? So this story, unfortunately, runs afoul of an exhaustive survey of the entirety of Judea that was like literally square meter by square meter. They looked for every single hex on that grid, and they excavated every single place that had the slightest sign of any archaeological promise. And what they found is they found hundreds and hundreds of settlements, which allowed them to estimate pretty closely the populations over long periods of time, and they don't match any of the proposed Exodus dates. In fact, they do the opposite. The population goes down when the Exodus says they should have gone up. Then there's
the
just
only thing that's
a
continue.
huge.
I
Let
don't
me
know
just
if
finish.
it's
Let me just finish. Okay, we could
go
literally go through them one by one by one. The stories of the Old Testament are historical fiction. They mention some real places and people. Like Josiah was probably a real king. David was probably a real king. But they weren't king of very much, because what we find where they were supposed to be king of is like a fortress and a small village, not a big unified kingdom like they described.
okay.
And-
If you're specifically
Well,
talking about
Mr.
David,
Straight,
we have
and
one.
I'll let you answer, because that really is what my question is. So if we take the Old Testament, what do you think is true?
I would answer his question and then your question. So, nine. If you're talking about I heard you mention David and Ishmael, and not Ishmael, and Shmuel, and all of those. We have archaeological evidence for the kingdom of David and for the temple, right?
I just said we did.
Huge
Yeah.
ones. Yeah. So
We're not
we
denying
can-
that there was a temple. What we're saying is that the stories they told in that temple are mostly made up stories. Most of these stories were composed during exile. And during exile, they were heavily influenced by the Persian king and by Zoroastrianism. And the post-exile Judaic texts are all filled with praise for kings of Persia, because they were the saviors who delivered them from captivity.
Right. No. You need to separate. You need to separate from random Jewish texts, which there is a lot. Right, the Jewish people knew how to write a lot of time for a huge margin of the history of the history. Well, I think almost all of the history of the Jews knew how to write. You need to separate the texts from the claims. Right, there is. I acknowledge and I agree that there is Jewish texts that don't make valid points. We are talking about the Old Testament, right? We're not talking about
Yeah, we're talking about the Torah. That's right.
the
So,
Torah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
the point is, the Torah was
how David is
codified.
related to the Torah.
Yeah. So the Torah was codified largely by Ezra under the influence of him being an employee of
Right.
the Persian king. Right.
Nine.
So-
Ezra isn't in the Torah. Ezra
Sorry?
is Nevi'im. It's in the Tanakh, not in the Torah.
Sorry, I misspoke. Yeah. The Tanakh is largely compiled by Ezra, right? But even the
Right.
stories of the Torah are modified and in different forms than we find prior to exile, right? So
What do you mean?
the question is, why should we believe that this people has a special miracle that proves that God is real and left miraculous evidence for them in particular, when most of their stories don't check out and contradict archaeological evidence that shows that other things happened and other people conquered those cities, not the Jewish conquest and so on?
Well, mate, again, I don't agree with the axiomatic thing in this question. Which archaeological evidence do you have that completely disprove the claims of the Torah?
I gave an
The only
example.
one-
There's an exhaustive survey of Judea that shows that the population of Judea was an unarmed, mountainous, goat-herding, pastoral group that didn't have the resources or evidence of any war with anybody. And all they did was have a fluctuating population that rose and fell with the rainfall and so on. And they didn't go and conquer, they didn't come from outside in large numbers at any one single point. They gradually migrated in and out.
You're talking about the Second Temple period. You know, understand the claims of them taking land is in the First Temple period, right?
I'm talking about the First Temple period and before that. So we have a survey of the population of Judea, and it doesn't agree with the story of the Exodus. And it doesn't agree with the story of the conquest.
I think you're not seeing the logic, the problem in here. If you're talking about First Temple, right, time, how are you going to find the settlements of First Temple time if there was a Second Temple after the First Temple? It's in order, the names, the first and second. When you would look archaeologically, you would find the Second Temple. You wouldn't find the First Temple. The only thing
We're not just talking about the temple.
Are records.
No, but you're confused because I'm not making.
I'm talking about the period. I'm talking about the kingdom at the time of the Second Temple.
I'm not talking about just the temple.
I'm talking about them taking it. I know that you're not talking about. When I'm
talking about the people of Judea.
When somebody is saying First Temple, it doesn't literally talk about the First Temple. It talks about the period, the time of the First Temple, and then the time of the Second Temple. Yeah. So when I'm saying First Temple, I'm talking about this time, right? In the time of the First Temple, you wouldn't be able to find archaeological proofs of the time of the First Temple because there was a Second Temple after it. You wouldn't be able to differentiate between them, right? So the only thing that you have is the Second Temple archaeological proofs, and we do have archaeological proofs for the exile, right? We have
no, we don't. What's the archaeological proof for the exile? Show me.
We found the Jewish books in Babylon. In Babylon, we found the Jewish books. That's proof, right? I think it was pagan. Yeah, it was pagan.
How is that proof? Well, like you disagree with like literally all the scholarship.
No, because Babylon didn't. Because a pagan Babylonian citizen wouldn't write about Jewish tradition or the Jewish God or anything like this, right? So I can surely know that if there is a book written, it seems to be like it's written by a Jew, a religious Jew, right, in the time of the Second Temple, I can surely know that he was there, because no pagan Babylonian guy would know even what this guy is talking about. He wouldn't be able to write this stuff.
I have no idea what point you're trying to make with this claim, because I haven't made any claim that there weren't Jews writing at any given time. What I said is that the settlements...
I'm talking about the exile. The exile. Okay. We have proved for the exile.
Look, you're making points that don't make any sense. You haven't addressed my original point. My point is that the population of Judea does not match the Exodus. It does the opposite of what the claims in the Exodus say should have happened, which is the population should have gone up after the Exodus, right? What we actually find is the population is going down every single time that is proposed for the date of the Exodus. So the Exodus is contradicted by archaeological evidence in all of the proposed time periods.
I never heard about this.
What else do you have? Why should we take this seriously?
As I said, I never about this particular. I thought you're talking about the time of the First and Second Temple. If you're talking about Exodus,
it's a survey of the entirety of the history of Judea. It doesn't just deal with one time period. It goes back thousands of years.
Ix, what do you mean when you say Exodus? You're talking about the first Exodus of the Jews, or you're talking about the second book of the Torah, Exodus? What are you talking about?
Okay, you believe that the Jews were in captivity in Egypt, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you believe that they left Egypt and then they settled in Judea, right?
After 40 years, yeah.
Right, okay. So the evidence contradicts that, is what I'm saying. We actually have excavated hundreds and hundreds of villages. We've estimated the populations that live there. All the population figures do the opposite of what the Exodus says was supposed to happen. The numbers in all the time periods the Exodus is claimed to have happened were going down. And gradually. Because we excavated literally every settlement in the region for going back thousands of years.
Again, let me fulfill the question. How would you know that the settlements that you are looking at are settlements of the time of the Exodus and won't change for the literally 2.5 thousand years?
Because there's like 16 different kinds of evidence that they can use, including geological, artistic, linguistic, etc., that all combines to allow for dating.
What?
They can examine pottery. They can examine writing on pottery. They can examine the text of the writing on the pottery, etc., etc. Like, I don't know if you're just skeptical that archaeologists have any skill at dating things. But let's just get back to your original claim, because you don't seem to be able to follow this whole line of argument. You claimed that there's a special miracle. You claimed there's a special miracle that proves that the people of Israel received a special, provable kind of evidence that they have a deal with God that's different from every other holy book. That was your claim, right?
Yeah, that's the claim
Okay.
of everybody.
So then I asked you, how can you defend the historicity of these supposed claims when the basic major bullet points of the story, like the Exodus and the Conquest, are just flatly contradicted by archaeology? And you went off saying some guy in Babylon wrote about Jews. Like that has any contradiction for what I just said?
Fine, I answered your question, right? It was you followed logically with the question. Logic doesn't come short most of the times. So what is wrong in your outcome? What is wrong with your logic is the axiomatic thing in your logic. The axiomatic thing in your logic is that no archaeological founded villages in Exodus that dropped and fall in population. You wouldn't be even. How would you be able? Let's say I would go 5,000 years in something that happened 3,000 years ago. Would go to settlements in there. How would I be able to differentiate between settlements who were 3,000 years, 2,000 years? And the Jews didn't really left Israel until something like 800 years ago. So
there's a whole bunch of different methods.
Again,
there's a whole bunch of different methods. Just being skeptical about the methods archaeologists use is not a defense.
But can I just go back
even
to
archaeological themselves?
what-
Even archaeological themselves wouldn't say that it is accurate science. Math and physics are accurate science. Archaeologically is a guess, right?
Okay.
It's a guess with the evidence that you have.
If you want to just,
might be very good, but still it's a guess.
But
if you want to just,
you don't understand.
if you want to just assert freely without any evidence that the archaeologists have their chronology wrong, you can do so. But I would encourage you to look into it. Would you like some books to read on the subject?
If you
This is just your lack of understanding of archaeology in itself. It's the same field of science that we utilize for virtually every ancient culture on the planet, not just in the Middle East, but everywhere there has ever been culture. It's how we've discovered the remains of ancient cultures, how we've been able to date them. And when we talk about dating, yes, there is math and there is physics, and there are a number of laws that go into understanding these things. For example, things like the law of superposition, or there's so much that goes into it, but you just not understanding archaeology is not a defense. Ix has a very, very important point. He's pointing out one very simple thing. Your book makes one particular claim. The evidence indicates something entirely. At some points, just straight up contradicts it. Okay, it just says, no, that is absolutely not, refutes it. It says, no, that's not what happened. So your book makes one claim, the evidence says something completely different.
And
You just claiming I don't understand the science, so therefore it's invalid. No, that doesn't work. So the question then is, why does Mr. Straight, why does the evidence, Mr. Straight, why does the evidence say something different from what your claim entails?
Again, I didn't see his evidence. He didn't send anything, right? So I have nothing to punch. I'm punching the air. I'm trying to use basic logic to understand how is it even possible, right? How is it even possible that 3,000 years ago that you would be able to difference between something that happened in a settlement 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago?
Yes.
What I'm, wait, one second.
Mr. Straight, Ix explain that.
God.
There are a number of Mr. Straight. Ix explain that there are a number of fields that go into this. Archaeology, anthropology, geology is just 3 of them. Okay, there are artistic methods, and with the artistic methods,
one of them, just to clarify, is the dating of hearths. So every one of these settlements has fireplaces. Those fireplaces and the materials in them have iron-bearing sediments, which were superheated. And what happens is that allows archaeomagnetic dating. So it's a form of dating which is fairly accurate and is present in every single one of these settlements consistently.
This one I heard about using the magnetic fields.
Archaeomagnetic dating is just one of them, right? But there's also stratospheric dating. Like I said, there's textual dating, linguistic evidence, artistic evidence, etc., by the types of pottery and stuff that they have. So there's lots of ways that they look. They look, where is it in the settlement of the rocks? What kind of stuff do they have? What is written on it? What does it say, etc.
Okay, now I have something to actually punch. And when they used the method that you explained, they went to the settlement, the house, they analyzed, and they found it. How much? What year did they found? What was the conclusion that the study came up with? 9.
So they excavated every square meter that had any findings of promise in all of Judea. They found
In
a
all of
huge
Judea?
number of settlements. They looked at all those settlements and dated all their hearths to estimate which settlements existed during which time periods. They were then able to produce a graph of which population figures occurred at which eras. And it's the opposite of what the Exodus says should have happened.
They went to all of Judea. Yeah. Which year did they find out the
This
study
took
was?
place over about 20 years. This was like a huge master project of like dozens of archaeological teams. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. It wasn't a question. The question was, which year did they found that they are studying? Which year? Which Exodus?
Here,
Exodus.
I'll see if I can get the graph
Yeah,
again. I have it.
send it to me. Then I will.
So
Maybe next
can we
round,
can we get a
might
connection
answer.
to like, so we know the archaeological evidence of the Bible is false, but so what? Let's say it was true. How is that evidence of anything? Because there's archaeological evidence for each religion that doesn't prove the religion is true. Why is this relevant? Like, the science doesn't use revelation as evidence because it doesn't work. We know it fails. So why are you counting this revelation as special when science won't
What do
use
you mean
revelation?
Science does with revelation. Science uses the revelation of the idea. Let's say, for example, that a human is made in the image of God, so therefore he can use his.
Science doesn't use
Wait,
revelation.
one second. Yeah, let me explain. It uses the idea that, let's say, a human is made in the image of God, so therefore human intuition, right, and the axiomic of math can accurately predict and explain our physical reality, right?
No.
I have never
That's
once
an ex-
used I have never once utilized a methodology that had man was made in the image of God as a part of it.
Well, every time you apply math when you're studying physics, you're using it.
No, I'm not.
You're
No, I'm
making-
not. Because no, Mr. Straight, I'm not. Because I don't presuppose that God exists to justify any evidence that I see, or the interpretation of any evidence, or any novel testable prediction that I work with.
I didn't say that you're a rational agent. You can make two different claims that go against each other. I'm not trying to refute this. What I'm saying is that we do use some basics. We do use some basic understanding of, let's say, the human remedy we are not able to prove, right? And those things we can call it as revelation, right? All of the axiomic of math.
No, those are not revelation. No one calls those revelation. Nobody in math calls those revelation.
What is revelation? What is revelation?
None of that. None of the math stuff.
No, what is no. Again,
generally speaking, revelation would be like a God talking to you or revealing something, hence revelation.
Again, that's not answering. Is so generally speaking, or is it what revelation is?
Revelation is anything that is a message from God to you. None of those are used in science. In fact, those are not evidence in science. Science says those are garbage.
Because how would you be able to test, Mr. Straight, how would you be able to test revelation from a delusion or schizophrenia?
How would they be able to? Again, I'm not. This is why personal revelation isn't accurate. I agreed with this before. But that's, I made this point that you're not able to do personal revelation because it's almost 1% of the time going to be schizophrenia.
So is revelation good or bad?
1 second. Again, personal revelation is bad. Personal. You understand what personal means? 1 or 2, maybe 3. But the revelation that we are talking about was the nation. But about this.
No. Science doesn't use.
Hold up. Stop. But let me make the claim about the science. Mate, 1 second. TJump.
Stop.
TJump. I didn't make a case about
what I said.
No.
So
I didn't make a case about what you said.
Stop talking.
I didn't make a case about what you said. How can you answer that?
Hey, calm down for just a moment.
When I said science doesn't use revelation, they don't use any revelation, not personal revelation, not group revelation, not country revelation. All revelation is garbage in science. Science uses no revelation. Personal revelation is bad, yes. So is the kind that you're talking about. Every kind of revelation is worthless in science. All of them.
Okay, so when science, let's say when math, for example, makes an axiomic truth, where does this axiomic truth come from?
Language.
Sorry, what?
Math is a language. Math is a formal language.
No. That wasn't the question. You're using red herring. I asked you when in math you make an axiomic truth, right? When you're making an axiomic statement, where does the statement come from? Where and
language.
What justifies. No, that's not language.
It's
sorry.
language.
No, language is
Stanford
math is a language
Encyclopedia.
that we use. Math. Oh my god.
Stanford
Math
Encyclopedia
is
of
a lang-
Philosophy. One sec.
Mate,
One sec.
TJump.
Stanford.
I'm
wait,
making
stop,
the claim.
stop,
You're
stop,
not
stop.
able to
I'm
answer the
trying.
claim that was
I answered
made,
it
right?
and you didn't understand. So let me answer it
I
again.
didn't make a claim. What did you
Stop
answer?
talking.
Yourself?
Stop talking.
Oh my
The
god.
proofs, the axiomatic proofs in math are from language. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Classical logic. Very first line. Math and logic
Which
are
language?
formal
What are you talking
languages.
about?
Math and logic are languages.
Yeah, I agree that math is a language. We use it to describe something. Yeah, it's still not answering the question, right? Where does the axiom in
The
math
language. It
come
comes from the
No,
language.
no. It is a language. It doesn't come from it. You don't come
Oh
from
my
yourself.
fucking God.
The axiomic truth in math is the language.
No.
It doesn't come from itself. When I'm saying that I can draw, let's say, for example, one straight line between two dots, right? Where does it come from? It
It's
isn't
the language. It's a
it
part
is
of the
a language, but
language.
it doesn't
No,
come.
no. It
TJump,
comes
are you
from the
listening
language.
to what I'm saying?
Yes.
TJump.
You don't understand.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say? Peter.
Peter, you're hot micing.
Yep.
Yeah, please push to talk.
So the axiomatic
Can you
proofs,
repeat to me what I
axiomatic
explained?
proofs of math come from the language. They are from the language. That's where they come from. There are multiple different kinds of maths, like taxicab math, that has different axiomatic proofs that don't agree with standard math.
Yeah,
There are different kinds of logics. Where do the axiomatic proofs come in non-standard logic? It's from the language. There's no revelation, no dumbass revelation. Nobody thinks there's revelation. Nobody in logic, no philosophers, no mathematicians.
No,
None of them.
TJump, you're not answering the question. You're using a red herring.
I
You're going
literally
around
answered it
my
like 6
question.
times.
You're literally going around. No, I answered you about. I asked you about axioma. You didn't
Yeah.
mention the word axioma once.
The
So how did
axioms
you answer my
come
question?
from the language.
No. You know what logical not logical reasoning. Sorry, circular reasoning is.
Yes, I am very familiar with.
So you are
circular
using
reasoning.
circular reasoning, mate. The
No.
axiomic cannot come from the language because they are the language, right?
Oh
This
my
is
God.
circular reasoning. You're saying they are the language. You are the... Mate, TJump. When I'm
The
saying
rules of the language are what
TJump, can you repeat?
determine the axioms. So the axioms come from the language. This is a fact. This
Okay,
is not
where does
circular
the rule?
reasoning.
Where does the rules of the language come from? We're talking about the rules
We
of the
made
language.
them
We're not
up.
talking about the language itself.
We
made them up.
Yes, we make them up.
How did we make them up?
The same way we made up non-standard logics. We make them up. It's a language.
No,
We
that's
make
not
up words.
answering. That's not answering. I
literally
asked you, how
answering.
did we make them up? TJump. Listen, if you're not capable or knowledgeable about math, it's okay. I wouldn't push you further.
No.
But
I'm more
they're not
qualified
answering the
than
question.
you.
I asked
in
you
this.
how.
You're a moron. We
You're
think about it and we make it up. We imagine bullshit in our brains and write it down. We make shit up. That's how.
In a
you listen
second,
to
I have
calling
a question
moron.
for you,
This
Mr.
guy is
String.
very, very emotional. That's very not nice. If I'm not insulting you and you're insulting me, I don't.
It's
think I'm
literally
Come
a
on, man.
combination of symbols and things that we compile in order to describe the things that we observe. It's arbitrary.
Yes, and I'm asking you, where does they come from? Of course, they're arbitrary.
We think them up.
With you.
Mr. Straight, we think them up. They come from us.
No.
We
saying
say
we
we make an observation of reality, and then we we assign a symbol or a name to that thing.
Listen, what you're doing right now is very lovely because it explains to me the process. It doesn't explain to me where does they come from. It's lovely because it explains the
From
process.
us.
Imagination. In our imagination.
From your imagination.
Yes.
So how is your
Make it
imagination
up.
able to describe? How is your imagination able to describe reality?
Just like it does with words. When I say the sky is blue, that's my imagination using words to describe reality. 1, 2, and 3 are words to describe reality, just like the color blue or up or down. We make shit up with our imagination and use words to describe it.
I agree with what TJump is saying, but I really want to know, Mr. Straight, what is this bombshell revelation that you had for God?
Bombshell for revelation again. The Torah. I said multiple times. You read the book, right? You
Yeah, I
what
did.
the
I was
revelation
sent to
of the
Hebrew
Torah.
school for many years.
Why
That's
should we
good.
believe the Torah?
So many man. I have the question of TJump, the question of GGL, and the question of Ami. I'm not able to answer 3 questions. Choose one of them. I'll answer it.
Well, I really think it goes back to the crux. I mean, it goes back to what we were saying at the beginning, and I'll take it back to Revelation. When we know factually that Adam and Eve didn't exist, Moses and the talking snakes as well, Noah and the Tower of Babel, all of these stories don't exist. And like what Ix was saying a while ago was that the only things that we actually archaeologically can prove about the Torah and the Tanka are all mundane, like extremely boring.
I don't.
And
I don't know
so,
if you. Army.
why?
The first thing that comes to me after this is doubt that you actually read the Torah. You would read the Torah,
Yes.
right? You would
Olive,
read the
bet,
story. One
bet,
second. One
olive,
second. One
bet,
second.
bet.
One
It
second.
was
I didn't
forced.
interrupt when you spoke. I didn't interrupt when you spoke. Come on. Now.
I'm
I'm looking for the same treatment.
Please just explain.
So when you read the story of Adam and Eve, right? The first thing that it says is that it is in heaven. Now, you're saying there is no proof for heaven that we can find on. Yeah, that's correct. Does it disprove the Torah? No, it's a very, very foolish claim to make that because we don't have, I don't know, because we didn't see heaven, it's a proof of the Torah. Again, the story of Adam and Eve is a metaphor. It's in heaven. Understand where heaven is? Right? It's in heaven. You cannot
Aren't
have.
you Jewish?
Yes, I'm Jewish.
And you believe in
says-
heaven?
I believe in heaven. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's a non-traditional Jewish belief.
Well,
I'm not
to be
sure
fair,
of it. Well-
there are different denominations of Judaism, quite a lot.
No, there is.
Sure, but not so.
Guys,
But 90% of Jews or more don't believe in heaven. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
What they don't believe is the Christian heaven.
Yeah.
Right.
So you
They
believe in
believe.
Sheol?
I mean, 1 second. What they believe is what the Torah describes of heaven. Right? The Torah gives us some, not a lot, but it gives us some descriptions of heaven. This is what they believe in. This is what I believe in. This is why most of them, when you ask them, you don't believe in. If you believe in heaven, they would say no, because they don't believe in the Christian version of it. Why the idea that you will be eternally in heaven with God? No, this is a foolish idea. That's not what Jews believe in whatsoever. It's a different idea. Again, if you want to know what Jews believe in, they believe only in the Old Testament. So just examine the text. It's not that hard.
Once again, so you're saying you believe in Sheol, but my question
Sheol.
goes back to what of the Torah do you actually believe is true, and what was the revelation from God?
Again, all of the Torah is true. There is a different question. What
No,
is
no,
a
it's
metaphor? Again,
It's already demonstrated
those are my claims. If you want, disprove them after I make the claim, not just by interruption.
Ix already did it.
Who?
Ix, the guy you were talking
and if
to
it's
for
your-
like 20 minutes.
I'm still waiting.
If it's your claim, we don't have to disprove it. You have to prove it.
Actually,
you
I'm
have the burden of proof if you make the claim.
I'm
yeah,
curious.
Yeah, I'm fully aware that I need to prove my claim. The problem is that in the main times they're more focused on disproving my claim, not me listening to how he proves it.
But
You mentioned
not-
Adam and
Straight.
Eve. Start with that.
Mr. Straight, I'm curious. You said you believe in a Jewish heaven. Can you tell us a little bit like what that's like? Because you're saying it's not the Christian heaven, so it's obviously different. What are its key points?
Well, again, how it's in the same way it is described in the Old Testament. The key points of heaven is that you would be able to see God roam, right? That you would be able to, the wind of God would be with you. This would be the pleasure of heaven. And you would have a task in heaven, right? In the same way that Adam and Eve got their task in heaven, right? They got a few tasks, right? It wouldn't be like you. It's not the Christian idea that it's all comfortable and there is, let's say, rivers of wine. It's more Muslim, but to be that you would have a task, right? Like Adam and Eve, they had a task. They had a task, not a task, a task that they need to do in heaven. You would have still not the same task, but you would have a task to do. And well, if you want to know my understanding of heaven, just read the story of creation. It describes heaven. This is what I believe of heaven.
Okay, but Mr. Straight, why does the evidence contradict what the Torah claims?
Well, again, that's a question with an axiomatic thing in it that I disagree. I don't think that the evidence go against the Torah.
But it does. The evidence directly contradicts it. Like, for example, crossing the Red Sea. Just that event. The crossing of the Red Sea. 2 million people crossing the Red Sea.
Where did you get
in the
2
fashion
million
that is
from?
indicated in the Bible is not a possible thing, because the
Where did
Red
you get?
Sea, hang on a second, Mr. Straight, because the Red Sea is a rift valley. Okay, it was formed out of a rift valley. At its deepest point, it's over 10,000 feet. Its average depth is 1,600 feet. Now imagine 2 million people trying to cross a split area where it drops down to those levels. At that time in Egypt, 2 million people with animals, with camels and supplies. The logistics of such a travel, the logistics of such a thing would be astronomical, especially for that time. Okay, given that they were, being pursued by the Egyptians, supposedly by the claim. Not to mention, there's no mention in all of Egyptian history of the loss of their army or the majority of their heads of state going out to pursue them. Like, none of this is recorded in Egyptian history. Okay, so the evidence itself contradicts what the book says. How do you reconcile that?
Okay, so the first point about so before it, where did you get 2 million from? 2 million isn't the number; it's 600,000. There is different ideas of the number, but 600,000 is the agreed amount.
So the 600,000 is the men. If you're familiar with the text, it says 600,000 men and their families. So the 600,000 men is not the total number, right? It's just the total number of men.
And there's also
average family size gets you to 2 million.
There's also a question from our YouTube chat on this from Beamsy. And why are there no remains of the army equipment found there?
I wasn't able to answer GL question before I answer more questions. 1 second.
Sorry,
Okay,
you
so
interrupted. Sorry, Mr. Straight, you interrupted me. I want to make sure the question got through, and then you can answer whichever one you want. Beamsy was asking, and why are there no remains of the army equipment found there?
Yeah,
I would answer this question, but can just
yeah, go ahead.
something that I would like to don't ask more questions when there is questions or are not answered, because then it just makes chaos. You know what the shotgun logical fallacy is? It's a tactic of shotgun. That's unfair. And
Okay, go ahead with your answer.
Okay, so
now I would answer.
Why does the evidence
again,
contradict?
GL, I would answer now. So
Okay.
first of all, the claim about the miracle not being possible or having instrumental effects, it's hard for me to answer this question in I would say logically. That's you understand what a miracle is. You're saying a miracle is a miracle, therefore a miracle isn't possible. That's not really a statement that I can go against, right? You're telling me that a miracle is impossible. Yeah, I'm fully aware of
how you
that. 1
define.
second.
No,
Yeah,
it depends upon how you define a miracle.
Well, there's no value in my answer if I'm getting cut in the middle.
No, I'm just saying, no, that's what you're saying is dependent upon how you yourself define what a miracle is.
Sorry, good luck finding a miracle that is very possible in the Old Testament. Now, please, let me answer. Now, let me fully answer all of your questions that you made. And I would like to not be not cut in the middle. So, that's the first thing. Second thing, about the Egyptians, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Egyptians were mostly extremely, let's say, they really like the Egyptians. It seems to be obvious. And all of the kingdoms, not only the Egyptians, right? They mostly didn't keep documents of their losses or lied about their losses.
That is incorrect.
That's very correct.
No, that is incorrect. The field of Egyptology completely refutes that. The Egyptians were one of the best record keepers in the ancient world. That's why we know so much about them.
I didn't disagree about this one. What I disagree is what they record. Right?
No, because there are noted losses. There are noted losses and wins when the Egyptians gained more territory and lost to neighboring groups or neighboring kingdoms. Okay, because it wasn't just the Jews. Okay, you're talking about the geopolitics of the time. The Egyptians engaged with numerous other civilizations that were out there, numerous other groups that were not Egyptians. There were trade routes. There was diplomatic agreements between various groups. So no, the Egyptians were intense record keepers when it came to what they do, because their civilization was so big, they had to track everything. When you're trying to feed that many people and you're living in an agrarian society in the desert, You have to account for every bit, not to mention the government itself, but also the moves of its people. The Egyptians were incredible record keepers. That's why we know so much about it. So the field of Egyptology literally refutes that.
Okay. As I said, mate, I didn't go against the idea that they are not great record keepers. What I did go against is the idea that they're great record keepers when it comes to their failures and them being completely. Let's
Mr.
call it,
Straight, they didn't just
error.
fail in the Exodus story. Most of the
Wait,
Egyptian
have it-
population was wiped out. If you read the story, right, remember it says that the firstborn child of every household in Egypt was slaughtered by the angel of death. And then subsequently, Pharaoh recruits his army to go after what remains of his army to go after the Hebrews when they're on the banks of the Red Sea. And after this, God drowns them all in the sea. So you've had one decimating event of the Egyptian population, which is the slaughter of the firstborn. And then you have another, which is the remaining army being completely swallowed by the Red Sea. And nobody notices this in all of Egyptian history.
It's never mentioned once. It's never detailed like it is in the Jewish, like it is in the Torah. And the Egyptians make no mention. They don't seem to notice like the loss not only of their army, but of like the vast majority of their heads of state who were leading that charge. There is no evidence that they have. None of this exists. There is no evidence of any of this. In fact, there's evidence that it never took place. Okay?
The highest estimates of the Egyptian population between, let's say, 1900 BCE and 1400 BCE, right around when the Exodus would have taken place, according to most people who believe the Exodus is an actual event, right? The highest estimates for the population of Egypt in that time is about 1 million. The highest. All right. And according to the story, 600,000 men alone left Egypt on foot. 600,000 men. If you assume one woman and one child for every man, that's 1.8 million people. That is the size of San Jose, California, traveling through the desert. And their destination was what, 300 miles away from where they started from? If they had walked single file, the first ones would have got there before the last ones left.
And
Not
strangely,
to mention, that would have been the collapse. Sorry, that would have been literally this event had taken place. That would have been the collapse of the Egyptian Empire. But the Egyptian Empire didn't end until around 30 BC when they were involved with the Greeks, Cleopatra and Mark Antony. So we have a history. We have a very detailed, very, very accurate record keeping on behalf of the Egyptians and the Greeks as to detail the decline and end of the Egyptian Empire, which is 30 BC. Which would be centuries after these events took place in the Torah. So no, the empire didn't collapse. There is no record of this in their records. You're appealing whatever conspiracy you're appealing to is like, oh well, they lied about this one particular thing. No, the Egyptians didn't do that.
I don't remember saying they lied.
You said that would be a lie. Them hiding their devastating losses from history would be a lie. They would be covering that up.
No, not yet. A lie is when you don't say the truth. If you don't say anything, you're by default not lying. That's the first thing.
No, that's a lie. That's called a lie by omission.
A lie by omission?
Yes.
Never heard about this. Oh,
a lie by omission. If you know the truth and you do not speak, okay, you have omitted the truth. Therefore, you are lying by omission. If that is a cover up, that is deception. If the Egyptians kept records of every single loss that they ever endured throughout their empire's history, but they failed to include this one particular one, that makes no sense. That just strains credulity.
An example would be if you know that an entire pack of people are about to, stab someone, and someone says, "Hey, is there a whole bunch of people there?" And you go, "I don't know." Well, technically you do know, and so you have lied.
You have lied by omission.
And there is a question from I Am Not a Furry in the Discord chat, wondering if we can ask, do you think the world is 5,783 years old, or if the world was created in 7 days?
Which one of the questions do you want me to answer?
Oh, he's asking two conditions. One is that the world is 5,783 years old, and if the world was created in 7 days.
There are so many questions made. Which one do you want me to answer?
Okay, he's wondering about the age of the world and how long it took to
Do
create
the
it.
age one first.
Okay, so I would just answer the question of Discord. No, I don't believe that the world is 6,000. The Talmud says that there is. I would send. The Talmud says in the Masechet, I think, Sota, it says that the world exists for 900 million years, historic, like the history, human history. And let me finish. If you're saying how is it comparable with Genesis, right? What all want to open, you can open it Genesis 4.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Verse
but the audience needs clarification on something you said there. Did you say human history 9 mil? Wait. Say how long was human history?
9 something. It doesn't specify if it is which level of humanity, but to my memory, 900 million.
900 million years.
So you believe human history went 900 million years?
I don't remember it's human history of the history of the world, but 1 second I will find it.
Okay, and the other part of the question is if
I think we live
guys,
alongside the
let me explain a
dinosaurs.
few things.
the Earth
Let me-
was made in 7 days.
I have a few things to explain before this, okay? So if somebody asks himself how is it comparable with Genesis, he would like to open Genesis 4:3, if I remember correctly. It says in the end days, and then it continues to describe, right? So the story of Genesis describes the end days, doesn't describe the full history. I googled what it says. It's talking about the history of the world, not the history of humanity. I made a mistake. The history of the world is 900 million years.
Okay, so
But
the history of the world. So you're saying that the planet, like the planet itself, 900 million years old?
the planet. No,
When you say the world, I'm assuming you're talking about Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth, 900 million years old. So again, why does the evidence contradict that? Because the evidence that has been independently verified, okay, indicates the Earth is roughly 4.5 billion years old.
I said the Talmud said so. I didn't say I say so. Wait, guys, I gave a source from the Talmud. I didn't give a source. My opinion. I agree with the science that it is 4 billion. I think those questions are difficult questions, and the Torah doesn't answer some difficult questions. It answers questions of ethical questions.
But that's problematic with what you previously said, because you said you believe the Torah is absolutely correct.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct in the questions that it answers. It's not absolutely correct by misunderstanding of the questions. That's not.
But
if I'm answering to you, let's say if I'm answering to you a question in this time, and then somebody applies my answer on a different time when it's not valid, then it doesn't mean that I was incorrect. It just means that you took my question, you took my answer and you corrupted it.
No. The Torah makes assertions about reality. Those assertions, it asserts things about reality. The age of the earth, the age of humanity, how human beings came about. It makes assertions about reality. Those assertions are demonstrably incorrect.
I don't think you actually read the Torah if you make this assumption. Where does it say the world is 6,000 years? Again, as I literally just now.
You said the earth is 900 million years old.
I said according to the Talmud, not to the Torah.
Okay.
The Talmud was written by humans, not by God.
So so there are certain points where it's incorrect.
Again, the Talmud was written by humans, not by God. Humans are incorrect. Yes, it happens. That's correct.
So Mr. Straight, stop. Stop. So you just contradicted yourself. You said everything in the Torah is correct except for the parts that were written by people.
No, the Talmud isn't a part of the Torah, mate.
So now you're going to the Talmud.
Oh my God!
He's talking about the Talmud.
I did. Oh my God! GL, let me speak for 5. If you would let me speak, I would assume, if you would use your brain at the same time when I'm speaking, I would assume that you would understand more if you just interrupt me in the middle. Listen, all of you guys spoke maybe 10 times more than what I spoke. Let me make the point, okay, mate? So now, if you look at what the Torah says, right? As I've pointed out, Genesis 4 verse 3, it says in the end days. What the Torah explains to you is what happened in the end days. And why does the Torah say that the world in the end days exists for 6,000? I'm circling it. 6,000 years. It's not answering a physical question, but a metaphysical question. The reason why it tells you the world exists for 6,000 years is to explain to you that you have effect on the history of the world. If the world would exist, let's say, for 9 million years, the right assumption would be that there is no effect. Humans don't affect the history of the world, right? Because what they have, right, what they are able to affect is, let's say, 150 years out of these 9 million years, so they cannot do anything, right? They're not able to affect, they're not able to make an effect. So when the Torah tells you the world exists for 6,000 years, it's answers the metaphysical question of humans' importance, right? You have an effect. That's what the Torah says by this. It says that an action of human matters because it exists for only 6,000 years, right? So it's more margin of history. If I take 150 years out of 6,000, it's a lot more than 150 years out of 9 million. Right? This is why it says it. Now, to answer what?
Mr. Straight, I think so. Someone asked you how old the world is according to the Torah, the Torah, and you said according to the Tanakh, it's 900 million
We said
years.
the Talmud is different. The Talmud is commentaries written by rabbis.
The Talmud.
Hold on. I misspoke. According to the Talmud explains the Torah. We asked you what the Torah said, and you said according to the Talmud, it's this. And then if people then explain to you that that is incorrect, you say, oh, but it's not in the Torah, it's in the Talmud. We asked you what the Torah said. And you said, according to the Talmud, it's this.
Can we simplify this, Mr. Straight? You're basically saying you're not really sure if that's true. It's just what the people who wrote the Talmud thought, right?
No. What I'm saying is that the Torah doesn't answer those questions. Those are scientific questions that we are able to answer. The Torah answers questions that we are not able to answer on our own. Right?
Name a question.
Guys, come on. It's kind of meaningless if I speak and then you cut me off.
Hold on. I'm asking
if I'm not doing this,
Peter, let him answer, please.
If I'm not doing this and you're 9 people, come on. So the Torah doesn't answer those kind of questions of how much time the world exists. It answers more of a metaphysical questions about if a human, let's say, have effect on the
which is what I was going to ask. Name something.
So many.
Listen, it's easy. Name something the Torah does answer. Name one question the Torah answers, and give us that answer.
So we already discussed one. So hold on a second, Mr. Straight. We already discussed one, and you asked me to send you text. They were on a different computer, so I went and I got them to you. In your DMs are some illustrations and a link to the book called The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Silberman. And they're considered some of the top archaeologists in the field to this day. Now, if you want to look into the rest of the book and the context in which this all resides, I encourage you to do that. It's an excellent book to read. It holds up rather well. But the two graphs are all you really need to answer your original question, which is how do we know how many people lived where? So what you're looking at in your DMs is a map of the highlands of Judea, and the dots represent settlements that were discovered. They searched the entire area, and those are the settlements that were discovered. Within those settlements, they used magnetic dating on the hearths, and they discovered the time period those settlements were, and they could tell how many settlement buildings, dwellings there were, and approximately how many people lived in each settlement, and so on. And you can see for the different periods, each period they say about how many sites there were, and when there was a shift, they say what the shift was. The settlement crises correspond to the proposed dates of the Exodus. So the times when they claim the Exodus happened are the times where the number of settlements dropped precipitously to a lower population. It didn't go up, it went down. So it's just like the opposite of what the Exodus describes.
When I say that archaeologically isn't accurate, and then you send me a study when the time in the study is between 3.5 thousand years and 2.2 thousand years, and then 2.2 and 2000, it's not really disproving my point. As I said, archaeologically isn't accurate. It gives you
it's a summary of the data. If you want to read the more in-depth text, please do. It's chapter 5. It's called "Who Were the Israelites?" Okay.
Listen, I promise you that I would read it because I'm interested in its use as a lovely method, a more I would say more realistically likely to be correct than just going to there and finding bones. So I would promise you that I would read it and then answer you, but right now I'm not able to do it in 5 seconds. So next time,
So what I'm giving you is some.
Yeah, next time I would come and I would answer this. I promise.
Yeah, we're giving you some stuff to look into on your own time. If you want to come back, we encourage you to do that. But I don't see much point in continuing right now because you're just not equipped to defend the historicity of the Torah.
There is just.
There were so many more questions asked. Let me just answer them, and then I would lovely.
I think we're at a good point. We've been going on for quite a minute, and we have more people that want to get on stage.
Just one pressing made about the Torah, guys.
One pressing thing to add. Sorry.
It's beautiful that it's okay. So we just use this time to answer the question. So I think Peter asked, "What does the Torah so answer?" As I said, it answers metaphysical questions. Or, for example, if humans have an effect.
That's not what I asked.
That's not what I asked. What did you ask?
I said, name one question the Torah definitely answered. And then give us that answer. And then give us that answer. Don't be this vague.
Again,
you didn't want me to overtalk you. Why are you overtalking me?
Because you're 9 against. Go ahead.
No. I was. You wanted to hear what I asked, right?
Yeah.
And I was still talking.
Exactly what I thought that you said. So it seems to be rather,
Name the question. Name the question you think is answered by the Torah, and give us the answer so we can check whether or not it's correct.
I gave one example. If humans have an effect on the world, then the answer is yes. It answers.
It's not a question.
Good, it's bad. It's not a question. Then what is it?
No. That's hindsight.
Hindsight. What do you
mean? Hang on a second.
I mean, everyone on the planet could answer the question whether or not humans have an effect on the world.
Let him finish his statement. Let him finish his statement. He was saying that the question being, do human beings have an effect on the world? Go ahead, Mr. Straight.
I said the answer is yes. And Peter, by the way, not all of the humans answer it in the same way. For example, the ancients answered this with no. The Romans also answered this with no. In ancient philosophy, they answered this question with no. So it wasn't what I said right now. It wasn't the answer that everybody gave. Right? In ancient philosophy, they thought that for example, that the world is ancient, right? So the humans.
What I'm saying, it's a nonsense. It's a nonsense question. It doesn't get us anywhere. Name something that we actually benefit. Really. No. Hold on. Name something that we actually benefited from. Something that it said to us which we didn't know. This is something that everyone can just figure out with a short walk outside, whether or not we have an effect on the world.
Wow. Okay, so first of all, no, it wasn't something that everybody can figure out by going doing it.
Well, then, in that case, I don't believe you.
Again, why did you ask the question? Not listen.
Because
I would give my answer, then judge. Again, I don't want to assume that you're.
I specified it, and now you don't want to dodge it. So for me, you're done.
I am not trying to dodge it. I'm trying to answer it, but I'm getting cut off. So it seems to be like you don't want to hear the answer. Now, let me answer. So it's not a question that everybody can answer by walking the park. As I gave 3 examples of ancient times. The Torah was given in ancient times. Yeah, it's not.
Well, I'm done. If you want to move on, it's okay.
Okay, I have a question, but it's just from the audience.
Wow.
There's I've been trying to get this through for a while. I am not a furry in our audience in Discord has asked for a source in Talmud because he's also a Jew. 100% believe the world is 5783 years old based on sayings of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. I'm hoping you know what that means.
I will send it in your. Where is your? You want me to send it in Discord?
Yeah, if you want to just communicate that with "I am not a furry," it's all one word, all lowercase. That would be fine. Or if you'd like to give some sources here for what you were saying about the age of the Earth, that would be fine too.
Can I just interject really quickly? The Jews are counting differently than how we are here. They're counting in a 5,000 years because they're claiming that is the actual number that the world should be going by. And right back over you, Mr. Straight On. 900 million?
Again, this is according to the Torah. It's a different. Well, listen. As I explained, the Torah doesn't answer the scientific questions. It answers metaphysical questions, right? I made this very clear. I made this statement a lot of times. It's not a scientific book. It's a metaphysical book, right? The Torah wouldn't answer. It's a book that was made by God. God wouldn't answer questions that we are not able to answer. He answered questions that we are not able to answer, or that we are not able to prove, right?
Yeah, but it also makes assertions about reality that are wrong.
Okay.
It's not that it's asking questions.
Again,
Not that
as
it's
I
answering
said,
questions. It's
I'm
not
not
that it's answering.
familiar.
No, it's not that it's answering questions. But
So
the
many-
Torah does make assertions about reality that are demonstrably wrong. And
Listen,
then the Talmud, which are the rabbinical, which is the record of the rabbinical debates in order to try and figure out how to deal with certain issues in the Talmud, in the Torah, and how to teach these things appropriately. Try to solve these problems, and they solve them incorrectly because those were written down about the in between the 2nd and 5th centuries, I do believe. So if my history is correct, but nonetheless, there's errors in both. There's errors in the Torah, and there's errors in the Talmud.
I like when people ask a question then answer. That's my loveliest.
So done deal. No, but I think we're good to go to move on to the next person.
The guy who wanted to ask, who wanted the source. Where can I find? Where to send it?
I just tagged him and you in the live Discord chat. He's in Hangout. But I've encouraged him to contact you privately as well.
But can I ask just one last question?
Yeah, I sent.
So the scientists, all of the empirical data so far states that the universe is 13.8 billion years old, and that our world is 4.5 billion years old. Do you agree with that number?
Yeah, so can you repeat?
So all of the empirical data currently states that the universe is 13.8 billion years old and that Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Do you agree with both of those numbers?
This is the estimate that we had right now. We have different estimates. A lot of time we have a lot of different estimates. We have a estimate of, I think, as well. We have not only 13.8, we have 14.5, and we have. It depends which metric they use. Again, the estimates are not accurate.
Sure, but 900 million would be way off and way wrong. In my opinion, it would show the Torah, Tanka, whatever you
Tanakh.
like, the Tanakh, whatever you would want to frame it, is not true.
The Tanakh doesn't answer this question. You cannot just, oh my God, listen.
The Tanakh is the combination of the Torah and the Talmud. So when you say it doesn't, it does answer this. I don't know what you're talking about. Please answer the question.
I would like to know, how did you came to the assumption that the Tanakh is the combination of the Torah and the Talmud? That was a lovely statement to make. And now to answer.
Can you answer the question?
It was a wrong question, mate. The Tanakh isn't the Torah and the Talmud. Tanakh is Torah Nevi'im Ketuvim.
Okay. How is it different than the Torah and the Talmud then?
The Talmud explains how to follow.
No, not the Talmud, the Tanka.
The Tanka? What is the Tanka?
The Tanka is the Torah and the Talmud combined.
You're talking about the Tanakh.
Tanakh. No, the Tanakh isn't the Torah and the Talmud combined. Which, by the way, proves that you lied when you went to learn about the history of.
Then it is the Torah. Then how is it different?
The Torah,
No.
How is it different? You are able to admit ignorance, and I wouldn't laugh at you. But if you claim to be an educated person about this, and then say that the Tanakh is the Torah and the Talmud, lovely. I would answer the question though. The Torah is the.
No. I just want to say, if you're going to claim that the Earth or the universe is 900 million years old, and you go against all of modern physics, then I would say you are an ignorant person. But if you would like to give an explanation for why your religious views would counter all of modern science, the floor is yours.
Lovely. A lot of wrong actions that I of course disagree with, but when you're using a bad
an answer, please.
Faith argument, I would answer it in the end. If you're using a bad faith argument, of course, this is what comes out of. But listen, the Torah doesn't answer this question. This is why you don't get the scientific answers. As I said multiple times, and of course, it wouldn't need to say it if you would listen. But I guess you have something that
You're
makes-
preambling. Please answer the question.
No, I did, and as I said, I did, and I would repeat the answer. The Torah doesn't answer.
Mr.
the
Straight, when
question
we
of how
asked you
old-
what the
Oh,
Torah
lovely.
said about the age of the earth, you came up with the 900 million years based on what the Talmud said about the Torah. So don't blame
No,
this on us.
okay.
You came up with that number. The only thing
That's
Amy
true.
is asking you is how you figure it out that that number is vastly incorrect based on modern science, and all you can do is deflect and say, well, the Talmud isn't the Torah. Well, you came up with that number, and you justified the Talmud as explaining the Torah. So stop deflecting and answer Amy.
Done. So, as I would repeat myself again. When I said the Talmud, it doesn't answer the question of the universe. It answers the questions of humans, right? Not the universe.
We're done.
So-
He's a liar.
The Talmud
no,
is just
the
a bunch
Talmud-
of rabbis arguing. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why you think the Old Testament, the Torah, declares or has evidence that would override all of the current empirical scientists. I'm not interested in the Talmud. That is the Hadith to the
Listen,
Jews.
listen,
I'm interested in the Torah, the Old Testament.
when I am answering, the first 5 words doesn't reflect this next 15 words that I'm about to say. Please, and I'm going to say this with a little bit of bad faith in my heart. Shut the fuck up when I'm answering. It seems to be
Okay,
obvious.
if you don't
No,
have
let
an
me
answer,
answer.
then you shut
Oh
the
my
fuck
God.
up.
I am-
Oh,
I'm
okay,
about
come
to
on.
answer.
We're done.
I'm about
Preambling.
to
We're
answer.
done.
Okay, we're just gonna
Actually
move on.
answer.
No more arguing. Come on, we're just gonna move on.
Amy,
Thank you for coming up, Mr. Straight.
Amy,
Calm
I am
down.
Amy, I am not used to hearing you swear.
Wow.
Sorry.
Amy got
Oh, it's
salty.
okay.
If I remember correctly, the
Man.
Tanakh is the combination of the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim, right?
Yeah, the name Tanakh is just an abbreviation for those 3 first letters, right? T, N, and K. Tanakh. The Torah
Okay,
and
gotcha.
Nevi'im and Ketuvim are the 3 parts.
And
Yeah,
in
so the
Discord,
Torah is included in the Tanakh, but the Talmud is just a bunch of rabbis arguing about.
Talmud is
Oh,
separate, yeah.
Yeah, totally separate.
I was
Gotcha.
really disappointed to
in
hear
the-
that King Julian was a theist.
in the Discord chat, I am not a furry is noting in response to Jack Burton that Talmud is the oral Torah.
Yes, in fact, I will clarify it was made from the first Hebrew letter for each of the Mosaic texts, 3 traditional divisions: Torah, instruction of law, Nephin, prophets, and Ketuvim, the writings, and then the Talmud would be separate. It would come after with the rabbis arguing. However, what I really wanted to
In
know
Talmud.
was very specifically why he thinks that the age of the earth, why he thinks the universe is 900 million years old. He's
Exactly.
claiming it.
To
He
be
is
fair-
saying this is what the text says. I want to know why.
To be fair, I didn't actually hear him take any position. All I heard him say was he
No.
claimed that it doesn't say, and that there's just an opinion of the Talmud, but he didn't defend
No,
any
the-
position that I heard.
The question was, what does the Torah say about it? And then he came up with a number. He based the number on what the Talmud says about the Torah.
But
So,
he
according to
clarified. So
him-
I think,
acco-
hey guys,
According to him, because the question was, what does the Torah say about the age of the earth? And he came up with that number. And
But
then
this
he
is just-
spent the entire time defending that number didn't come from the Torah. If it didn't, then why did he come up with the number and justified it because that was what the Talmud said about the Torah?
Peter, I'm just saying, to be
That
fair,
is- that's dishonest.
no, I didn't hear him being dishonest. I think people just kind of seized on what he said and took it to be more than all he was trying to say. He was just
I
saying
asked,
that he.
I clarified that to him, and he doubled down on it.
I
To
didn't
me,
really
that's
hear you guys.
dishonesty.
Like if someone doesn't like all I heard him say was he said that the Torah doesn't really specify, and then he
No.
gave the Talmud number, and he said that's just like the history of human civilization according to the Talmud. And I know it's based off of like genealogical
Which is
estimation.
Which is also wrong.
What? Sure, but the point is he wasn't really defending it, and he wasn't like giving
Well,
an argument for it. But you guys kept asking him
I
to
asked
do
him
so,
to-
and he didn't want to. Hey, let's move on.
I asked him twice specifically.
No,
and
no
he
worries.
kept-
No
he
worries.
kept
We can talk about
deflecting.
it later, Peter.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
I think it's best to argue against the positions people are willing to argue for and defend, not the ones that they're trying to say they don't defend.
He was claiming that the text says it. If he wasn't saying that he wasn't saying, but he was claiming over and over the text says it, then I don't know why. I mean, who cares what the text says? That's great. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, predominantly,
He gave
he
it-
kept trying to defend with, it's like we're saying that it's making these statements, these assertions about reality, and so the text says this, but the evidence says this, and he kept trying to come back. He was trying to deflect by saying, well, the text doesn't answer that question. It's like, no, there's no question being asked. It's literally
Yes.
stating that this is what reality is. It's making assertions about reality. That's it.
I
And then
I
that's where he was
specifically
getting
asked
hemmed
him
up.
to
All right,
give
let's
us
not talk about
a
people when they're
question
not
and an
learning
answer
anymore.
that it did
Yeah,
give.
let's move on.
Let's go ahead and move on to Hooba Booba guy. He wanted to talk about determinism.
Yay! Fun topic.
Oh, before I start my question, here's some constructive criticism. The moderation isn't very good. I don't know why you guys cannot keep to one topic and why you interrupt each other with other topics. Like, you asked this guy the same question 3 times, and then some other moron in this group was like, oh, wait a second, what about this?
Uba,
do
if
this
you're not
guy.
going to stop insulting
Okay,
people or
so-
getting meta, then you're not going to be talking
Okay.
to us.
We can,
So
we can
here's
go
the
to the
deal,
next. We can
Hooba
go to the
Booba.
next one.
Hang on. Huma Booba guy, what is your question, or how are you going to convince us? Go ahead with your argument, please.
Yeah.
He has to be unmuted somehow.
So you can answer Randolph Richardson's question right now. Go.
What is your opinion on determinism? Do you guys believe in free will? Before as a start.
Okay. I lean
No.
heavily toward free will being a real thing, and one of the things I use to support this is that we can't rule out a possible free will particle.
I think it's
According to
it's-
neurologists,
it's-
we don't have free will, so I'm with that.
I think if you read
That's
Daniel
what I was
Dennett's, I think if you read Daniel Dennett's, like the kind of free will worth wanting, he clarifies that what we mean by free will has 2 different senses. One of which is probably incoherent, which is like the freedom to do otherwise, irrespective of causality, and the other is attribution of someone's deliberative choice, whether they made the choice or it was coerced by an outside party. That's the kind that we actually talk about when we talk about it in court. And the kind that we are generally concerned with is, did I originate this idea or did somebody else originate the idea? So you could be a compatibilist in Dennett's terms if you just care about that kind of attribution, and you just don't have to take a position on determinism one way or the other. Because furthermore, if it's the case that determinism doesn't hold, that doesn't mean that you have free will necessarily. It could just be that you are randomly determined to do things rather than predictably determined to do things. It doesn't guarantee you any free will just to say determinism doesn't hold true. I happen to think determinism is true, but it's not really what I care about when I say free will. I just mean you can hold me accountable for my actions. I can hold you accountable for yours. If we're coerced, then we would say that wasn't a free action.
Yeah, and I think determinism versus random is a false dichotomy. I agree with Daniel Dennett that when people are going around telling the general public that they don't have free will, that is unethical, because what happens is people can be, and he gave a great thought experiment for this at one point, where people will end up doing things thinking it's not their choice, it's already chosen for them, and it kind of absolves them of responsibility somehow.
It wasn't a thought experiment. It was actually experimentally found and reproduced weekly by other people. That, yeah, slightly more people cheated on a test after being told determinism meant that there was no free will.
Oh yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an actual thought experiment he put forward where somebody was getting some operation done on their brain, and then the doctors afterwards explained to this patient that they put a microchip in his brain, so they're controlling all his actions. And I don't think that was
an
actually
experiment that actually happened.
No, I don't think that was an experiment that actually happened.
The one I described it.
Really quickly.
So we are
like,
talking about. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the instance where, like, more people cheated on a test after being told determinism was true, right? Choices aren't made in a vacuum. So them cheating on the test, if you're working from the presumption this was a double-blind experiment, well then Yeah, they cheated on the test because they were told that their actions aren't their own fault, but that in turn was an influence on their actions, which caused them to behave differently. So
Yeah,
actions
it's a
are not-
priming effect.
Yeah, choices are not made in a vacuum. Everybody makes choices in direct reflection of their level of information, their understanding of their environment, their past experiences, and their natural proclivities. Most people
Yeah.
don't choose whatever innate desires they have. Like, I don't choose to prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream. I just do. So given the choice between the two,
Yeah,
I'll go with,
conversely.
Vanilla ice cream.
Conversely, more people will cheat another person if a briefcase is in the room than flowers because of the priming effect, right? So there's all sorts of things that influence us in a way that we don't believe is the case, but that do subtly influence our likelihood of taking actions.
And similarly, if I had the choice between the Grinch who stole Christmas and a seasick crocodile, I would choose the seasick crocodile.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rubo.
Okay,
I like to go
Daniel
with Hitchens.
Dennett,
I like to
from
go with
what I
Hitchens.
read
I have free
about,
will because I have no choice.
Okay.
from what I read about him, from what you guys have so far said, it's about the effects that believing or not believing in free will has. But Daniel Dennett himself, you guys know that he believes it's an illusion, right?
Yeah. So he's holding a position which is sometimes called semi-compatibilism, which is basically saying that it is an illusion, but it is an important one, and telling people in an irresponsible way that they just don't have any free will is destructive.
Forgive my Rick and Morty
Yeah.
paraphrasing. Isn't that just determinism with extra steps?
Yeah, he's just basically saying, look, the idea of free will is confused because what we actually care about isn't what we're talking about when we say that we do or don't have free will. Because the part we care about is, are you accountable for your actions? And everyone can hold you account for your actions, regardless of determinism being true or false.
So this free will particle that Mr. Richardson here mentioned, can you tell me more about that?
I can't rule it out because I don't know anything about it other than like I'm
Did you
looking
take it
at
by
it.
faith?
No, it's completely conjectural, not a faith claim.
That's right. I'm suggesting that this is something that would need to be ruled out, this idea, if we are to say absolutely that there is no free will. That's all. I'm not saying it's an actual thing, but the idea with the free will particle would be that it would not be random, and it would not be deterministic, and it would provide, I guess, call it the magic for us to freely decide contrary to what all the deterministic factors in the universe would be. And this is not to take down determinism at all. I think determinism makes a lot of sense. I'm not convinced that determinism is the full picture.
And this particle that you're talking about. In fact, there are 6 of them.
The whole
They're
free
the
will
fundamental
particle
particles
was
of
it's
the
completely
universe.
conjectural. Don't take it serious, man.
Okay, fine. It's
If you're talking about like whether or not superdeterminism holds true, or whether quantum fluctuations are completely random, that is an open question in physics, right? There's different interpretations of quantum mechanics. The problem is,
as we have looked into it, quantum fluctuations seem to be completely random, and they do not attribute anything for an argument for free will because it's randomness.
Seemingly random to us. If you're gonna posit an omniscient being, there is no randomness.
And it's important to point out that we're talking stochastic here when we're saying random.
Wait, I want to ask a question.
Yeah, randomness is not free will.
When you're asking about determinism, are you asking about physicalism, kinds related to the mind, or are you asking about determinism in physics related to quantum mechanics and non-determinism?
In broader physics, I would say, not in the fundamental part, because as already mentioned, when we go near the quantum level, it makes no sense at that point because we don't know. But I would like to say that actually, I hoped at least one of you would be a free will advocate, because then I would argue that person. But yeah, I lost a few brain cells from the previous guy because blah blah blah.
Yeah, well, hopefully you can freely recover them. I lean heavily toward free will, but again, I can't prove it.
Free from what?
Either way.
Free from what, though?
Pretty much, it's like we perceive that we do, even though there's evidence to the contrary. But
yeah, I believe it's an illusion.
Ultimately, it really doesn't matter, because it's not like we could change it from what it is, that we could get more information that could provide more insight into making a determination as to which one might be true. But we do perceive that we have free will to a degree. So there's evidence both sides. Pretty much we can sit in the middle. But,
All right, thanks. I'm finished with the convo. We
And are you familiar with Bell's theorem?
Yes.
So yeah, I happen to just be researching this recently. So like in terms of physicists and how they fall on interpretations of quantum mechanics and whether randomness is the case, there is still the possibility that Bell's theorem could be answered by a hidden variables theory that is super deterministic. So it would just turn out to be the case that there actually is a determinism, we don't have access to it, but our decisions to measure things are just influenced by it. So they're just part of it.
How does this relate to Bell's theorem, though?
Okay, so Bell's basically saying that there is statistical independence, right?
The Bell's theorem is a mathematical theorem. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It states basically that any two physical systems that interact with each other can become entangled.
Right. But there's a loophole in Bell's theorem which postulates that systems could be measured in a way which would be based on hidden variables rather than actual randomness. So the decision to measure a given thing is just part of
hidden variables, like the Einstein's interpretation of how entanglement happens, but that has not been proven either. And we have so far, even after decades, we haven't even found any clue, any indication that hidden variables are a thing.
Yeah, but it's all undetermined. We don't know. That's why I just don't think free will depends on determinism one way or the other, even if I lean towards determinism.
I agree with that.
If it's undetermined. Okay, fine.
Do you believe in God?
I have to, yes.
Why is that?
It was determined.
I knew that was coming.
That's a good answer.
He needs you, my friend, need a free will particle.
Yeah,
that was a fun answer.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me, and I hope your convo goes on greatly for you guys. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks for raising such an interesting topic.
You're welcome.
I have to say, just before we go on to someone else, even though I think that my questions pertained, I misspoke. And so the Tanakh is the Torah, one of the 3 books, and then the Talmud is the interpretations. I still stand by the questions that I was asking. I don't think I got them, but that doesn't matter. I should still always provide information, not misinformation.
Oh yeah, your questions were solid. He just wanted to drown you in minutia.
Indeed.
You know what's funny, guys?
Welcome back.
In the chat right now, we have a Catholic young Earth creationist and a Protestant flat earther fighting over the infallible Word of God.
Only on Discord.
Yeah, we love our audiences here.
We're gonna set up an arena, throw him some oil, and just let him wrestle it out.
We've got Cantbot up next.
Fight.
Hello, Not P. How are you? Thank you for joining us. We've accepted your proposition of joining us. Oh.
He's been in queue so long, it broke.
Oh, he raised his hand again.
How's it going, Not P?
It's a glitch that happens all the time. But can you hear me?
Matrix, indeed.
Yes, we can hear you. What have you got for us today? Welcome.
Thanks. My thing is about like TJump's moral system. So TJump cited, I don't know if you're there, TJump, are you there?
We can discuss the concept with or without TJump, but it looks like he's here.
Okay.
TJump has been replaced by a
he
potato.
said that like citing PhD philosophers counts as evidence for the positions that he holds. And Alex Malpass is a moral realist, and moral realism is a position that TJump holds. So if Alex Malpass, who has a PhD, also happens to be a moral realist, and he creates an entire section as to why your view isn't even moral realism, because you don't have any normativity in your system, do you think that criticism is evidence against your moral theory?
No, because I never said citing experts was evidence.
You never said that?
No.
Well, that's just a lie. I mean, you can take back that position, but that's what you said about 6 months ago with a
Nope.
conversation with Darth Arianis. You don't remember that?
That was a troll conversation. That wasn't a serious conversation.
Okay, well, either way, I mean, you still think that obviously you don't need normativity for moral
Right,
realism?
you
Are there
don't.
any positions that you're aware of that are
Yes,
like similar
there's
to
one
it?
listed on the Stanford Encyclopedia for moral naturalism at number 6, I think. I think it starts with a T. There's actually a number of
Do
them.
you know the name of the
You
position?
can, not off the top of my head, no, but you can check it because I just gave you a source. You can also Google morality without normativity. There'll be a number of papers that pop up.
Yeah, so can you demonstrate the coherence of that view that you cited?
Yes, there's no logical contradiction that makes it coherent.
Wait, so you're not giving an account of like it's truth apt. The view could be truth apt, but it still could be logically false. So what is your account of incoherence? What do you think incoherence is?
That it doesn't make any logical sense, contains a contradiction, is not able to be understood.
Well, but what if it violates a predicate of what it means to be normative?
There is no such thing. That's your presupposition. So if you presuppose
Not
some
a
definition,
presupposition.
shush. If you presuppose a
No, you
particular
shush.
definition, you shush, or we're going to mute you. So if you presuppose a particular definition, and I think that definition is wrong, it doesn't violate anything until you can actually prove that that definition corresponds to reality, which you can't.
No, that's not what's happening. So look, you're saying that moral facts aren't normative, but it's built into the concept of a moral fact. If you knew
No, it's
anything
built
about
into your
conceptual
concept, kiddo.
analysis, no, shush.
Shush.
If you knew anything, no, shush. If you
Kiddo,
knew anything about
kiddo.
conceptual analysis,
Kiddo, you're
yeah,
done.
it's
Kiddo,
built
you're
into
done.
the
You're
concept.
not,
Kiddo,
come
you're
on,
done.
dude.
So you have an idea. You think your definition is right. You're wrong. You're a dumbass. And that's it. It's that simple. You presupposing that your definition must necessarily be true because it's how you like to define it is wrong. So it's a really simple concept to understand. If you don't understand that, that just means you're not qualified to do basic philosophy.
You gotta love these guys that specifically come out here just to like target TJump. You got a lot of people with a grudge against you, bud.
Yep, that's a
All
good
right.
thing. Free advertising, especially when they're this easy to own.
We've got Billy up next. For those of you who know him, I don't know if that's just his well, that's his
Did
clubhouse
Kantbot
name.
already get kicked off?
Hello,
What's up, my man?
lols. Hello, lols. ZZZ. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. What have you got for us today?
Lols.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what all of your opinions on the is-ought gap are.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. Could you repeat the last words?
Yeah, I wanted to ask what your view on the is-ought gap is.
The is-ought gap.
Yeah, the moral
Yeah.
proposition that you can't derive an ought from an is.
Hume's guillotine.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
adhere to Kant's hypothetical imperative. I believe that oughts are derived from other oughts, and those oughts would be desires or preferences that we have for certain circumstances. And we behave so as to actualize those circumstances, even if it's subconscious.
Right. So
Like
oughts are built
everybody in
into-
every given instance is behaving in such a way as to actualize some prioritized preference they have. Like even
Right.
people who don't have like empathy or a sense of morality will behave in their own self-interest. So for instance, if you're like a psychopath and you don't think it's wrong morally to murder a person, well, if you don't want to go to prison, you ought not murder. So you would adhere to that self-interest. But for other people,
Yeah.
Those of us who prefer a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, if you desire a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, you ought not murder, right? Ought in this context only refers to actions or behaviors which are most conducive to your preferred outcome. But again, this is deriving an ought from an ought. You can't derive an ought from an is. You could say it is the case that,
Sure.
California law prohibits texting while driving, but that cannot tell you why you ought not text and drive. If you don't want to get into a car accident, you ought not text and drive.
Sure. So you're saying that oughtness is sort of built into
He's agreeing. He's agreeing there is an is-ought distinction, and you can't get an ought from an is. He's agreeing.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that you're saying that that oughtness is built into sort of like intentionality or desires or something like that.
Yeah, that's the only coherent way to, like, if I told you you ought not murder as just a naked statement with no other conditionals, like, that's not informative, because your next question is going to be why. Okay, so then I'm going to have to appeal to your self-interest, like something you desire to be the case. Do you desire happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society? No. Do you desire to stay at a prison? No. Do you desire to be treated with respect as opposed to hostility and contempt? No. Well, then I can't really tell you why you ought not murder. But if you do go out and start murdering people, because I do desire all of those things, happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, to be treated with respect as opposed to contempt and hostility, not to go to prison, I ought stop you. So then we're just going to fight, which is how every moral problem throughout the dawn of time has been resolved.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Does anyone else have any views on?
I mean, I pretty much agree with what he said. I think that when you get down to it, I don't think any meta-ethical position is wholly satisfactory, and the way we actually operate is sort of like meta-ethical pluralism, right? We use all sorts of different perspectives, and the thing we care about that arrives at what we generally think is the goodest answer possible at any given time, the good, is more like a deliberative process, like how we construct a court to be adversarial, to arrive at the truth through a conflict of ideas. And what people say when they say my moral system is, founded upon God, or founded upon this, or founded upon the perfect form of utilitarianism, or any perfect meta-ethical claim, is almost always just like a very narrow, particular one-sided version of morality that might work in their head for certain toy problems that they think it's ideal for. But what actually happens is like science. It's a messy process of error elimination and argument and comparing different points of view. And I would just refer to that as like pluralism. But I think if you look at like Blackburn's quasi-realism, he just says we're naturally predisposed to talk about morality as though it's real, because the vast majority of moral propositions have to do with facts about the world and seeming logical conclusions that are derived from facts about the world. And it's just which facts we agree upon and our methods of drawing conclusions from those that differ slightly enough that we can't agree on any one meta-ethical approach.
I also think that if you can agree with biological conscious creatures, you can start to derive oughts. The problem is when people don't care about living organisms that are conscious, just like Xerxes and Ix were saying, is that then it ends up being external forces. I think that most of us just feel good from a lot of these moral axioms, and so just petting a puppy's head and feeding them just is easy to us. It actually is moral to the vast majority of us. But if you don't have that, if you are a psychopath, if you don't have any moral or empathetic framework, then it's going to be up to external forces like the police or vigilantes or any sort of force that would actually counter them to have us to have a functional society.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a moral subjectivist, so I think that the idea of like some mind-independent oughts is very, if not incoherent, very strange. So I deny that there are objective morals, like objective oughts. That seems weird
As
to
far
me.
as I've ever been as far as I have ever experienced in conversations about morality, nobody has ever provided to me, at least, a definition of ought which would even be coherent if it were mind independent.
Well, yeah, I mean, I take oughts to be, I take good to be a semantic primitive, and ought to also be a semantic primitive. So I don't think that they're going to be able to provide some sort of like further definition. Like, I don't think you can provide a definition of time, for instance. Or maybe causes. some people take cause to be a semantic primitive. Other people deny that.
I'm a moral realist who thinks that aughts are not coherent also.
It seems like that's just like a different
Objective
concept
odds
in
are
mind.
coherent.
I mean, that's just like a different concept in mind entirely. I mean,
Well, no, because
you can say
morality
that.
is a phenomenon, and whatever explains that phenomenon is morality. The fact that you particularly choose one
What's the
interpretation,
phenomenon?
moral intuitions, the things that we use moral language to refer to.
And intuition is some sort of like feeling.
Yes.
So morality is.
No. That is the sensation. It doesn't tell us what morality is.
Well, I'm asking what
Right.
morality
So we
is.
have an
I'm asking
intuition, and we call that moral, but that may or may not be an expression of morality. So it could be.
Right, I'm asking you what morality is
I think it's
to
undiscovered law
you.
of physics.
And what is the law of physics?
It's like gravity. It's just a law of physics.
He holds that it's he holds that it's possibly
these
an
are-
undiscovered law of physics is what it is.
Yeah, but I'm
whereas
asking
I
you
hold
what
to
the
it
law-
is that like a moral relativist, I hold to it that it's a combination of your empathy, which is a spectrum, obviously, but your evolved sense of empathy, which is where you get your intuitions from, your moral intuitions, your empathy, the influence of your parents and your peer groups in your formative years, and the society that you live in.
These aren't mutually exclusive. So when we say that a thing is a law of reality, all I mean by that is that this is the way reality presently behaves, and there's no apparent reason for it not to behave that way. Like, we've never observed reality not behaving this way. So when we say that morality is like a law of nature, all we're saying is that the desires for certain outcomes or behaviors that cognitive beings possess is apparently somehow in tune with just the nature of the way the world works. So one would say, like, conscious sentient beings that are biological are going to have similar desires for conditions to grow and prosper, because the prime directive of all biological organisms is to survive and to reproduce and to prosper.
No, I deny that there's some sort of like prime directive. I mean, like, people decide to kill themselves
Axiomatically,
all the
yes, and they remove
people
themselves
decide
from
to
the
kill
decision-making
themselves all the
process.
time, right?
Yes, they do, and they remove themselves from the decision-making process, because when it comes to like the function of a civilization or a society, like, only the people who stick around are going to have any kind of influential decision-making power on the way that that society is formed. Societies begin
No, that's not
at
true.
the moment when people agree on how to treat each other. That is the initiation of society, a social contract. How are we going to treat each other? What is conducive to working together? A group of individuals in a particular population that do not agree to work together never build a society in the first place. So society is the result of some underlying social contract. And that is what we would consider the law of nature. That unless these organisms
some law of
come together
nature,
to... Yeah, like the law of nature would be, unless organisms agree to treat each other in a way that is conducive to prosperity, society never begins in the first place. So here we are, all living all postmodern and ironic in a society, right, looking from the top down as opposed from the bottom up.
So I would be a little more
We all agree on how we're going to
specific.
treat each other, and that builds society.
I'd be more specific. I think it's like gravity.
So I might agree that like that okay, so one thing I disagree is that like somebody who sort of like decides to commit suicide removes themselves from like impacting the society. I mean, I can imagine a world in which someone deciding to commit suicide actually impacts the society more than if they didn't.
That's not what I'm saying, Lols. I'm saying that a person who commits suicide is not present to make decisions about how we are supposed to be treating each other, right?
Well, that's
People who
just
kill
obviously
themselves
true,
often
right?
do
They
so
don't make
because...
any decisions if they're dead.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's just trivially true. No one's going to disagree with that.
So as an axiom, biological organisms are generally programmed to prefer life over death. This is like the first step
I don't think they're
in
programmed
evolution.
to do anything.
It's just a natural consequence of the way organisms evolved, right? The organisms who evolved to have a preference for life over death survived a little bit better than the ones who didn't have that preference.
Okay.
And that
I
was
mean,
the
I don't think
characteristic that
anyone's
was
gonna.
passed down throughout the animal kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, I think that generally organisms have some sort of like, or at least some level of intelligent organisms have pleasure senses and
Well, it's what we call
they
biological
desire to.
imperatives. We have biological imperatives.
No, I
Yes,
don't know what
that's
that
why we
means.
call them
I don't know what
biological.
biological
That's why we call
I
them
don't know what that
biological.
means.
It's a part of biology. It's literally the imperative of
Wait, but
organisms.
biology
Organisms have
doesn't get you to warts.
no. It's just that this is what we call biological imperatives: to survive,
Well, maybe
to
you're using
breed,
something.
survive, to breed, to eat, to sleep, to drink water. That these are
No, but
all biological
you're talking
imperatives.
about. You're talking about. Okay, maybe we're just talking past each other because I take imperative to be what's normative, right? So, are you taking that to be normative or not?
As just like a state of being a human being or state of being an organism, a living
No,
organism.
I'm asking when you say the term biological imperative.
I wouldn't say it's an odd. No.
Okay, well
I'd say
okay.
us having is it's not like saying like I'm equating like biological imperatives are something that's built into us, very similar, no different than like we have 2 arms and 2 legs. Like we have a brain, we have 1 heart, we have 2 lungs, we have 2 kidneys, so on and so forth. We have empathy, which we evolved over time. Empathy is one of the things that was greatest in our survival as a species. And so therefore those who had more empathy, their genes were passed on because they were positively selected for. So empathy was a trait that was positively selected for. So a part of the things that enabled the positive selection was our survival imperatives, our biological imperatives enabled us to be positively selected in specific ways. In fact, those who had a high biological imperative, because not all biological imperatives are the same. They're also a spectrum because there are some individuals who have very low biological imperatives. Well, those individuals who have low imperatives are individuals who don't have kids, who don't get married, who don't participate in society, and will, and sometimes they're mentally ill, and sometimes will kill themselves or will wander off and never contribute, and they just die and they never pass their genes along. But the biological imperatives that we have were selected for. So those who had a high drive to breed, had a high drive to promote society, to promote a particular moral frame, who were empathetic, resulted in the societies and to the civilization that we have today. So there is hardwired into us as our empathy, as our cognitive ability, as the fact that we have 2 arms and 2 legs.
And if I could just show an example of how biology is a good foundation. So in Islam, they often cut off a thief's left hand, I do believe, but we often get asked the question, well, isn't it objectively moral to just randomly go around and cutting people's heads off? Well, could you imagine a biological system in which our heads grew back? And not only did our heads grow back, it was painless. And so people could just go around cutting heads all day and it would come right back. It almost seems like it would change how we view morality depending on the organism.
Yeah, sure. That's, I guess, presupposing in the background that life is good and pain is bad and some sort of.
agree.
Yeah, I'm just saying that physical facts don't get you to warts.
Sure.
Yeah, we would. I think the vast majority of the panel agrees with you that you can't derive an is from an ought, and that I happen to agree. I pretty much hold Xerxes' same position that and objective oughts are like incoherent. So yeah, but we simply go off of what we need. Yeah, we are products of our chemistry. We're products of our bodies, and our genetics have particular things that are built in that have been positively selected for over time. And essentially, to kind of put it in a poetic sense, we are slaves to our biology. We have these drives. There are varying degrees. Some people don't have them as strongly as other people. I know people, I grew up with friends who were like, I'm going to have a family. And that was like this thing in their life because they felt this need to do it. I don't have that need. I don't have a need to have kids. In fact, I don't want kids. So it's different for different people. We all try to leave a different mark on the world in different ways. But like I said, it's just part of our biology. That's what it is. It's not an ought. It's just that's the way we are. And it's not the same for everybody, which is why we can know it's not an ought. It's just a biological, it's what we define as biological imperatives.
Sure. Do you think there are subjective oughts there?
Yes.
There are subjective oughts.
Yeah. If I want chocolate ice cream, I should go to the store and buy chocolate ice cream.
Oh, damn you. Thanks so
So-
much. TJump.
So buy it, not steal it.
I should seal it.
Or if I want chocolate ice cream, I ought to go get chocolate ice cream. I have to go get it. How I get it, that's another determination.
Yeah, there we go. That's more neutral.
So, but you agree though that oughts aren't derived from physical stuff, right?
That's a
you can look at
subjective
them-
one, right? So if it's just
Right.
a concept of your mind, that's fine.
Oh, okay. So you'd be like a dualist or something, like,
I
or
think
at
it's
least
like this is the case. This is the case. So therefore, I ought to do this.
No, I think
So
that
like
that odd
Yeah.
is a product of neurons, so it is physical. That odd is a product of neurons.
But you said, wait, but that's a contradiction because you said that that you can't derive oughts from physical stuff.
You can't derive objective oughts from physical stuff. Subjective ones you can do just fine.
Wait. Oh, okay. I didn't use the qualifier objective oughts. I just said you can't derive an ought from
Right.
physical stuff.
We were assuming you meant objective, but yeah, if you want subjective, yeah, you can get subjective oughts from physical stuff, no problem.
Can I ask you, Lulz, this is all interesting, but does this have any bearing on like your position on theism? Are you agnostic still? Where do you fall in that?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic. Yeah.
Cool.
And
all right.
Did you want to talk about that at all?
Talk about what? Sorry.
Did you want to talk about agnosticism at all? I mean, the ethical stuff is interesting too, but I just wondered if you had anything to talk about on that subject, since we are the Theist Helpline.
Yeah, sure. I guess like most of you are like atheists. So I guess like, is there like some sort of like argument for atheism?
I'm an agnostic atheism. I'm agnostic because I don't know whether deities exist. I'm an atheist because I don't believe atheists exist. I'm not familiar with any argument in favor of that. It's just a state of non-belief. I guess the opposite of that would be believing in at least one deity. So there are all kinds of tenets and justification for believing deities exist, and then there are some atheists who take a position that deities actually don't exist. That will entail some burdens of proof as well. So that's I guess one thing to consider. Go ahead, JL.
I would say that if God is real, someone ought to come up with some evidence for it.
I don't think it's not that there's like an argument for atheism. Is that atheism is the conclusion that you come to after a critical evaluation of the claim. So, like, if you're a theist, you hold a particular belief. If you present that belief and then I reject that belief and I do not hold that belief, then I am, ipso facto, I am an atheist because I do not hold that same belief that you hold. That when it's understood that it's not a claim that is justifiable and that belief is unwarranted, is essentially where you get to that. So it's like essentially when it all boils down to is that the theist claim that a God exists is predominantly on a number of fallacies. So on some confirmation bias, on a number of logical fallacies, pretty much just appeals to emotion, psychological utility, blah, 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 blah. When it comes down to it, it's like, is this belief warranted as a thing that is true in reality? Not just because it makes me feel good, but is this a thing that is true about reality? No, that is not a warranted belief to hold. And therefore, I am an atheist.
Yeah, I got lots of arguments for atheism. Most human concepts, as we come up to them, are figments of our imagination and do not correspond to reality. God is such a concept, therefore it's likely a figment of our imagination and not a correspondent to reality.
I agree.
Cool. Yeah, I agree with that.
Most
right?
concepts.
TJump, that seems well thought out and logical.
Now I know why they hate you so much.
Can I ask you a question, Lulz? This will sound a bit annoying, and every agnostic probably hates hearing this, but it's kind of like if you're in Ireland and you say you're an Irish atheist or an Irish agnostic, they'll say, yeah, but are you a Protestant agnostic or atheist, or are you a Catholic atheist or agnostic, right? They want to know which side you're really on. When you say you're an agnostic, irrespective of that position, do you believe a God exists?
No.
Okay.
Welcome to the team.
And I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that you are an atheist, even if you don't think that there is a single logical argument that would cover all possible God claims, like some global definition of atheism might require in your head. I think it's a default position on an irrational claim that has a natural explanation that's an alternative, that is the better explanation, and we abductively can just conclude that religions are man-made, and we see no reason to believe that their claims are true, independent of their like hokey, made-up origins.
I agree, although I'm very careful not to call it a position when it's a default. It's to me that'd be the lack of a position, but I get what you're meaning.
I mean, I take a position that if a foreign prince offers to send you $1 million, we don't need to prove that that prince is a fraud, right? We have background knowledge from the failed history of such frauds that we don't need to demonstrate every such fraud is a fraud.
Oh yeah, and then of course there's that meme of that actual prince who's wondering why nobody believes him whenever he sends emails.
Are you saying I'm not getting my $1 million this weekend?
Sorry, Amy.
Damn it.
No.
In fact, you might want to check your bank account.
Oh.
Yeah, claims should be met with skepticism and disbelief as the default, and be expected to stand on their own merits before they're considered to be reliable.
A big thing that constantly comes up, and I don't know if this will go towards it, lulls, as far as like, you know, the conclusion that I come to of atheism, is that there's a double standard posed by the Christian worldview that I see, and the double standard being that we have a methodology, a very strict and refined methodology that we've developed over thousands of years in order to determine the difference between what is true and what is imaginary, as TJump likes to so eloquently put it. And it's taken time, but ever since, you know, our earliest civilizations, we have developed this scientific understanding of our reality, and we have gotten it to a point over thousands of years that it is very strict, it's very refined, the methodology is sound. So when it comes to it, when we look at the claim of the Bible, predominantly the very first and foremost claim that God exists. And just there's a lot of things that come from that, like angels exist, demons exist, so and so. But if you look at the whole God exists thing, that methodology works. The methodology we use works for virtually every truth claim in reality. Planets, cosmology, physics, geology, any field of science, it all boils down to that. That methodology works. It provides novel testable predictions that have frighteningly accurate results, and allows us to understand reality to an extremely accurate degree and make predictions about that reality. But this methodology works for everything except this one claim that God exists. That right there, that problem would be something that an omniscient entity would recognize as a giant hurdle. Okay? Which leads to, so why is it this way? So I ask Christians, why is it this way? And the typical response is because it requires faith. Given the inherent problems in faith, the omniscient entity would recognize it, would know that from the jump. Before it even created everything, it would know, you know what? Faith as a requirement is going to be a real problem. Okay, when it comes to deriving a legitimately critically honest assessment. Okay, to forego the rigorous methodology we've developed that tells us the truth about reality and has enabled us to survive, the past 250,000 years. Okay, but ignore all of that and eschew all of that advancement, all of that understanding, and predicate this one solely on your feelings. That is deeply problematic. And it runs counter that an omniscient entity would recognize this. It would also recognize that just revealing itself to everybody, absolutely and implicitly, would not entail that we would instantly all become, Christians or followers. It would mean that we can't be atheists anymore, but it doesn't necessarily entail that we would follow this thing, because we would still have more questions, when it comes down to it. So there are things that are entailed there that are deeply problematic, that it all comes down to take it on faith. It's like, no, because I can't determine if I'm wrong or not. And I'm not going to fall into a sinkhole just because you tell me the faith that there's no sinkhole there.
Neil deGrasse Tyson made a fantastic speech from the last episode of the first season of the new Cosmos series. And there's these 5 rules for science he talks about. And they are to question authority, question yourself, test ideas, follow the evidence wherever it leads, and remember, most importantly, that you could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna leave, but I do have to respond to JL. So
Yeah.
there's a few things that I think I disagree with. So if you're talking about sort of like methodology, I take you're talking about like scientific methodology of testing, making novel predictions and things like that. Like,
yeah, the process by which we determine the truth of a thing. The evidence that we have, obviously you know the process, but the evidence we have, and then we use that evidence to make predictions. Those predictions come true, therefore the evidence is validated, and so there, so on and so forth. Then we build upon that and extrapolate that to other fields so that we create this preponderance of evidence. Correct.
sure, but there are things that methodology can't prove, and I don't think it's just some God claim. It can't prove that consciousness exists. It can't prove that. It can't get you to any normative claims or moral claims. It can't get you to.
But it doesn't claim that it does. What it does is explains phenomena. Okay, so it says this thing that we observe, we make an observation that human beings are capable of of what we arbitrarily call moral action. Well, why are human beings capable? So we look for the mechanistic explanation as to why we're capable of these things. And then we understand the mechanistic explanation, which is it's a combination of our empathy, our naturally evolved empathy, the external influence of our parents and our peer groups and our education, and of course society. There we have that's it. That's all we need. We know why the phenomena occurs.
But the point is that, and this is why I'm very anti-new atheist. The point is that when sort of things like guys like Krauss and Dawkins and Hitchens and guys like that, they sort of like they ask for evidence, but a lot of the arguments for God are not empirical arguments. They're a
right.
priori
So
arguments.
no, you're right. You're right on that. So if I'm saying that, if you say that this thing exists, and I say, please give evidence that supports this existence, or the methodology by which you determined it. But if it's unable to, no. But if you come back with no, the claim cannot be tested like that. That's why I said the theistic claims boil down to faith.
Well,
that's why I put that caveat in there.
It doesn't follow, though. It doesn't follow.
What do you mean it doesn't follow?
Well, I'm saying that you could have a priori arguments that are very reasonable to believe that are not like faith-based.
And the a priori arguments are predicated on what?
But of course, I would argue that ultimately, science is built upon assumptions as well. Right?
At its earliest, I will agree. At its earliest stages, yes, but now, no. We're far beyond that. Yes, we had to assume things. In science, in its earliest stages, did have to assume things about reality. It absolutely did.
Because we didn't know anything things about reality now, right? It has to assume that the future is going to be like past.
No, it doesn't. Because a thing is true because it is true now, not because it might be true in the future. Is how science works.
I think you're confusing the hypothesis and the like metaphysical assumption. So like you can assume the universe is going to be different, therefore in the future you're going to see this unexpected thing. That's perfectly fine in science. We don't care. The assumption part is the conceptual part. So you can have conceptual evidence, 1 + 1 = 2. You can make conceptual arguments for like a priori things you should believe. Those won't ever be evidence for things that are claimed about the external world. For that, you would need something more than the a priori arguments. The a priori arguments are perfectly fine for what?
Look, I'm saying you have to assume induction, right? Like you can't prove induction via induction.
It doesn't matter. So like, you can assume induction is false and then make a prediction. That's fine too.
Yeah,
So-
so long
Assume
as my novel
those-
testable predictions yield frighteningly accurate results, and then I can use those to expound upon and cover more. As long as those predictions come true, then the interpretation of that evidence is validated. So then I understand this thing, like much how we derive like the law of superposition or the law of the laws of thermodynamics or various other laws that we have or principles or theorems that we have. Yes, science allows for change because it allows for the propensity for the acquirement of new evidence. It's intellectually honest that way. It's like, sure, we can't know everything, and we know that there is information out there that we will never attain just by virtue of physics
That's
itself.
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have to assume some things in science, that the bottom basic beliefs, like the external world.
No, because if like in geology, what is like for example, in geology, what does geology assume? A geologist will make an assumption.
I'm not a geologist. I don't know, but look.
Wait.
the
Can
point
let
is-
me. So it
I'm
doesn't. You can
saying
start
the
with
most
whatever assumptions you want.
basic
One sec.
beliefs
Let me listen.
are
You can start.
going
One
to
sec.
assumptions.
Shut up for a second. You can start with whatever assumptions you want. That's fine. But in order to make those assumptions justified, you need to be able to make novel predictions. So you can start with the assumption of magical pixie leprechauns. I don't care. But if you can't verify it with some other independent means, just making those assumptions is worthless. It's not evidence. So starting with the assumption of God is no different than starting with the assumption of induction. The difference is when you can make predictions that come true based off those assumptions. That's what makes one reasonable and one not.
Okay, so I see what TJump was saying there, like confusing with the hypothesis. Hypothesis is just asking a question. The hypothesis is not assumed to be true. It's a question based upon observation that we don't have an answer for. And then we test, and then we find out either the hypothesis holds or the hypothesis does not. That's where the experimentation process comes in. And then if the hypothesis holds, then it moves on to, I mean, this is totally like in a nutshell. And then it moves on to peer review. And then once it's independently verified, moves on, then it eventually becomes a theorem. So the theorem itself holds until new evidence is presented. And we keep throwing stuff at the theorem. Even though like the theory of like germ disease or the theory of germ theory of disease, we still try to poke holes at it. Theory of quantum electrodynamics, still trying to poke holes in it. Haven't done it yet, but people are still going to try because the first person that does is going to rewrite how we know electrothermodynamics. So, because we keep trying to understand it, we could have all the information we will ever have about any one particular theorem, like evolution, arguably probably the most well-understood theory in all of human history. We could currently have all the information we could possibly get on that, but we'll never assume that we do. But it doesn't make an assumption. It asks a question, which doesn't assume the truth of anything. It just says, given the evidence at hand, what if this? What do I see if I do this? And then we experiment, and then we don't see that, or we do see that. So on and so forth.
I understand. Look, I understand the hypodeductive method and falsification and things like that. I understand that. I'm just saying that at the bottom basic level, you have to make some assumptions.
Oh my God! So let me answer this, JL. Please don't jump in.
Yeah,
Everybody starts with assumptions. Yes, that doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So I can start with the assumption there is a magical pixie up my butt. What matters is can I make predictions based off those assumptions? If I can, then my assumptions, whatever they are justified. If I can't, they're not justified. So it's fine.
No, but look, I'm understanding assumption to be just unjustifiable, right? So if you're saying that assumptions can be justified,
yes, they can.
Then we're not talking about assumptions.
So assumptions are just the first part of a
Just
hypothesis.
Like,
no, that's just wrong. Like you can justify any assumption. It's literally dumb to think you couldn't justify an assumption. Like,
well, that's what I'm just taking the term to mean.
But that's an incoherent term. That's meaningless. Like no one would ever use the term then. So like you can start with any assumption you want, and then you can find evidence for it and justify it. Like there's no reason to think by definition you couldn't justify an assumption. That's gibberish.
Look, I'm just saying that's just what I mean by the term assumption.
Well, then that's false. So there's nothing that no worldview starts with either of those. The Christians don't start with that, and the atheists don't start with that. Nobody starts with that.
Definitions are arbitrary. They can't be false.
Let's grant your definition. Theists don't have that, and atheists don't have that. Neither of them have that. They both start with assumptions that can be justified. None of them starts with assumptions that can't be justified.
I deny that. I'm very skeptical that there's some sort of like.
Now, Laws, are you talking about like
for
radical
induction or
skepticism? Are you
something.
talking about like radical skepticism, like I assume that I exist and that I have experiences? Are you talking? Are you going to like fundamental,
Yeah,
like
not
baseline
necessarily
assumptions?
going that far.
Huh?
Not necessarily going that far. I'm just skeptical that there's going to be like some proof that induction works or something like that.
Again, so I
think that
tried to explain that earlier.
yes,
If I assume induction works and I make a prediction and that prediction is true, comes correct, that is a justification to believe induction. Is it proof? No,
but
you
that's
don't need
just to
proof.
assume induction.
Every hypothesis, you assume the hypothesis first and then make a prediction. If it's right, the hypothesis is justified.
Yeah,
That's
but
how it works.
predictions coming true is assuming induction.
No, you can assume induction is false and
Yes.
still make predictions.
Okay,
I can
but
assume
that's
that the universe will not always be uniform and it will change, and the gravity will be repulsive at the end of the universe and get it right.
look. I'm saying when you say that, well, if induction holds, we will expect to see this. Then we see this. That's just assuming induction.
Every hypothesis,
Not
you start
proving.
with the assumption your hypothesis is correct. Every one of them. That's fine. That's not a problem. I can start with the assumption induction is wrong and make a prediction. And if I get it right, that is evidence to justify my assumption. So any assumption you can start with, anything, square circles, I don't care. If you can make predictions that you get right based off of that assumption, the assumption is justified, including God, sky daddies, magical pixie leprechauns. Doesn't make a difference. You can start with any assumption. In science, every hypothesis you start with to make predictions, you assume your hypothesis is correct and then infer the consequences of what you're going to see. This is not a problem. It's totally fine to assume your hypothesis is correct and make predictions. That's not circular.
No. Wait, you think you have a non-circular justification for induction?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was it doesn't make a difference if you start with your assumptions and expect them to be true and make predictions. That's fine. That's logically consistent. It's not a problem. It doesn't mean they can't be justified. There's not an inference there. Just because you start with them and you assume that they're true does not mean they can't be justified. That's the claim you're making, and it's just false.
On your understanding of assumptions, then sure.
On sciences and
but
theists, on
I'm
everybody
just
who isn't you.
asking you. I'm just asking you the question. Like, do you think you have a non-circular justification for induction?
Sure, I can make a prediction. If induction is correct, I will do something and I will see this result. And if induction is not correct, I will not see this result. I do see the result. That's justification for induction.
Okay, I've never heard that before, but that's interesting, I suppose.
And now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll move down, but I wanted to ask you, TJump, I'm busy with my masters at the moment, but do you still go on Modern Day Debate?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I was interested in I have some views about your moral theory, and I was wondering if you wanted to later on in the year, because I can't do it anytime soon, go on Modern Day Debate if you're interested.
I have my own channel. I don't run Modern Day Debate.
Sure, but if I were to talk to James and
can you just PM TJump? I'm sure he'll get back to you.
Yeah, if you could talk, James can set it up if he's interested.
Okay. But you'd be okay with that?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me. I'll peace out. Cheers for
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Cheers to you. Thank you for joining us.
TJump, you got the cough and everything, just like Walter White.
All right. So the next everyone good? Anybody want to say anything?
I just wanted to say, just to close on that subject, I don't know exactly why he brought up the whole induction thing, as though that's a defeater for, or an equalizer between science and religion, that they're both equally speciously based on assumptions or something. But the problem of induction was taken seriously in the philosophy of science by people like Popper, and the whole reason for the abolition of positivism and the idea of verificationism and the switch to something like falsification, critical rationalism, which then led into like the Feuerbachian like paradigm model that we sort of have now. The whole reason for that was because Popper took the problem of induction seriously and said, if we want science to be not so ad hoc, we need to, because people can always just like revise theories, right? We have to allow for falsification to be a more deductive process, which sort of counteracts the otherwise deductive nature of science, right? So that is a problem. Problem of induction exists. It is something that's corrected for by the scientific method that we use today and takes it seriously and holds that as one of the reasons for the criterion of falsification being so important.
And I just want to point out, I agree with what Ick said, and that I also want to point out, even though he was an agnostic, kind of leaning towards atheist, I will keep on pushing back that the theists don't actually fix the is-ought problem by just asserting that it is a god.
I found it interesting that he went that direction when it was kind of like about, how we have this double standard and that this omniscient God would know this. I was hoping for a good solid addressing of that.
But maybe someone will come on, young Earth creationists.
Just to let everybody know, we've got about 45 minutes left, I think. We might be able to go about 10 minutes longer, but that's about it. I also would like to acknowledge somebody I forgot to acknowledge at the beginning.
Pepperidge Farm.
Did we
Pepperidge
lose you?
Farm does remember.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
And also follow, and subscribe.
Yes, so that would be a special thanks to Answers in Atheism for promoting the Theist Helpline on February 14th, Valentine's Day, at approximately 1 hour and 22 minutes on his live stream. He covers a lot of science topics, and I'll post the link in the live chat in a moment here.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yes,
Make sure you guys click that link. I am not a furry. I wonder if they're furry. You guys click that link. Jew, and I am not a furry. Yeah, they're Jew and they want to talk about it.
Talk to a furry Jew.
I am not.
I'm not a furry.
Well, they want to talk about it.
Yeah, I said, too bad it's not going to happen. Talk to a furry Jew.
Hello, I am not a furry. It's a pleasure to speak with you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I said, too bad it's not going to happen. Talk to a furry Jew.
Hello, I am not a furry. It's a pleasure to speak with you. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I said, too bad it's not going to happen. Talk to a furry Jew.
Hello, I am not a furry. It's a pleasure to speak with you. What have you got for us?
Say one thing, that the world is 5,783 years old.
What have you got for us? Okay, so this is a reflection on an earlier guest's ideas, Mr. Straight, who was saying that the Earth was 900 million years old. This is a reflection on an earlier guest's ideas, Mr. Straight, who was saying that
a little over 5,000 years old.
This is a reflection on
why does the evidence indicate otherwise?
Mr. Straight,
because it's wrong.
A little over 5,000. But we've independently verified this. No, it's not. Why does the evidence indicate?
Well, listen, I think this comes on the predicated belief of Torah.
We've independently verified this.
I think there's plenty of good evidence that proves otherwise. Well, that's wrong. I believe that the Talmud and the Torah overrule that. There's plenty of good evidence.
Okay, but
Are you Orthodox? We believe the Torah.
Uranium zircon dating disproves all of it.
The Talmud and the Torah overrule that.
Like I said, okay, the evidence states otherwise. So it's not whether or not the evidence is not whether or not the evidence is wrong, not whether or not the Torah is wrong. Like I said, the question is, why does the evidence indicate otherwise? Not whether or not the evidence is not whether or not the evidence is wrong, not whether or not the
half-life of things that we observe now,
why does the evidence indicate otherwise? Not whether or not. So you're saying that the half-life of uranium was faster in the past?
It very well could have been. Or you could, you could say that why can't God make something smaller than this?
answer in the past.
So there's a couple reasons why we
Very
think
well
that
could have
there's
been.
some
Or
regularity
you
in
can
the
say
laws
that
and constants that we observe
why
in the
can't
standard
God
model
be
of physics.
more
And so even if we allow for some of those things to have like emerged in the early universe, like around the Big Bang time frame, standard model of physics, we think that the constants and so on are interrelated strongly, such that if you were to just arbitrarily change some time frame in the standard model, it would break almost everything that we strongly observe about the world. So to just arbitrarily have radiation behave differently at a random point, almost everything. Given that we understand how radiation actually works, it's not just a number we picked up to just say arbitrarily this way. Radiation it decays in this way because of how quantum mechanics works. Given that we understand how radiation actually unless you're going to change cosmological constants and stuff mid-universe, which would break in this way reality, how quantum mechanics works, you're not going to be able to just change those numbers midway and have everything go the way mid-universe.
Did you cover the heat problem? This is actually an excellent point that Ix is bringing up, and Guts to Give Erica over on her channel addresses this many times over, regarding the heat problem of young Earth creationists, because there is a heat problem, and the only way to get around like what it is, changing these things that they do what they're supposed to do, but so that they look a certain way now. The only way to literally say that this thing happened would be God magic. It would be a miracle. Essentially, God would be upending the fundamental laws of reality in order to accomplish this task, and then the result of him upending the result of this entity doing that would be evidence that contradicts the claim, and that's what God did. So there's a fundamental problem there. So you either have to appeal to miracles or appeal to magic, or you have to go with the evidence. So there's a
I'm not
fundamental
necessarily
problem.
supposed to say that what I said was wrong. I'm not a scientist. I'm sure you know more than I do. I'm a guest. Let's be honest, where I can be. I'm not necessarily supposed to say that what I said was wrong. I don't know much about science. I haven't studied science. I've only been to a Jewish school. I didn't.
Are you Orthodox?
Let's be honest, where I can be.
Are you Orthodox? Okay, so your parents tell you this stuff, right? Your rabbis tell you this stuff.
Partially, yes.
Okay, so are you? I mean, I had a friend. Okay, so your parents tell you this stuff. Your rabbi like steeped in a heavy Orthodox rabbi family, and he was very scientific, all that. But he was so afraid. He was so afraid to say that his father was wrong. His father was a rabbi. He was very scientific, and I could say he was so afraid.
Making side point. I
So
don't believe in the world being the age. At the end of the day, it's not as important. I tend to use them, and there are plenty of big rabbis, Rabbi Chaya, and the world being the 1800s, I believe, maybe. I don't know the exact time period. He said the Earth was about 15 billion, the universe was about 15 billion years old, based on different Kabbalistic measurements, things like that. Hundreds, I believe, maybe. Plenty of other rabbis time period. So he said the Earth. This is what I believe. This is what I was taught.
That's why it's Orthodox, because not all Jews think the same on this, right? So the only person, the only Jews that
this is what I believe. This is what I was taught.
that's why it's Orthodox, because not all Jews think the same on this, right? So the only person, the only Jews
something that's being literal.
I don't know of any.
I'm not a.
I don't know of any Jews that are not. Let me just finish. I don't know of any Jews that aren't Orthodox that believe that the young Earth creationism is true. So it's a subset of Orthodox Jewish belief, basically. That's why I asked.
Yes, but I don't know anything about what young Earth means. I've never heard that term before. But yes,
so you're espousing young Earth creationism. It's the idea that the Earth is young and was created, thousands of years ago, as opposed to billions of years ago.
So before we diverge onto something else, do you have an answer for my question? It's like the evidence says one thing, we understand it implicitly, we have independently verified it, we know it to be true. Why does the evidence contradict the book says?
If I can jump in. If I can jump in real quick, I have a link. I have a link. I have a link.
I would like Peter. I would like an answer to my question first. Go ahead, Furry.
If you'd like, I can tell. I'll give you an analogy. Let's say, so you watch movies, yeah? You know like Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars. Let's say he was about 12 years old in the movie, right? Did he have an 11th birthday? Did he have an 11th birthday?
If the character is 12, then it's it's not a difficult assumption to say that he had an 11th birthday. Sure.
No, he came from a poor family.
Wait. But he didn't have an 11th birthday. He was a character in a movie in a world that was made to look older than it was, in a way that you could imagine a probable story beforehand and probable story afterward. You could imagine his 12th birthday, 13th birthday, so on and so forth.
Ooh, a deceiver god.
But the problem is Yeah, so, but furry, it's disanalogous because that is a work of fiction, and we're talking about reality. So,
Sure.
unless
I'm
you're
not saying everything.
unless you're equating the Torah to a work of fiction,
I don't think you understand my point. My point is, it can look like an open system, but it's not.
It's not.
So I think
well,
the implication is like God is like the greatest of all deceivers. Is
Yeah.
that the route you're going?
The universe is not an open system. We know this. So, I'm telling you, the evidence. I'm asking you for an answer to this question. It should be fairly simple. The evidence says what? Unless, of course, your answer is that God is deceptive, that God has deceived us deliberately.
But no, he hasn't. That's why he gave us the Torah, right?
Okay, so why does the evidence contradict the Torah?
I don't think it does. Just because something looks older than it is doesn't mean that it actually is that old.
So I am not a furry. Like, with all due respect, if you study cosmology and physics, and if you study archaeology, especially biblical archaeology, you will find a mountain of evidence that makes you doubt those claims. I don't think, by your own admission, that you're qualified to understand these topics yet, and I would just encourage you to look into them.
Also, it's the difference between 5000 and 4.50000000. So just a slight difference.
There's just a little bit, yeah.
What was the number of years again?
5783. Top Shin Pei base.
Sorry, 57 something 3?
83.
Oh, 5783.
So,
and you think that number comes from the genealogies, which are an account of who begat who, and that if you add those all up together, you get that number, right?
That's
no, I didn't hear you. I'm just kind of curious as to why the God did not give humans the correct date, the correct information, which is that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. What harm would that do?
I think it's fine belief to have. I think God did give us the correct date.
Oh,
But okay, we've demonstrated that he doesn't. Go ahead, Xerxes.
I think, though, that it's defensible to be Jewish and not hold to this date, right?
100%. I agree.
The reason is that this date is like a Talmudic interpretation of the genealogy. So a bunch of genealogies exist of families and who's descended from who. That genealogy is an inferred basis for this date. So the date is just, if you believe that this genealogy is starting at the first moment of the universe, and you just take the story literally to mean that, since it doesn't say otherwise, you're just assuming a whole bunch that I don't think even the Torah says explicitly.
Right. This is based on how the Talmud reads it and what the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Melech Mashiach, said.
Yeah, and I think these guys are just doing Judaism a disservice, right? Because there's plenty, in fact, a majority of Jews who think that this is just loony.
Ramen.
Sure, but I personally believe that the words in the Talmud are
Furry, hang on
the
a
words
sec.
of God.
Furry, hang on. Go ahead, Xerxes.
The Talmud is literally written by rabbis. It is literally not the words of God.
But you don't understand what the oral Torah is and what smicha is, though. That's a whole other thing I can get into if you'd like.
And then after Xerxes, I just want to just get an acknowledgement that if you are wrong and it's not 5,000, but instead humans were around for 100 to 200,000. In fact, just give me 100,000. Will you admit that you are actually ignoring 95,000 years of human ancestry?
If I'm wrong, sure, yes, that's a valid statement.
I mean,
Like, we have archaeological remains in Turkey at Göbekli Tepe and about 3 other ruins that are contemporary with it that are 13,000 years old.
I'm not sure if you can trust those results.
Well, you're frankly not qualified.
Can I jump
And
in?
the people that you are putting your faith in, like your parents and these rabbis that believe this stuff, are scientifically illiterate.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick? I have a link to a video on Jackson Wheat's channel, an interview with a geologist called Jonathan Baker, where he explains how radiometric dating works and how we can, why we can trust it. If people are interested, I put it in the Heathen Hangout. I also put it in Randall's live chat.
Thank you for doing that. Saves me the trouble of doing it.
Well, if like light speed and radiometric dating are actually off, we can kind of throw out the whole, uniformity of nature claims, can't we?
Okay, I'm curious. Can nobody hear Xerxes but me?
I can't hear him at all.
I can't. hear him though.
I can hear him trying to get in. Everybody keeps
It's a
just
glitch.
dropping all over.
Nobody else can hear him. It's a glitch.
Yeah.
He's got to reconnect. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay,
can't hear him either.
Because I could hear him, but it appeared like nobody else could.
Okay, so
sorry, there's something important. TJump, someone in our YouTube audience, Pavel D, is want to let you know that your audio is not working properly in your stream.
So I'm not a furry. Here's a recommendation. Okay, so like I said, I had an Orthodox friend who was otherwise very scientific, worked in tech, and a colleague, and he had Orthodox parents, and he was so afraid of saying, "Yeah, we can hear you." He was so afraid of saying anything that contradicted, the authoritativeness and esteem in which he held his father, the Orthodox rabbi who told him the world was 5,000 years old. But I said, look, I don't want to argue with you. You're my friend. I respect you. I don't want to give you a hard time. But here's some science documentaries that you can watch that will introduce you to a bunch of books you can read, that you can do scientific experiments on your own with a telescope to verify. And in the words of Galileo, and yet it moves, right? Like the church ordered him to recant, and he was like, yeah, but it's still provable. You just have to look. So start with Cosmos. If you have no scientific background, watch Cosmos, the original Carl Sagan version. And then watch
furry, or I am not a furry, is literally telling you guys he does not predicate his beliefs on reason or evidence. He predicates them on what the Torah says.
Because he predicates them on what his parents say. He's a child of Orthodox.
That's not true.
Family.
My parents aren't Orthodox. I became Orthodox as a teenager.
Regardless of his motivations, he's he's just outright stating, I do not predicate what I believe to be true based on the evidence in hand or reason.
Yeah, he's
I
declaring
predicated on the Torah.
motivation. Yeah, he's declaring motivated reasoning.
But if that's the case, then he'll have no trouble watching these science documentaries and ignoring everything that they explain to him while fully understanding what they're saying and being able to discard it. So
we
do the research.
We can't ask Furry, if you were presented this information, right? And you went through what Ix is supplying you, the information he's given you, and you're able to do the experiments yourself and verify this information for yourself. If you're able to go through this, would your position change?
I'd have to probably think about it.
No.
I'm not sure.
No, it wouldn't.
What I'm asking you is it in the acquirement of new evidence that leads to a more accurate depiction of reality, a more accurate explanation of reality? If you are given new evidence, are you willing to change your position? Just in general, not on this specifically, but in general. If you get new information and new evidence, are you willing to change your position?
No.
Then that's just intellectual dishonesty.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
End of discussion.
He's been saying this from the beginning.
But
I don't know why you're wasting so much time on him. You guys are trying to reason with a person who is telling you outright, I do not base my beliefs on reason.
Or reality.
If that's the case, I'm not a furry. Can you give me a good reason why we should believe the Torah?
Yes. I think you should believe the Torah because God revealed it to 2 million Jews at Mount Sinai as a national revelation, which we still have to this day.
Where did you get that information?
Where did you get it? Based on the Talmud.
Okay. Where did the Talmud get that? Hold on, wait up. Where did the Talmud get that information?
It's a circular argument. He's telling you, I believe the Torah is true because the Torah says it's true.
This is passed down for generation to generation.
Let me please finish my line of questioning. So, did the Talmud get that from the Torah?
He knows it's circular. He's already admitted he recognizes that.
Please.
This was passed down for generations upon generations.
Yeah, Peter, he recognizes that. Not to like shut you down a bit, but he already understands that it's circular. He understands that he's begging the question. He's not holding it from a position of reason. It's already been demonstrated. It's like he knows. It's true because he believes the Tanakh because the Tanakh says it's true, and the Tanakh is true because the Tanakh
I'm still going somewhere.
Yes, but ultimately it's going to come down to his position is circular. He's begging the question. It's all it is.
Okay. I'm still going somewhere with my line of questioning.
Is it that he's being circular?
I want maybe I can make him see something. I would just want to try if we have time.
I would say it would be a futile endeavor because he's already stated implicitly that he holds his position and that evidence in and of itself that no amount
for him.
He's already stated that no amount of evidence or
might be
argumentation is going to
futile
change his
for
mind.
him. It might be futile for him. It might help people who are watching or listening.
But we've had this conversation before. They're aware of that. The whole point is to try to get as many people on the stage as possible, and we understand that he's begging the question. His reasoning is circular, and that it's unjustified. That now, if he wants to hold that, and he's admitted to his intellectual dishonesty, like Jack said earlier, that the conversation is over at that point. Because
can I just ask two questions that have nothing to do with it?
Since we have only one other guest who just wants to slap someone who was on before, I think we have some time left.
Can we let Peter ask? Because Peter's been real quiet.
If there's no time, if there's no time, then I will concede and I will just leave. I don't see a problem.
Peter, how much time do you think you need? Just probably 5 minutes, right?
Not a long time. We could have.
Let's give this a couple more questions, see where it goes.
Yeah, so I'm not a furry. I still haven't heard a decent reason for me to believe the Torah.
Okay, so what exactly did I listen? I personally believe that it was passed down from Mount Sinai into modern day through the Jews and their kids and the sons of the kids, etc. Until we get to nowadays.
Yeah. But that's not a reason to believe it, right? There are other things that are passed down, like the Bible, the Quran. All of those things have been passed down over time.
But those were only revealed to one person. The Torah was revealed to an entire nation.
Yes, but that doesn't change the claim, right? They're both passed down. That's not a reason to believe something because it's passed down and it was revealed to one or multiple people. Not real reason to believe something.
Why not?
I could reveal something on my YouTube channel or on a bigger YouTube channel to let's say quarter of a million people.
I'm talking about the revelation of God.
Quarter of a million. Hold on. I'm not finished. Quarter of a million people, and what I reveal is not true. So people shouldn't believe it just because I revealed it.
Of God in the world, not the revelation of you in a YouTube channel. It's two different things. Completely different types of revelation.
It is a revelation. I'm still not convinced that is a revelation from God, which is why I asked you, why should we believe what the Torah says? Because the Torah is the only place where you can go and say, okay, this is the word of God. That is in the Torah. I don't believe the Torah. Give me a reason to believe the Torah.
I'm not sure if I have a sufficient argument for you.
So we have an argument against believing the Torah. Were you present for the previous conversations we had with people in which we presented evidence showing that the Exodus and the conquest and other major historical claims of the Torah are false?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay, I sent you some of that evidence. I sent you a documentary film called The Bible Unearthed. You can find it online for free and watch it. I sent you a science documentary series called Cosmos with Carl Sagan, which will introduce you to the basic outline of the sort of history of science and our understanding of how the universe works. And it's going to make it harder, I think, if you actually investigate those sources to maintain your position. And I'd love to have a conversation if you want to call back after you look into those.
Sure.
And I just want to ask you two questions.
I'm the same. If you want to have a longer conversation, just hit me up on Discord.
Appreciate it.
Can I just ask you about prophethood, first of all? Why are you convinced that prophets exist?
Well, prophecy requires a few different things in Jewish law that the Rambam goes through at length, mainly to do with. Are you asking why? What's the reason why prophecy exists?
Yes, I'm skeptical of the notion of prophets, of sort of middlemen for God, and so why these specific chosen people, not just everyone? Why prophets?
Prophets, first of all, in order to be a prophet, they have to have very good attributes, and they can't be sinners. They can't sin. They can't. They have to follow. They first of all to be very knowledgeable in Jewish law and in Jewish things.
None of that seems like a qualification for predicting
over other people.
None of that seems like a qualification for predicting the future. Like, let's just pick an example of a prophecy. Do you take the book of Daniel to be prophetic?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that almost all scholars agree that the book of Daniel was authored in Antiochus's Hellenistic period of Judaism and was about Antiochus and is not an ancient legend as it purports to be, because it's written in 3 different languages. It's an amalgamation of some ancient stories and then a concoction of present day events that were contemporary with the writer who wrote it, which is to do with Antiochus. The desolation is to
I'm
do
not
with
aware of that.
Antiochus. Okay. Almost including the Catholic Church. I've talked to Catholics who agree with this. Even like some Catholic scholars will admit this. The book of Daniel is not defensible as a prophecy. There's a term that you have to look into. It's called ex eventu. Many prophecies turn out to be fake prophecies that are written at the time that the author is claiming is being predicted. And we can prove this because there are no copies of these prophecies at the time when they're claimed to have been originated at. There are no copies of Daniel prior to the events that Daniel is describing having already happened.
Yeah,
Well,
you know, like for instance, the prayer of Nabonidus is the story about Nebuchadnezzar wandering through the wilderness for 7 years is a carbon copy of the prayer of Nabonidus. It's just the person is switched, but the prayer of Nabonidus is at its very earliest dated to around 290 BCE.
Yeah, if you go down the rabbit hole,
300 years after Nebuchadnezzar or Nabonidus would have lived.
That's a great point. If you go down the rabbit hole of finding out how the Bible was written, why the Bible was written, and what the context was culturally, and you go outside of the filter of your orthodox sources, you'll find out that biblical scholars are incredibly knowledgeable about the reasons and influences surrounding the books and how they were written.
Listen, I have to say about what Zersey said, that the Talmud was written before 300 BC, and it quotes the book of Daniel multiple times. So I don't know how that's applicable.
I think you're wrong about that.
And
It's
can I
written from
just
the years
ask
20 to 500.
one more question?
I'm not a furry.
furry?
I sent you a DM. If you want to have a longer conversation, just reply to the DM. Check me out there.
Yeah,
And you should all go on. Gonna go
I can
through
answer
his
your last
channel.
question, then I have to go. But yes.
Well,
All right,
okay, so the last
let's go
question
ahead
I
and
just
move
want to
on.
ask is, do you believe that you are part of a chosen people?
Yes.
And with that in mind, what is the difference between your group and a cult?
Well, we have a real revelation of God in the world.
Oh, you're the real one. Gotcha.
I am not a
Okay,
furry.
so
Thank you for joining us.
yeah, just
Have
as
a
far
great
as
day,
the
guys.
furry, just as far as the evidence on Daniel's dating. So Daniel is almost certainly written in between 167 and 164 BC, contemporary to the anger at Antiochus's desolation of the temple. And we have evidence for this. In 180 BC, the Wisdom of Sirach mentions every single book of the Old Testament, and it never mentions Daniel, right? So there's no source that mentions Daniel prior to 167.
Thank you for sharing.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Randolph, I'm not going to ask you out for a date again.
I wasn't aware you ever asked me once.
All right, so Tucker,
Well,
we bringing up Rebel now.
He posted a meme in the chat.
Yeah, my call screener says that Rebel wants to defend young Earth creationism and explain why it's true. So
This should be a good one to go out on.
Hey,
yeah, let's
It
learn
is a
about
flat
that.
earther.
And before
I want to learn about that.
Hold on, really quickly. So I asked Rebel if I can prove that there are contradictions in the Bible, will he stop believing in the Bible? And he said maybe. So if you will allow me a moment to explore that, I would like to take the challenge.
Okay, and we just need to be mindful of the time because we are getting up to noon and we need to start shutting it down pretty close to around that time. So go for it.
Awesome.
Okay, so Rebel, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, you have called the Atheist Helpline. How can I help you?
You called in, not okay. So you are of the position that there are no contradictions in the Bible.
Not any significant ones. If there are, it may have just been like fallible human error.
Wait, so first and foremost, what constitutes a significant contradiction? Secondly, if you
Something-
already admit that there is fallible human
Yeah, something
Yeah,
that would
there's
throw off the entire theological doctrine.
okay. So if you already admit that there are fallible human errors which contaminate the words of the Bible, how do you know that the document in its entirety is reliable?
Because in a general sense, as a whole, it's still preaching the same theological doctrine that can lead to the salvation of your soul.
Okay, that'll be a matter to jump into in a moment, but would you consider if I were to provide you an instance in the Bible where two of the gospel authors provide completely irreconcilable versions of the same story, proving that they had to have made the story up. They didn't just, get it wrong. They didn't just misinterpret what they were seeing. They made it up. What would that tell you?
I don't know. Maybe you have to show me, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still, I'm still gonna have eternal life in the heavenly kingdom of God.
Okay. So were you lying to me when you said that if I demonstrated a biblical contradiction to you that it would be substantive?
I mean, never say never, right? I mean, you still haven't shown me your specific, whatever you want to show me.
You just said never twice.
So
Never say never.
The Gospel of Matthew and the Gospel of Luke have two different birth narratives of Jesus Christ. And they cannot both be true. And not only can they not both be true, but they both incorporate fictional details of history, which proves that these authors made them up.
Of course,
fabrications.
Of course, that would be the conclusion you would come to, right? Absolutely, yeah, without a doubt, 100%.
Okay, so if we can know that the authors of these narratives made them up, why should we trust them?
You don't know that at all. That you're making just a claim out of thin air.
Well, if a person invented a narrative or fabricated it, what would we expect to be the case about that narrative? What evidence would we look for to determine that's the case?
That there's no basis of it in reality. There's no sort of historical or archaeological evidence.
Okay, sure. All right, let's go with that. So, first up, we have Matthew's account of the birth of Jesus, wherein he states that Jesus Christ was born during the reign of Herod the Great, and that subsequent to his birth, he was visited by Magi, wise men from the east, or Magi, and before they got to him, they asked Herod the Great for directions to the house where the new king was born. And Herod, obviously, unbeknownst to him, was confused by this request because he thought he was the king of Judea. And so he instructs the Magi to go find the baby Jesus, or the new king, and then let him know where he's at so he can worship him too. But of course, this was not his intention. Instead, he instructs his soldiers to go out and kill every male child in Bethlehem and every surrounding district under the age of 2. And the only source of this ever happening is the Gospel of Matthew, written around 90 years after it would have taken place.
Yeah, I'm not a good historian at all, even when it comes to the Bible. So I don't deal with the dates too much. But please, can you give me like a chapter and verse so I can follow along at least?
It's Matthew chapter 2. The exact verse. Well, hold on a minute. I can just pull up Bible.com and read it for you, I guess. I don't know. Which version of the Bible do you want me to read?
It doesn't matter. King James works.
Okay.
There's just something funny there in and of itself, but go ahead, Xerxes.
Yeah, we're not gonna fight about that.
So funny, I know.
Okay, so let's go with Matthew chapter 2. It says, okay. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently. 7, we're starting in verse 7.
Okay,
chapter 2, verse 7. What time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, Go and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him also. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. All right? And then if you skip down to 16, then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceedingly wroth, and sent forth and slew all of the children that were in Bethlehem and in all the coasts thereof from 2 years and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. So not just all the males, all the children. Every child age 2 and under in Bethlehem and all the surrounding coastal cities were killed. And this massacre of the innocents is only recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, written some 90 years after this event would have occurred. And we have numerous historians of that era, particularly Josephus, who document many, if not all, of Herod's misdeeds and transgressions against the Jewish people. And this, one would consider a paramount atrocity, never makes it into those annals. It is only mentioned one time. It's not even mentioned in the other version of the birth narrative, because the two birth narratives contradict each other. Luke does not mention this event because Luke has Jesus being born in a time where Herod the Great is dead. So we already know that Luke and Matthew can't both be correct, and now we know that Matthew made this shit up, and the reason he did it was to create an analogy between the birth of Jesus and the birth of Moses, who was also born under the reign of a tyrant king, and that tyrant king had all the children under the age of 2 in the Hebrew slave encampment killed.
Wait,
So we know
Matthew made this up. Why again?
Because there is not a single record of it ever happening outside the Gospel of Matthew, written nearly a century after it would have happened. And this is something we would expect in a multitude of other historical accounts of the region. And this particular narrative serves a very meticulous purpose of creating a comparison between Jesus and Moses. And it's not mentioned in any of the other Gospels either.
Yeah. So first, I just have to take you on your word on that. Like, it's very possible that I may find this in another extra biblical source. But even if that wasn't true, the Bible alone as a historical account is completely sufficient.
You just said the way in which we would determine whether or not something were like factually correct or fabricated is if there was a basis in history for this thing to happen. There is no basis in history for this thing to happen. The author of Matthew
the Bible
would not have
the Gospel of Matthew is the historical book. Yeah.
The Gospel of Matthew is an anonymously written manuscript illustrating a narrative in the third person omniscient literary perspective, which is the way that fictional stories are written, not the way that first-hand accounts are written. Secondly, the author of Matthew, whomever they were, would not have even been alive at this point. They couldn't have observed this personally themselves, so where did they get their information from? There are no intermediate sources, none whatsoever.
There's something known as the Bible being inspired by the Word of God, but by the Spirit of God. Sorry.
Okay, if it was inspired by the Word of God, why do Matthew and Luke contradict each other irreconcilably on this issue? Matthew has Jesus being born during a time when Herod the Great was dead during the first census of Quirinius, when Quirinius conducted his census of Israel in 6 AD, 10 years after the death of Herod. So even in Luke's narrative, this couldn't have happened.
Yeah, you haven't gone over Luke's narrative, so that's one problem.
Luke 2:2 says that Jesus was born during the first census of Israel taken while Quirinius was the governor of Syria. This census occurred in 6 AD, and we know this is the census that the author of Luke is talking about because in Acts 5:37 he talks about the antecedent cause of this census, which was the revolt of Judas the Galilean. So we know for certain this is the census he's referring to, the one in 6 AD. 10 years after the death of Herod the Great in 4 BC. As a matter of fact, Herod Archelaus, who took the throne after his father's death, was banished at this point. There was no Herod reigning in Jerusalem or Judea when Quirinius became the governor of Syria and conducted the census. So as far as Luke's narrative is concerned, it's not even possible that Herod could have killed a bunch of babies to try and get at Jesus, because he was already dead long before Jesus was ever born. So not only do you not have any corroborating accounts of Herod doing this, like we see in Matthew, but you have at least one other account of the same event, the birth of Jesus, which directly contradicts this idea.
So are you suggesting that this figure known as Jesus Christ, I like using his original Hebrew name, Yeshua the Messiah, are you trying to really suggest to me that he didn't exist at all as a complete fabrication from just random men who decided to write
Red
things?
herring. Red herring. We're talking about the
I'm asking
reliability
you,
of the gospel
I'm asking you,
narratives.
what are you suggesting? Like, what is the point of this? What are you suggesting? Because you earlier made the assertion that it's
Rebel,
like, oh, it's just
the
completely
point of
made
this-
up. So to what
the
extent are
point
you
of
saying it? Are
this-
you saying this figure of Jesus Christ did not exist whatsoever?
That's not at all what I'm saying, and it's not
So
even
what the
remotely
fuck are you
pertinent to the
saying?
point. I'm saying that the gospel narratives are mostly fictional accounts, which are not reliable to trust as historical sources.
So it is still possible that Jesus Christ may have existed, and that he very well may have been the Son of God, who is the Messiah and the Lord and Savior for anyone who accepts his gift of salvation.
That's
Well,
a
it's
whole lot
certainly
of claims,
possible that,
bud.
hold on. It's certainly possible that he could have existed, and indeed,
he
I
did.
think it's most likely the case that he did.
Okay.
But whether
so
or not it's
that's the most
possible for him
important
to be
part.
the Son of God, hold on. Whether or not it's possible for him to be the Son of God requires a precedent or parallel which has not yet been established. We would need to
No.
conclude somehow reasonably that a God even
He
exists
was
in the first place.
precedent. He was. What do you mean? He is the one and only begotten Son of God.
Okay, stop. That's the claim. That's the claim,
there was a
Rebel. That is the
precedent for that,
claim.
if
That
there
is
was
the
a precedent
claim.
for that,
That is the claim that we are attempting
that
to
would-
evaluate.
that would by
And the source
default
material
remove
of that
the fact
claim,
who
as
he
I have
was.
just demonstrated, is completely chock full of
He's a one-off
fabrication.
unique person.
Rebel,
There's
Rebel.
no
I
precedent.
have
There's no
given a
precedent.
Rebel.
There's
I have
no
given a
precedent.
concrete Rebel. Stop. Stop. I have given a concrete example of an author in the New Testament making shit up for the purposes of fulfilling prophecy
That's
or
a very
creating
nice.
patriarchal allegories.
Yeah.
So we
That's a
have
very nice
evidence,
opinion that
teeming
you have.
evidence that this is
Good
the
for you.
case, and you're not responding to it
he
at all.
didn't.
You're just dodging off into red herrings.
And he didn't make it up because you just admitted to Jesus Christ very well may have existed, and that's what matters.
Rebel. I'm sorry, Rebel. The existence of an itinerant rabbi who wandered Iron Age Palestine and preached heresy and was summarily executed for it.
Heresy? What fucking
Okay,
heresy?
hang on, Rebel,
What do you know about
stop.
heresy, clown?
Rebel, stop. The
Shut up.
existence of an
Heresy.
individual
What do
who
you want,
did this, Rebel, the existence of an individual who did this is independent of what is written in the Bible.
Heresy to what standard, dummy? What's your standard of heresy?
Rebel.
The high priest of
What are you going off of?
The high priest,
What's the objective standard of truth
Rebel.
that you can say someone is a heretic?
Someone just mute him, please.
You have nothing.
No,
okay,
Rebel,
hold on,
you
no,
are
Rebel,
dodging.
You're not going to get to sit there and fucking lie, okay? I just gave you a concrete example of the Bible, particularly the Gospel of Matthew, talking about an event that never happened and only serves an ideological purpose.
It did happen.
No, it didn't happen. We know it didn't happen.
Would Jesus call people names?
Okay, calm down. Stop being so emotional and have a cool, calm conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going to
sorry
unmute
your
you
God
now.
doesn't exist, but calm
So
down, man.
here's the problem you're going to have, Rebel. If you're going to say that this did happen, if we go with your side of the story, we say there was a massacre of innocents. Herod did instruct the soldiers to kill the children of Bethlehem under the age of 2 and all the surrounding coastal districts, and he did this so that he could get at Jesus because Jesus was born in his time. Well, if you want to go that route, well, Luke is wrong then. Luke made his narrative up because it's not possible for Jesus to have been born both while Herod the Great was king and while Quirinius was the governor of Syria. Just like it's not possible for anybody to have been born while Bill Clinton was the president of the United States and while George Bush was the president of the United States. It's not possible.
I don't even know why you're trying to like make some sort of internal critique of the Gospel of Matthew and Luke. When you're suffering from the in denial of refusing to accept the fundamental reality that our universe was created by God. Like if you already believed in a God and didn't know which religion may have been right, I could see why your argument would be reasonable. But you're missing the very first step, which is knowing that there's an eternal supernatural God that is the reason for our very existence.
So this sounds like a cop out.
Don't you understand?
Got any evidence for that claim? Because it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What's your criteria of evidence, sir? Because clearly
novel testable predictions.
Novel testable predictions.
Novel testable. What do you mean? Like, give me an example of a prediction that I have to make to prove God's existence.
If God exists,
sure. So
go ahead.
So if you what you do is you have two different models. Model A, universe that's created by God. model B, universe not created by God, and you start plugging in different things that you would think would be in one of those two categories. What would we expect to see if the universe was created by a God versus what would we expect to see if the universe was not created by a God? And you incorporate predictions. I predict if the universe was created by a God, we would see XYZ. If this is the case, that lends evidence to the universe is created by God. If this is not the case, that lends or reduces the evidence or likelihood that the universe was created by a God. Similarly, if the universe was not created by a God, I predict XYZ to be the case in the universe. If XYZ is the case, it provides more evidence that the universe was not created by a God. And if XYZ is not the case, it reduces the likelihood that the universe was not created by a God. So
I like
can you
I like to
provide
go. Oh, I like to go with TJumps. I pray for a gold brick. I pray to God for a gold brick, and a gold brick appears. That would be a fantastic novel testable prediction. It's just like I predict that if I pray for a gold brick, that God will conjure me a gold brick and it'll be on my desk. I pray there's a gold, then all of a sudden there's a gold brick there. Holy crap, that's amazing evidence. I will agree with. I like TJumps there, but I'll even give you another one. If I were to ask you to pray to God to tell you what the JL in my name stands for, ask your God what that is, and then in the next 10 seconds, which is enough time for you to ask God and him to give you an answer. Heck, he could have given you an answer already, right now. And you tell me what the JL stands for. I would be really impressed. I would be like, wow, we're gonna have to rethink some things.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lawrence.
I mean, JL, have you literally never seen a magician where he does such thing? I mean, I literally just saw one on a Twitch stream the other day of Kai Cenat.
Okay, Rebel. See what you're doing now.
Literally went. Hold on,
stop. This is counterintuitive.
You see how you guys want to interrupt me? I mean, first I can respond to you, and then
Rebel,
JL.
Rebel. If all you're going to do, Rebel,
now you're interrupting
stop.
me again. What is this?
Rebel. What you're trying to do now is you're trying to give JL alternate explanations for how you could have come up with the meaning behind his initials,
which exposes his criteria for evidence.
Okay, but that's not helping you, right? Because he gave you a pretty easy bar to clear, right? If you want to restrict the bar even further, go right ahead. What do you,
JL would believe in God all of a sudden.
Rebel, what? Okay, yeah, that's a pretty low bar to clear, but you're still unwilling. Not only are you unwilling to try and clear that bar, you're trying to tell him why that bar isn't as low as it should be.
You're also
which is
saying
not productive for you.
If we see miracles, you're becoming skeptical all of a sudden. But that is basically why we don't believe any miracle claims, because we can give alternate explanations for them. However, because of the peer review process, we can actually put those explanations to the test.
Clown review.
Okay, so listen, Rebel. What do you see in our world that you think is positively indicative of a God existing?
The intricate, detailed complexity and biodiversity, the purpose and function of life and nature, and the symbiotic relationship that all the environments have, and the fact that despite the biodiversity of all these living organisms from amphibians to reptiles to sea creatures to mammals, all that, and humankind herself, despite all that variety and biology, we still all have some sort of common sort of design characteristic found in our DNA, and things like having two eyes and a nose and a mouth and digestive system, neural system, circulation, respiratory, all that.
So argument from incredulity, basically.
Most living organisms.
Rebel. So what you're saying is that the physiological intricacy of biological organisms is indicative of a God,
and how it's common amongst most living organisms. Yes,
most, but not all.
There's a degree of symmetry to be had, right? Like
why
in a
would it have
particular
to be?
model.
Why would it necessarily?
So Rebel, in a natural worldview where God did not create the universe and biological organisms arose as a product of natural selection and genetic drift and evolution. All right, what we would expect is that what we would expect is that there would be a particular sort of chassis or model that would be most functional in the world, and that would be a symmetrical one. Okay, and that's why most animals would have that, but other animals would have features that do not require the same level of symmetry.
How would it be symmetrical?
But because that's just what happens to work. But in a God worldview, anything could work because God is omnipotent, right? There's no expectation for why things would be one way as opposed to another if it was actually created by an omnipotent entity. As a matter of fact, we would expect things to be much different if it was created by an entity who is perfect and flawless and all-knowing.
No, in a universe that was not created by God with no intention or purpose behind it, there would be absolutely no expectation for the laws of the universe to work or be symmetrical.
That's not true at all. That's not
or
true at
be
all.
predictable,
Rebel.
or have the confidence that they would be the same the next day. Absolutely none whatsoever.
No. That's projection.
That?
Your worldview entails an entity that has the capacity to just change the rules of reality on a dime and has repeatedly done so according to the historical record of your Bible. Right?
Oh,
we assume that those are not just mere fabrications. Your
I had a
God has
question.
repeatedly altered the laws of physics and reality. So if anybody has a lack of expectation that the laws of our reality would be the same, it would be you. Your God can just change them on a dime for no reason whatsoever. He engineered them the way they presently are for no reason whatsoever.
So,
Again,
one sec,
we don't have an expectation. We don't have an expectation that the universe would be one particular way over another if your God exists. But if your God does not exist, what we would expect is that the universe would just be the way the universe is, and nothing would be able to change that. It just operates the way that it does. It's a brute contingency.
Okay, I had a question from my chat. Thank you for the super chat. Can you ask whoever's talking what their definition of justification is in general? I think it's a question for everybody in the audience or everybody speaking as well. Like, what is your definition of justification? How do you define it?
Justification in what sense? For what?
Evidence.
What's the context?
Anything.
What?
Anything. Justification of any belief. Evidence.
How do you justify your claims?
What is the definition of justification for evidence?
For evidence of a God, I guess in this context.
Evidence of anything.
Evidence of anything. Well, I think it matters. I think it matters.
Does the word epistemology mean anything to you?
You'd have to remind me what it means. Something about like the study of knowledge or something like that.
Yeah. So like justification theories, truth theories, these are all like knowledge theories. These are all things that are part of epistemology. But when we're having these conversations, even if we're not philosophers, these are usually like the bare minimum things we want to get clear on before we get into an argument where one person's talking past the other because they just have totally different ideas of what justification even means. So TJump is asking you, what do you think it means to justify a claim?
I mean, it depends on the context, right? Like if I wanted to, like if I had a girlfriend and I wanted to justify the fact that she was cheating on me, I wouldn't just like outright accuse her. I'd probably need some sort of evidence, like she was texting this guy or like she actually slept with him or something like that, right? But if it comes to a God, there's no visible sort of evidence we can get for like him creating it because that was like a one-time event. So therefore, you'd have to concede to some sort of inductive logical reasoning to come to that conclusion.
No. Going with that, we go by the evidence. What the evidence tells us. We don't assume what it is. We go by what the evidence tells us. The evidence supports a naturalistic origin of the universe and of the earth and of course of everything. So no, assuming that God doesn't get us anywhere, we go by the evidence because the evidence doesn't indicate a God.
No, it's just a simple. You guys might get triggered by this, and I haven't heard anybody said it. So don't like this. Randolph guy said like don't trust your priest like William Lane Craig or whatever.
5 rules of science.
I don't listen to him whatsoever. But I would go out on a limb.
Thank you.
I would go out on a limb and say that there in the universe there is a law of design because 10 times out of 10, anything that I've experienced or used or owned myself, whatever it may be, like this keyboard, this computer, this phone, my clothes, my car, my house, it's always the necessary antecedent to the creation and existence of that thing. Always took an intelligent mind to have designed and created in the first place, right?
Okay, have you ever used a sticky note? Have you ever put a sticky note on your fridge? I just want to point this. This is an example, even with human design. Have you ever put a sticky note on your fridge or something with a note?
And now you're going to say, oh, it was made by accident or some bullshit like that?
Yeah. So even with human history, like it's tempting to say that everything humans have comes from intentional purpose creating it.
Did I say intentional? Did I say intentional?
What we actually see is that things emerge, and sometimes they emerge unintentionally.
Doesn't
Sometimes
matter.
no one intended for a state of affairs to come into into effect. But what actually happens is that some emergent phenomena happens that is not predictable from the preceding conditions or plans of any agent.
What was there absolutely no intelligent mind in the development and existence of the sticky note?
The sticky note is not analogous to the universe.
No one intentionally invented sticky notes, right? They were trying to make it glue.
But
maybe the fridges.
But it still took somebody for it to exist, didn't it?
Well,
So that's not the analogous property we're talking about, right? When you're dealing with an analogy, you can't just pick a different property of the analogy and then say, but I win, right? So the thing you're asking for is everything designed, right? In the case of the sticky note, no, the sticky note was not designed. It is literally an accident of some chemistry that they didn't intend. That just they decided, and this we brought this up earlier. I think it was someone said, okay, if I have a mouse trap, we would agree it's designed to trap mice, right? But if I use it as a doorstop, am I wrong to use it as a doorstop?
Thief,
right?
Thief.
Yeah,
you could have also brought up champagne.
I suppose imitation is the highest form of flattery.
I said someone brought this up earlier. I was pretty sure it was you. So that analogy is also used by philosophers like Dennett to point to problems in people's conception of intentionality in general, right? That we attribute intentionality and design to everything. But in fact, many things are not intentional. They're just emergent phenomena.
Yeah. I mean,
I would also offer that there's an unfortunate backfiring of the teleological argument, which is the argument from design. Rebel, if you believe God intentionally designed the world to be a particular way, you're gonna have a hard time explaining why. But if there is a why, that would imply God had some level of creative restrictions. Right? Why does God have to create biological human beings as opposed to ethereal phantasms that are just capable of existing and being conscious and experiencing things without the need of a corporeal body, right? Why do we need to have a digestive and respiratory tract that share the same plumbing, leading thousands of people every year to choke on their food? Why do men have a urinary tract that routes straight to the prostate, causing 13% of men in the world to get prostate cancer in their lifetime?
And if God can snap his fingers,
I have no idea what causes cancer.
Why is the source?
Yeah,
Why is the source of life on Earth the sun? Right, the source of all, bioorganic.
Yeah, it's not
reactions. Why does that give us cancer? Right.
It does.
Why does oxygen slowly poison us to death, despite the fact that we need to breathe it to survive?
and why, if God can snap his fingers and can bring all of life to be just the way that he wants it to be, why was it the case that abiogenesis was most likely taking place using a clay substrate to synthesize polymers, which given protocells in a lipid. Yeah. So I'm explaining to you how abiogenesis most likely worked, right? So why would God need to snap his fingers and not just have the sufficient natural explanation be there without any intervention or intention by him, when it's the case that clays synthesize polymers of arbitrary lengths repeatedly and randomly, such that one of them will eventually be a replicator? And why are lipids capable of forming protocells, which can then enclose and allow homeostasis and reproduction of those lipids in a closed environment that it can absorb energy and maintain itself and replicate? Why is it the case that God did it if there's a perfectly natural explanation for abiogenesis, which you haven't heard about?
I mean, all these why questions, it's just so pathetic. It just tells me, like, you guys don't want to accept the reality for the way it is. I mean, if you, like, Xerxes, like, earlier said, like, why do humans have to be in the form that they are? Why can't it be like these ethereal things? Well, if it was a case that God made the pinnacle of his creation to be some sort of human form, but rather an ethereal ghost, like, spirit type being, then we would sit here in the same conversation and you would ask me that same question and be like, oh, why did God create us in an ethereal way and not in a fleshly, a human form instead? You're just not accepting.
No. So rebel.
It's like saying, oh,
rebel.
Why is the grass green?
Stop,
and why isn't it blue? It's like saying, why is the? It's like crying about.
No, stop, rebel. You're
not like red.
This is a complete straw man. Okay. No.
Why?
Stop. The reason I'm asking, hold on, Randall.
got a few minutes
reason
left.
I'm asking the questions the way that I'm asking them is because there is a conception of optimization for the human anatomy. obviously the human anatomy would be better optimized if we did not have a respiratory and
Yeah, you're
digestive
better
tract
than
sharing
God,
the
aren't
same
you?
plumbing. It would be
Why
better
don't you
optimized if the hold on.
Can somebody mute him, please?
It would be better optimized if we if the gas that we needed to breathe didn't also slowly poison us, degrading cellular meiosis and causing aging. It would be better if the sun, which is required for anything to live on the planet, didn't also give us cancer if we were exposed to it for too long. All right. It does.
The sun doesn't cause cancer?
Prove it. Prove it right now.
Solar radiation causes skin cancer. Yes. People
And
get
I don't
skin
have skin
cancer all the
cancer.
time.
Why again? So why don't I have skin cancer?
Because we have an ozone layer.
Because you are to some degree protected by the ultraviolet radiation or the ultraviolet light by the ozone. But if you are too long exposed, like you get a sunburn if you're out in the sun for too long. Okay.
I don't. Have you heard of black people before? Have you heard of black people before with their melanin? They don't
Rebel,
get.
first of all, yes, they
hold
do,
on.
and they have to buy suntan lotion.
yeah,
Rebel, can I
yes.
ask what your medical?
One day in my life, that shit is yucky.
But can I ask what your medical or academic background is?
I literally have a degree in public health and nutrition.
In public health, what?
And nutrition?
You have a degree in public health and nutrition, and you are trying to make the statement that you cannot get cancer from going out in the sun.
Correct. That's accurate.
Do you think any of your teachers would agree with that statement?
I don't know, and that's completely irrelevant to the scientific.
So you don't believe in melanoma?
No, it's not.
I think this guy is just trolling.
Listen, Rebel, the scientific consensus is that yes, you can. In fact, it's advising. It's why we make
Argument ad
sunscreen.
populum. Argument ad populum.
No, it's not. It's why we
guy
make
is
sunscreen,
hopelessly
dude,
obtuse.
so that people don't get burned. Because the more you get burned by the sun, the increased likelihood that you will develop melanomas.
Okay.
By the way, that's not an argument at all.
Cancer is a thing. Hold
Holy
on.
shit.
Rebel, do you believe cancer is a thing? Do people get cancer?
Yes, but it's not. It's a biological adaptation designed by God to actually help the body survive. It is not a deadly malfunction of the body.
Okay, awesome, Rebel.
So people don't die from
hang on a
cancer?
second.
Hold
Then
on.
Rebel.
No.
Then
Wait,
how do you
stop,
explain? No,
stop,
hang on a second.
stop,
Then how
stop,
do you
stop.
explain xeroderma pigmentosum?
I have no idea what the hell you just said.
XP,
he doesn't know anything. Okay.
Xeroderma pigmentosum. It's literally an allergy to the sun that human beings can have.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that cancer doesn't kill people.
Cancer does not kill people. In fact, what does is that barbaric.
Okay, can we get rid of him, please?
Yeah, he's
barbaric
done.
medical treatment as chemotherapy.
This dude is either trolling or too stupid to have this conversation.
Curious as to how he can breathe.
Well, that was a fun episode.
Both my mother and my grandmother died of cancer. Like, what the fuck? This guy needs to be institutionalized.
I have a feeling he may have a degree in that came from one of those not so reputable schools.
Yeah,
because probably
Patriot
doesn't
Bible
back them.
University, that fucking
University.
trailer in the middle of the desert.
Anyway, that was a fun episode, everybody.
That kid is he needs help.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to probably just talk briefly about a couple of things, but I just wondered if anybody else had any final thoughts first. I'll let you all go first.
Yes, don't listen to him. Wear sunscreen. The sun causes cancer. I'm just gonna begin to make that clear.
PSA.
Excellent
Just a
final
PSA.
thought.
Wear
Right.
sunscreen. The song was right. Wear sunscreen.
Too much is probably better than too little if you're not sure how much.
Indeed.
Yeah, really quickly, if anybody else had arguments that they want to present to convince us that a God exists, I'll open up the atheist voice chat. You can join there for the after show, and we can talk in that room.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Twitch and the YouTube audience for telling us that we're all insane. We check our sanity regularly.
In the membrane?
Oh, he left the membrane part out.
Gotcha.
I actually were going to say something.
Surprised he hasn't. Yeah, I was expecting him to pop into my live chat because he usually does. He didn't pop in there today, so I guess he was just relegated to this one. Cool.
Or he's on my YouTube channel.
I was just going to say, for anybody in the audience who hasn't gone and watched Cosmos or read the Bible Unearthed, those are my homework recommendations for next week or 2 weeks from now. So check those out if you haven't seen them, and it might just spark a lifelong interest in learning more about science.
And to clarify, Cosmos, the original series with Carl Sagan, and then the
Yeah.
newer one with Neil deGrasse Tyson are both top of the line.
And they have different information, so it's not like a rehash. There's different stuff in Neil deGrasse Tyson's, so it's worth watching both.
Yes.
X, before we go, X, I would like when you get a chance to read up. I don't know if you have already, but there is a the lost palace that was recently discovered, the 4,500-year-old palace of what was it? This friggin' ad thing is blocking me.
Oh, Jail Warren, Mr. Twitch is indicating that you've got him blocked.
Oh, this is a Sumerian palace. This is brand new. Wow, this is exciting.
Yes. Okay. So when you've had a chance to read into that, because I know you love that stuff, I'd love to get your take on that.
Yeah, totally.
Really,
wait, it's brand new.
Mr. Twitch blocked
because
we
just found it. The clay tablets in there. Just by initial observation, by initial kind of like investigation, may fill in a lot of the gaps as to the text that inspired major sections of the Bible.
So just to give it like an example of that, so we know that the flood myth has like 10 or 12 different versions in 3 or 4 different languages, and that each one embellishes upon the last, right? So it's not just that the Bible's flood myth is an embellished rehash of a Sumerian myth, it's an embellished rehash of a Babylonian, rehash of an Akkadian, rehash of a Sumerian, rehash of maybe an older story, right? And there, in each of these versions that we have, are new details invented, much like the Gospels, right? So in the first Gospel, Jesus just dies and it says he resurrects, but nothing further happens. And people weren't very satisfied by that ending. It kind of sucked, right? So in the second edition of the Gospels, they invented new details to make the ending more juicy and satisfying, right? The same process happens in all forms of mythologization, which is that people think the story could just be a little better and that they could add their own little twist to it. And that's how you accumulate Gospels and Torahs and Tanakhs, with dozens and dozens of mostly anonymous authors just adding their little bit to the story.
Jack Burton, final thoughts?
Nope. Have fun, guys. See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, it's great having you here as always. TJump, final thoughts. I'm going to predict that he'll probably just say potato again. Peter, final thoughts.
It was fun as always, and I'm hoping that I forgot what it was. I'm not a furry. He's going to send me a DM in order to have a conversation. If people want to check me out, go to @GonnaGoForIt on YouTube, find my channel, and we have a few guests that we had on here come on our show quite soon. So want to catch up with some people you heard here. You're welcome.
That's great. And if anybody's looking for anybody's links, just click on the theisthelpline.com and then click on the hosts option and you'll find all our links there. I guess, Amy, final thoughts.
Thank you, Randolph. And you can find my channel at youtube.com/Amy Newman. I'm there with my co-host where we do skeptic comedy and content. And I guess my main thrust of all of tonight is that we know factually, I know, right? You got it back in and forth, but we know factually that the universe is 13.8 billion years, that the Earth is 4.5 billion years, and that humans have been here for 100 to 200,000 years.
4.6.
4.6. I guess depending on your definition of human, you could stretch it out to that. But what I am trying to say...
What? No, I was just saying that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old.
Oh, 4.6? Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to stretch the definition of human depending on Neanderthal and things like that. But okay, 4.5, 4.6.
Pedantic, just ignore me.
Gotcha. But I guess once again, the main thrust of the In and Out is that we know these things factually. And so if your religious text says otherwise, then we have just falsified your religious text. And you can do as many Olympic level gymnastics as you want to get over that. However, bring us the empirical data. Nonetheless, I had a great time. I really do want to thank Ix, Jack Burton, and you can also find, and Taco, the wonderful host, but you should be checking out Peter Gonna Go For It, TJump at TJump's channel, Xerxes at Xerxes, JL Warrens, and of course, like, following, subscribing at Randolph Richardson's. And I want to thank you guys again.
And I'll just
Amy, I have to just real quick, Amy, you do disappoint me today.
Oh my!
Because
Did I do
you
something like
haven't-
Sith?
You haven't asked TJump once where to get one of his anal pixies. I would really.
We're gonna move. We're going to move on from that.
Sorry.
I'm just quickly going to review the 5 rules of science that came from the last episode of the first season of the Cosmos series featuring Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's basically a work of generations of researchers who took 5 simple rules to heart. It was a speech that he did that was fantastic talking about it. The first rule is question authority. No idea is true just because someone says so, including me. Think for yourself. Rule 2, question yourself. Don't believe anything just because you want to. Believing something doesn't make it so. Rule 3, test ideas by the evidence gained from observation and experiment. If a favorite idea fails a well-designed test, then it's wrong. And he said, get over it. 4, follow the evidence wherever it leads. If you have no evidence, reserve judgment. And number 5 is perhaps the most important rule of all, is to remember that you could be wrong. Even if the best scientists have been wrong about some things, Newton, Einstein, and every other great scientist in history, they all made mistakes. Of course they did, but they were human. Science is a way to keep from fooling ourselves and fooling each other. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and I guess I'm going to probably write up about this Omni Intellect stuff at some point and post it up. Taco, you're the organizer of this show. You probably want to talk about Politics Discord a little bit, and then we should end the program. What do you think?
Where are we going next? Somebody mentioned a different one.
Sure, go ahead.
So, like, where's the next room we're going to? Somebody mentioned they're going to open up another room somewhere.
Yeah, Xerxes has the atheist room open.
Yeah, I'm going to open up the atheist room. I'm going to go do that now, by the way. So there was a couple people that messaged me, I think Baked Croissant, and then maybe Bugged.
Okay,
so I'm going to go open that up now. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you don't, you're wrong. Goodbye.
Post the links in the Discord chat. Yeah. Go ahead, Taco.
Will do.
Yeah, you would just click or scroll down on the left side of the screen and then click atheist room. Pretty easy.
All right, Taco.
Yep.
Any final thoughts before we close up?
Yeah, everybody on the streams join Politics Discord. Politics dot whatever the link is, right? It's just politics at the end of it. But click the links. Thank you for coming, everyone. You guys all rock. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
There in the Heathen Hangout chats. So there's that. Baked Croissant, we did not get to you. You said you had an argument for God. So what is it?
Can I ask you about the novel testable predictions?
I'm talking to Baked Croissant. Thank you. Maybe he's not there. I thought he was there. He messaged me. Said he wanted to present an argument. Croissant. Let's see.
Let me
Okay,
know.
You are a Centurion, so you're not muted in here. He just messaged me. Said 1 second. Okay, go ahead, Tippy Top. Ask
right,
your
while we wait.
totally not inane question.
Well, I appreciate you for coloring what I've said before I've even said it, but going off your novel testable predictions thing, I mean, given that in most religions, especially Christianity, God is kind of seen as the authority figure when it comes to truth and knowledge, would you say that, there being a singular truth, a unifying truth, do you think that that is something that helps you get those novel testable predictions?
That would be a TJump question.
Sure.
Okay, so would you say that thinking there is a God and thinking that things like, empirical reality, like the external world, these are the same for everyone, right? If I measure a piece of wood, it's going to be 5 centimeters for me and for everyone else.
Generally,
Okay, so would you say that, God could be a heuristic that gets you these novel testable predictions?
any hypothesis, no matter how crazy, is a heuristic to get you novel testable predictions.
Yeah, but I think there's a assumed. I don't think of this of you, TJump, but I think a lot of atheists have a assumed anti-realist position, and this kind of says that one theory of truth isn't inherently or intrinsically valued over another. It's just a matter of either conditioning or preference. So
Yeah, I think that's
when I
dumb.
say that, yeah, I think that's dumb too. I saw your video with Thomas Bogdanis. I thought that was really good.
Thank you.
But with when it comes to like the anti-realism part of atheism, I think affirming like the values of science kind of assumes there to be a universal truth when it comes to empiricism. So when that sort of implies to me a uniform truth, right?
Yeah, most scientists, most philosophers all agree that there is a unified truth.
Based. Well, not all philosophers. Some are pluralists, and
It's the vast
they would
majority.
probably
So, like, there is
they
a
would
poll.
also like they would reject any notion of any unifying truth, right? They would sort of take a pragmatic approach, like this works and this works. Neither of them are inherently better than the other. They both just work.
That's a extreme minority position. Like the vast majority of philosophers and scientists are scientific realists, so they think that science describes reality as it is. There is a small minority of people who think it doesn't, and it's like instrumentalists, but it's very uncommon.
Okay, so we would say that God could be, not inherently, but could be a useful heuristic for a person to use to find truth.
I don't know what that means. Like anything that can help you make predictions is a useful heuristic.
Yeah, it's a pattern of behavior that you use that usually pertains to some outcome. It's kind of like the modern realist position. It's saying we don't know that we know it to be objectively true, but we know it works. So therefore, we say it's true.
I'm not seeing how you're tying that into God, because like we know God doesn't work in a lot of ways. It leads to lots of false beliefs that fail.
I agree, but so do deductive arguments. Like we can have a incomplete deductive argument that is true, like the premises
All
are
cats are
sufficient for the
dogs, all
conclusion.
dogs are chickens, therefore all cats are chickens. Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, it could be necessary for the conclusion, but the conclusion is not necessarily correct.
Right, that's why we don't really use deduction in science. We use induction.
Well, what do you think, quantum theory is?
Physics?
Yeah, but it's a series of it's a deductive theory, right? You have a bunch of premises.
No, it's inductive. It's quantum physics uses derivative equations. Derivative equations are measurements of data. It's inductive.
I agree that all deductive conclusions use inductive premises, right? Like to say all ducks are white, that's a deductive conclusion. But I first have to induce that a duck is white.
So inductive premises are cogent and forget the other one. Deductive are sound and valid. So they're not the same.
I know. I'm saying a deductive conclusion uses inductive premises like quantum theory.
No. So inductive arguments are not valid and sound. They're cogent and strong. Deductive arguments are valid and sound, so they're completely different. So they're not deductive arguments don't use inductive premises, because an inductive premise is going to be strong or cogent. It's not going to be valid or invalid. So they're different. They're totally different.
So you don't think you can make a deductive conclusion based on inductive premises?
No, that would be the opposite of that.
So when did we induce evolution?
Through testable predictions of fossils and stuff.
But we've never seen an animal evolve. We've had inductions of how fossils, how animals have changed over time based on like evidences we found, and we've come to the conclusion that it must be evolution through natural selection.
Through induction, yeah. So like we see patterns, like patterns in DNA or patterns in the fossil records or patterns in the geological timescale, and those patterns we infer continued on in the past inductively and will continue in the future inductively. And if they continued in the past, then that would be induction. So we inductively conclude evolution happened by looking
But when
at the
you say
patterns.
but when you say they're patterns, that's no longer an induction, that's an inference, because you're saying
No.
you're getting these two inductions and you're seeing the pattern and you're inferring based on that.
So induction is like white duck, white duck, white duck. Oh, look, all of the ducks are white. The next duck is going to be white. That's a pattern.
Yeah, that's true. But you're inferring based on seeing those ducks that all ducks are white.
Yes, that's the conclusion, is the color of the ducks. So if you want to make it a
I agree.
cogent or strong one, you can say all the ducks I've seen are probably the next duck will be white. So that would be a inductive conclusion, inductive argument.
Well, no, you've made a deductive conclusion that could be
No.
verified by induction. Yeah.
No, if I say all ducks are white, that's a deductive conclusion. If I say probably the next duck is white, that's an inductive conclusion. They're not the same.
No, even if you look at all ducks and you say all of these ducks are white, that is still a deductive conclusion.
Possibly, sure. That's not a conclusion. That's just a premise.
If I were to put a gun to your head and said, and told you, and I asked you to tell me if all ducks are white, and if you got it wrong, you're dead. What would you take that bet?
We know all ducks are not white. There are.
No, I know. That's my point.
I don't think I would. No, I don't think I would take any bet with a gun to my head.
Fair enough.
But do you not think that with things like evolution, which we can't see natural selection happen, we have to infer it based on
two
evidence?
things. One, we do directly see both macro and micro evolution. Secondly, indirect observation is still a form of observation, and so seeing the patterns in DNA of endogenous retroviruses is literally an observation of evolution. It's an indirect observation. So we can directly observe it. And even if we couldn't, there are still indirect observations, which are still observations.
I agree. They're still observations, right? It's a conclusion you've come to based on an observation. But that doesn't mean that statement that you've come to, you arrived at through induction, because you've used inference to get that.
That's literally what it's using. So ERVs is looking at patterns in the DNA and confirming that these patterns continued previously through organisms that are our ancestors. And if that's the case, then that's induction, and we're inferring from induction that evolution is true. That's why these patterns exist. So it's induction, still induction. Like we see genes mutate when the cells divide, and we use induction to infer that continued to happen both before and after. And so we infer evolution is true because of that. That's it.
Genes mutate, what does that mean?
The allele frequency changes through cell division.
Yeah, it just means random shit happening, right? Errors.
That's evolution, yes.
Right, so you're just saying that the entirety of all life just shit happens, basically.
Yeah, so random mutations happen. The bad ones die.
Right.
The good ones live. You have evolution.
Right, the good and bad. Yeah, sure. But it's just like shit happens. Doesn't sound like an explanation to me.
Well, it's not. Shit happens. It's literally a description of every worldview ever. God did stuff.
No, it's not.
Okay, which worldview does
I'm
not?
I'm glad you're being honest. Though.
Which worldview does not have shit happening?
Shit happens. I mean, sure, you could say that's enough. Like, hey, man, just shit happens, man.
Would you agree with this to be a deductive truth? All mammals have backbones.
That's a definitional truth. It's analytic. It's not deductive.
Well, hang on. But it is a synthetic truth because it's not integral to human, right? Or to a mammal. You can't verify it. It's the inductive thing that you need to see all the mammals, right, before you can say.
Well, so mammals, the definition of mammal is something humans made up, so it's an analytic truth. But or at least it's something we just completely made up. But yes, we couldn't verify it without seeing it. I would agree. But what's I'm not understanding your point.
Well, the point is that that's an inference we've made given inductive premises. So we can use inductions to come to deductive conclusions.
No, that's a definition. Definitions aren't. There's things we made up. So the definition of a mammal as being a vertebrate is something we've made up.
All right, that's fair. That is kind of a priori, I guess. Kind of included in the definition.
If you guys don't mind, Baked Croissant wanted to present an argument. Well, never mind. He just left, so.
Anybody else
He
have any
might come
questions?
back. I know the Android absolutely messed up. He might just need to reconnect.
Other questions? Other arguments for God?
I don't have many arguments. I just have a lot of frustrations from what I witnessed from that call, because there are some really good arguments against what he was saying, but a lot of them were quite awful. A lot of them were like counterfactuals. Like, if there was a universe where God existed, what would we expect to see versus a universe that doesn't have God? What would we expect
Which
to
argument are you talking about? Which conversation?
see? I think it was the last one with the guy who seemed like he was a bit of a flat earther.
Oh yeah, that would be me. What's up, bro? How's it going?
Yo, what's up? You know when they said, what would you expect to see in a universe with God versus a universe without God? I think that's kind of begging the question, because they're assuming either the universe doesn't have God or there is a God in this universe. So it's just kind of a dumb question.
Sort of. That's sort of true. So it's more like you can make a prediction, whatever prediction you want, as long as it's something we don't know is evidence. And so you would obviously want to make a prediction of something we don't already expect. So if you predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow, that's not really great evidence. So it's not that you have to make a prediction of something that you would expect to not happen under a naturalistic worldview. That's not like it's impossible to do that. Like the problem of underdetermination, you can always make any hypothesis explain all of the data. So I think that was not the correct way to phrase it. I think the better way to phrase it is just make a prediction of something we don't know yet.
Would you say you're a strict materialist?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So would you how do you distinguish between the brain and the body?
Well, the brain is a part of the body.
I meant the mind, sorry. I meant the mind. My bad.
Nope. I do not. I see them as the brain and the mind are synonymous. The mind is a product of the brain. So I guess in some sense they're not exactly identical. But so like a mind is a subset of the brain.
Can you use the mind as an analogy of a RAM in a computer? It's just a memory, temporary space.
Sure. It's like a program in the mind. The mind is a program in the brain. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So what would you say a person is then?
A person is the mind, the program in the brain. That's you. Your identity is that program.
TJump, can you explain again what you mean by reality is the grounding for morality?
Well, like if morality is an object, like God's nature or a Platonic object, if it exists as a thing in reality, then reality is the grounds of the object.
Okay, if you ask me where my car keys are, can I answer reality? Because because the place where my car keys are is part of reality?
Yes, if it's an existing object, then that would be an accurate statement.
And you think that's a coherent answer?
Well, if you're asking for a grounding of like the existence of an object, yes, it's perfectly fine. If you're asking for a specific location, then you're right, that would not be a correct answer. But if you're asking for metaphysical grounding, then yeah.
And I'm asking for a specific justification.
What? So if you're asking for metaphysical grounding, reality, the things that exist, if you use the things that exist to ground epistemology, morality, ontology, that is correct, yes.
That's not a specific answer if you say reality.
I don't know what exactly you mean, how that's not a specific answer. Like, if there is an object that exists, than it exists in reality. And so you can use the class of existing things to ground logic, epistemology, morality, and anything else. And the class
Yeah,
of
that
existing
doesn't make any
things
sense.
makes perfect sense. I'm not sure what you don't get there.
Like, how is it a justification to say reality?
Reality is the
How?
class of all existing things. The properties which are shared by the class
Yes.
of existing things is the grounds of logic, morality, metaphysics. So you can contrast that to the class of non-existing things like round squares. Round squares would not be a good grounds of other things because they don't exist. And so if you want to try to make a grounds of epistemology or morality or whatever, you use the commonalities of the properties within existing things, which is reality.
Yeah, I get that you can't use like contradictory things to justify things, but how does a broad statement like reality justify anything?
It's just the grounds of all things. So it doesn't specifically give you how you go from reality to a specific justification. It's just the basic grounds. So like saying you ground saying you ground logic in God doesn't tell you how you ground logic in God. It just tells you what the grounds is. So if you're asking like more of a specific methodological question of how do you go from reality to a grounds, that's a different question.
Well, I can make a specific statement on what the ontological status of logic is, for example.
I don't understand how that relates to the question.
Well, you said we're on the same grounds when it comes to justification, but I say that I can make actually a statement about the ontological status of a thing like logic.
What is ontology?
It's the study of what exists.
And everything that exists, what do you call that?
Reality.
Yeah.
So what's your point?
So it's the same. Like I could give a more specific definition of how I justify logic through descriptions of reality or whatever, but ultimately the ultimate grounds of logic is reality. Reality grounds logic. I can give a more description, a more descriptive.
That's not a grounding.
Yes, yes, it is. Literally is. It's literally the ontology of logic.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Daniel, I have a question for you, buddy.
Okay, go ahead.
The last time you and I had this fight, I asked you a question that you couldn't answer. Let's see if you've developed an answer for it this time. Let's
go.
assume your God does exist, okay, and he has all the properties that you think he has, okay. Does this give us any ontological grounding of reality that isn't a brute contingency?
Can you explain it a little bit differently? I'm a little slow.
Your contention with TJump's response thus far is that you don't think reality can just be the way that it is, right? That prima facie, we can't just have an explanation that just is that way. But if we incorporate God into the amount of variables that we currently possess, we're still stuck in that same boat. Because even if God created the universe, which you believe he did, well, he just happened to create it the way that he did because he just happened to want to create it that way. And he just happened to have the effective will to do that. And he just happened to have the properties of omnipotence and omniscience and omnibenevolence, which funneled into that decision making. And he just happens to exist as opposed to not existing. It just is that way. So your God is a brute contingency, just like reality is a brute contingency in TJump's worldview. So all these epistemological questions you're asking TJump about how he knows this or how he knows that or how he grounds this or how he grounds that, if we were to accept your criticisms as valid, would apply just as equally, if not more so, to your position. So I fail to see where you think you're going with this.
So it's not that. So I admit that every worldview is circular at its basis. So, of course, God is a brute contingency that I cannot appeal to something outside of God to justify God, because God
Okay,
is the
so if
thing
you're-
by which I justify everything else.
Cool. So if you can justify everything using God, why can't TJump justify everything using reality? Where is
Because
the real
the things, the categories we're talking about that need justification require a certain type of world, and that's the Christian world.
I have no idea why you think that. Like, what do you mean by
why?
certain kind
What
of...
what is the justification for that?
Well, we can, for example, look at morality.
Yeah.
The good in the Christian worldview is the accordance of one's will with God's will. So if you're gonna say that's in TJump's worldview, where he simply says reality, he's gonna have to need to some kind of mind to, or some kind of divine will to justify it in the same way.
No.
Daniel,
So
no.
hold up one sec.
He only has his mind. He just needs his mind to justify his concept of the abstract that is morality.
Well, no. So he's
Can you
asking.
co-
That's not specifically what he's asking. So he's saying morality exists objectively. It's not a subjective mind thing. If morality exists subjectively or objectively, like he's claiming, then you need something to ground that. And I would agree. I'm a moral realist, so I think it does exist objectively. And like most philosophers who are also mostly atheists, we don't think that's God. So we can have objective morality without a God. I don't see why you think you need a mind for that.
Appeal to
Appeal to
authority doesn't
some-
matter what most philosophers think.
It does actually, because
Wait,
that's
wouldn't
a
it be an
reference-
outright contradiction to say you need a mind for objective morality?
I don't think so. Well, I mean, sort of, because it's
The
subjective.
definition. Yeah, the definition of objective is independent of a mind. So if a
Well, some
mind is the
people
source of
will-
moral truths, then it would
Some
be
people
subjective by
consider it.
definition.
Some people consider it stance independent, because if you say mind independent, then it's kind of tautologically impossible. And so, especially Christians, they will say God is the ultimate arbiter of morality, and God is a mind, but we just can't claim to know the mind of God. So to say objective morality is mind independent, I think is kind of stacking the deck in a way.
Whether we can know the mind of God or not is irrelevant, because the dichotomy still stands. Either God comes to his moral decisions based on some aspect of his personal character or preference, or he is aware of some transcendental moral oughts and he instructs us to behave according to those. But in the latter example, where morality would be objective, he's not the source of it. He's just how we know it's there, but he wouldn't necessarily be required for that. And then in the former, morality isn't objective at all. It's subjective, because it's subject to his personal preference in the given moment.
Yeah,
and
so
indeed,
those
most
transcend-
Christians believe that morality has changed over the years, right? Like most Christians I've talked to don't believe that slavery is moral, for instance. Of course, they didn't get that moral intuition from the Bible or God, nor could they have. So why they seem to think more, even if they believe for whatever reason in this given instance that God agrees with them that slavery is immoral, at one point he didn't disagree with that. Like, he didn't think that slavery was immoral.
So Xerxes is right here. If you want to ground morality in mind, you have to ask the question: is it moral because the mind's determined it with some conscious state, or did it determine it because of some moral fact? And if it's ever the case that it's moral because the mind determined it based off some conscious state, then it's subjective by definition. So you could say that the mind, its nature, like, grounds morality, and so the decision of the consciousness has no part in the morality, and have it be objectively grounded in the mind in that sense. But if you ever ground it in the decision making or the consciousness of the mind, then it is inherently subjective.
Yeah, but if you ground it in the nature, then the moral fact of the matter is just a brute contingency. It's a transcendental fact to God, because God doesn't decide upon his own nature.
Yeah,
but then
that-
you can ask another
fine.
question, which is, are things moral because they adhere to the nature of God, or is God's nature moral because it adheres to certain things like honesty or goodness? Or
Well, then you could just answer the first one, say God's nature is moral, and just say that object is the objective object which grounds morality. So once you get to a non-conscious object, you can just grant the first horn of the dilemma instead of going to the second one.
Yeah. Although when Christians do that, they fall into a trap, because, I mean, if we were to say God's nature is that which is the standard of human morality, right? What's moral for me to do to my fellow human beings is based on that which is conforming to the nature of God, right? Ostensibly, Christians do not maintain that God is capable of behaving in contrary to his, or in contradiction to his own nature, right? God is bound by his nature to behave the way that he does. So anything God does is therefore de facto moral. So if God, say, I don't know, killed 42 children for making fun of baldness, then we can then infer, or deduce rather, that it is moral to kill children for making fun of baldness. Premise one: morality is that which conforms to the nature of God, or in other words, God's nature is the objective referent for morality. Premise two: God never behaves outside of his own nature or in contradiction to his nature. So premise three from 1 and 2: God's actions are always moral.
False equivalence.
Premise. How is that a false equivalence?
Because you're completely you're failing to make the distinguishment between what God is allowed to do as the head honcho and boss and creator of the universe, and his superior authority to carry out righteous judgment between us as the creation and being ought to obey to what his commands are as because we're inferior to his
Okay,
superior
rebel,
wisdom.
rebel,
That's subjective
rebel.
morality.
Okay, that's the point.
What?
Okay, the moment that you insert God can do this thing and it's moral when he does it, but it's not moral when humans do it, you have just outright admitted that morality, or at least what is moral for human beings to do, is not predicated on the nature of God.
No, it is because you're failing to make the distinction.
You cannot.
equivalence.
You cannot have it both ways. If what is if it is
you
moral, hold on, stop. Okay, the act of killing 42 children for making fun of baldness is either moral or it is not. If it is moral for God to do it and not moral for human beings to do it, then God and human beings do not adhere to the same moral standard, meaning the object which standardizes morality is not the same for humans and,
so
God.
be it.
So,
So
it
be it if
can't,
you want
so,
to.
so it can't be God's nature because that would be the same for humans and God.
Well,
So
no,
be
but
it.
this is the thing, right? Because the moral ought for a human will be completely different than a moral ought for, a divine creator.
So
I think
just
what
to
he's trying
clarify, you're
say is
saying you
that
have
if
two
you
different
got
It's
a-
standards?
not
wait,
dependent on the nature of God.
well, it is dependent. It is dependent on the nature of God, right? But you've got to acknowledge that the agency between the
doesn't
two
mean
different
anything.
beings is
No.
completely different. Yeah, it does because all
No, it
implies
doesn't.
can. If you
No, it
can't,
doesn't.
if you can't do
No,
something,
it
why
doesn't.
should you be
Tippy, shut
obligated to
the
do so?
fuck up. If God's
Okay.
nature is the objective standard of morality, then anything which conforms to the nature of God is moral. If for
you're
any reason
forgetting
I
something.
do something that conforms to the nature of God, but it's not moral for me to do it, then my morality is not predicated on the nature of God. How is that
The
so
thing
hard for you
is
to understand?
you're forgetting that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, right? God is everywhere.
Oh my God, it doesn't matter. Insert whatever
whenever,
X bullshit reason
Lexi,
here.
you've got to let me finish. You got to let me
No,
finish.
I don't have to let
So
you finish because you're
you
not
do
even
because you
adhering
don't
to
know what I'm
You're
arguing
not
for.
even listening. You are not listening to the argument. Okay.
I am. I am. You're saying that if you're not in alignment with God's will, then you are being.
Premise one: the act of killing 42 children for making fun of baldness conforms to the nature of God. Premise two: it is immoral for me to kill children for making fun of baldness. Conclusion: my morality, or what is moral, is not what is moral for me, anyways, is not predicated on the nature of God.
It's immoral because we're not God. Here, let me try to make an analogy, right? Like,
wait.
That's
Wait,
the
so am I
fucking
just not
point.
allowed to reply?
So one sec. If you're saying
That's
that there's two
ridiculous.
different standards of morality, one for humans
Yes.
and one for God, right? That's what you're
That's
saying.
double standards.
That means it's not
Sure,
objective.
call whatever you want.
Objective.
But
Wait.
obviously there's a fundamental
Stop. Objective means it applies to all minds equally, independent of anything else. If you're saying it applies to some minds and not others, that means it subjectively applies to some and not others. If you want it to be an objective model of morality, it needs to apply to all minds.
There is a fundamental difference between an eternal supernatural creator being that is the very reason for our the mere existence in the first place, between mortal beings who are not eternal and were created by this person, right? So just real quick, if I can try to give an analogy here.
No, I understand. I understand your argument. That's just subjective
Wait,
morality.
TJump. I know, I understand.
One sec. I want to outline this for you.
Oh my
So let's
God.
say I have a model of morality. It says anyone who kills anyone without their consent ever is immoral. Now that's objective, right? It applies to all minds equally, no difference. Now, let's say you have a different model that says any human who kills, but not God, not this other mind. Which one is more objective?
It's not. I mean,
The problem is you're willfully misunderstanding the point, right? The idea.
Answer.
What?
It's not just you're making God. You're making God off to be just like another mind,
No,
as if
I don't
his
care.
mind is equivalent to ours.
Which definition is more objective? Any killing anyone for any reason applies to everyone is wrong, versus anyone except person X who kills someone is immoral. Which one is more objective? Which definition is more objective?
There's an objective standard for the creation, but then when it comes to the creator,
I don't care. Which
he
definition
would be
I just gave you? I gave you
exception.
two definitions. All X's who do this are immoral. All X's except Bob who do this are immoral. Which definition is objective?
the thing that you have to take into account is that God is above human mind.
Special pleading.
I don't care.
No.
None of what I
Oh my
said
fucking
entails
Christ.
a difference based on the properties of Bob. I don't care what properties of Bob you add in. So if I say
God allows us to have free will.
So if
He allows us to make
it's
the
not a part of the
choices that we
question.
want to
Stop
make in our
deflecting.
life.
Stop deflecting.
Whether
The
those are
question-
moral or immoral
Stop.
can be left
Lingo,
back to what
shut
he
up.
says.
The question was, if I have
Oh my-
two principles, two moral principles, one says any conscious agent who kills another without consent is immoral, and the other says any conscious agent other than Bob. And now this says nothing about the properties of Bob. You can make whatever properties you want. Omniscient, omnibenevolent, don't care. Make up whatever properties you want. Which of these definitions is more objective? Anyone who kills someone without their consent is immoral. Anyone except Bob who kills someone without their consent is immoral. Which one is more objective? Which one is subjective?
False binary.
How is that it's a dichotomy? How is that a false dichotomy?
Dude, they don't even understand the question.
I know.
These people are way too conceptually impoverished to have this conversation because in their minds, what they think you're saying is that if God does X, he must be immoral. But this is manifestly preposterous. Allow me a better analogy, okay?
go for it.
In the United States of America, we have a judicial system, and there are people who participate in that judicial system which have different rights than normal civilians. For instance, police officers are allowed to arrest and detain you and take away your freedom if they have reasonable suspicion that, or probable cause rather, that you're committing a crime. Okay, they can stop you in your tracks, put you in handcuffs, restrain you, and interrogate you if they have suspicion to believe that you're committing a crime. Average citizens are not allowed to do that. Even in the context of a citizen's arrest, you have to actually observe a person committing a felony, and then you're only allowed to restrain them insofar as it doesn't cause a danger to yourself or the public, right? Whereas cops can literally shoot a person in the streets if circumstances warrant it in a certain situation, okay? Now, both police officers and civilians adhere to the U.S. Constitution, the laws of the United States, but those laws endow police officers with a different power than civilians. This is because what is morally right, or correction, what is legally right for civilians to do is not predicated on what police officers do. Similarly, what is morally right for human beings to do is not predicated on the nature of God or what God does, and so God's nature is not the standard of human morality, even if you believe he exists.
Well, so that's
I do not
false
know
for
why
many
this is so
reasons.
difficult for you to understand.
So, for example, we wouldn't expect two moral agents who have two different capabilities to fulfill the same actions. So why would we give them both the same obligation? If we had someone drowning in the sea, one
not
person
about
on the shore
obligation, dude.
is an athlete, the other it is when it comes to moral realism, and there's another person who is disabled. Okay, we would expect the person who is capable, who is an athlete at this sport, to go and save the person who's drowning. We wouldn't expect the same obligation on somebody who is disabled and probably unable to fulfill the act. So when
Why
we
is
say
this
that,
so fucking absurd for people to
because
understand?
when you say moral obligation
Barry,
is in alignment with God,
we're not talking about obligations. We're not talking about obligations,
You are.
okay? The debate.
You're talking about
the
moral
debate is
alignment
over.
with God.
We
Can I
are
take a stab at
talking
it?
about whether or not the standard of morality is the nature of God. There are behaviors which conform to the nature of God that are not moral for human beings to do. And
Exactly.
that tells us that God's nature is not the standard of human morality. What is right and wrong for me to do to my fellow human beings is not predicated on what God does, and therefore not predicated on
No,
his
you're completely
nature.
misinterpreting.
I understand, right? And this is why the Christians claim never to know the mind of God, right? Because we're concerned with human morality and what humans should do.
No,
So when we
what
say that
what they do,
47 children die,
what
I
they
agree,
do
God
is
did
they
that, and
point
that's
to
probably
God's
not good. But
they
humans
point
are
to God's
unable
nature
to
as the
affect
source
that.
of morality. That's the problem.
Wait, sorry. Wait, no, but this goes back to the transcendental thing, right? If there are these transcendental truths, right, then they're dictated from that. There are ethical statements that are equivalent to descriptive statements, right? 1 + 1 = 2. It's rational to acknowledge 1 + 1 = 2. Therefore, we should interact with 1 + 1 = 2 in order to be rational.
Does every action God makes Hold up. Does every action that God makes good by definition?
When you say good, I think in an ethical sense, right?
Sure.
And in
Sure.
ethics, we're saying should be done. So
Sure.
everything
in Christian morality, God cannot do bad things, right? Everything he
Yeah.
does is morally good. Okay? There are some things he does that humans cannot do, which essentially means there are some actions that are morally good that humans cannot do. If you take the conjunction of those, what does it mean then to be morally good? Where it's clearly not doing good things, because if it was, then you could do all the things God can do, because
I
God
didn't
can only
follow at
do
all.
good
Sorry,
things.
Hila, that doesn't follow. Your logic is
You're
correct.
trying to
Of course it
argue.
follows.
You're trying to argue that
No, it
because
doesn't.
humans
You made a
can't
lot of
do
leaps
things
there.
beyond human capability, that they are morally wrong, which is inaccurate. Because God can do things that we obviously can't.
You didn't understand the example.
Oh my God. Okay, I gave a
I thought it
specific
was as
example of
clear
a
as
thing
could
that we
be.
can do. Okay, it is within human capacity to kill children for making fun of baldness. All right, that is something that we can do. God's power is not higher than ours in the capacity to perform this particular act. Okay, does the act of killing children for making fun of baldness conform with the nature of God? Yes. Is it moral for human beings to do that? No. Therefore, the nature of God is
That's a
not the
false
standard of human
assumption.
morality.
When you say,
That is
does God
false.
do that? When you say God does X because of Y, and you say, yes, he does do that, you're assuming that. And that's integral to the Christian claim that you
What
can't
does
know
that
the,
even
the
mean?
mind of God.
It's in the
Well,
Bible.
if you're
He's just
saying,
quoting the
if you're
Bible.
saying,
It's
if you're
2
saying
Kings
that, if
2:24.
you're
He's
saying
just quoting the Bible.
that God kills children because they're saying that a person's bold, does he do that? Does he do that because of that reason?
Yes.
That's what the
Yes.
Bible says.
It's 2
It's
Kings
literally in the
2:24.
Bible. It's a
Like,
passage from the Bible. Elisha is leaving the town of Bethel. Okay, we don't need any more interruptions. Stop. Elisha is leaving the town of Bethel, and while he's leaving, a group of children are standing outside the city gates, mocking him, saying, "Get out of here, Baldy! Get out of here, Baldy!" And then Elisha, the prophet of God, turns to the children and curses them in the name of God, and God sends 2 bears to maul 42 of the children to death.
So the bears kill the children, not God.
So yeah, it sounds like
Okay,
God used
the
bears
bears
to kill
killed the
children, which
children
happens
being
all the
sent by
time.
God.
Do you
Okay.
think that was done by God's actions or by the children's actions?
What?
What does that even mean?
Because
Done by Rico.
if you're saying that God is omnipresent and everywhere, technically everything that happens is done by God, right?
The verbal IQ in this
Okay,
conversation is so low.
this is not relevant. Okay, I've given an example of a thing which is done by
Well,
God
you
and
said
can
that
be done by
God
humans.
sent
All right,
bears.
is it are humans capable of killing children? Just generally speaking,
Are we capable of sending bears?
Yes, we are capable of sending bears. The
My
Romans
God.
did
yes,
it
we
all
could
the
do that. I
time.
could train a bear to attack people on command. Yes.
But what about
I can
wouldn't have
resolve
to
your
train the
problem.
bear? But
Do you think
isn't the
do
point
you
of
think the method of execution is relevant?
Well, I think the point of it is it's the children's actions that got them in the position where they were eaten by bears. I think that's the point of the
Jesus
story.
You don't get to play
Christ,
that fucking
dude.
game.
Wait, that's fine. That's
So
fine. We
low
can work with
IQ.
that. That's fine. That's fine. So let's go with that. Let's say anybody who makes fun of bald guys, is it moral for us to send bears to maul them to death?
Yes.
Welcome to Christianity.
Silence is palpable.
No, I can resolve your dilemma when you're ready.
They're like, oh shit, oh shit.
I've got the answer.
The problem is that when you talk about God, it's the book of Job, right? Like God, in a way, killed all of Job's family and stuff.
Why
But
don't you address the
if you
question?
read it as a Christian, right? What you see is that when instead of God, you see the universe does all this stuff, right? And you're never.
But no, we don't even believe the story. What is this nonsense, Barry? Like, what are you
Well, you're
talking
using
about?
I'm using an analogy, right? I'm saying
Instead of
look,
constructing
with
you
this
code,
book,
why don't you
what does-
address
we
the
have
question?
in another
What does
book
that
of
even
the
mean?
story
Read it
where
like
God
a
sends
Christian.
things to go and kill other people, right? And but that doesn't mean that God comes down from the clouds and kills people. That means that there are physical phenomena that conspire to kill someone.
Okay, let me give you another example where you
That
can't
are
play this whole
orchestrated by
ambiguity
God.
thing. I hold on.
Everything,
So
the
God,
thing is,
hold on,
everything's
Barry.
orchestrated by God.
Barry, shut the fuck up. Okay. All right. In the book of Genesis 38, there is a story wherein a man named Onan is in the act of sexual congress. And right as he's about to climax, he pulls out and ejaculates on the ground, and God smites him dead. Right? He doesn't send bears. He doesn't send some emissary to do it for him. He does it himself. He kills a man for ejaculating outside of a woman. All right. And that was his motivation, which is detailed in the story.
That's my
This
king.
is why Onan was killed, was for spilling his seed on the ground. Okay. Is it moral to kill people who pull out?
I can resolve your false dilemma when
King shaming.
I don't know.
I don't need a bunch of people talking at once.
Situation.
Barry, you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, read it.
No,
you need to understand the difference between the New and the Old Testament. You're not a Christian, so you can't.
It says, but
possibly
Onan knew that the
understand.
offspring would not be his, so whenever he went to his brother's wife, he would waste the semen on the ground so as to not give offspring to his brother, and what he did was wicked in the sight of the Lord, so he put him to death also.
So it wasn't just for nutting on the ground, it was kind of for betraying his brother and sticking his wife.
Who cares?
Okay, fine. Is it moral to kill people for banging their brother's wife?
I mean, maybe.
Can you answer it honestly?
Oh my fucking
No,
Lord.
you can't.
It may
You
be.
obviously
I don't
can't.
know. It may be.
It maybe, dude. I have no idea.
Holy crap. Okay, this is an even bigger problem, Barry. Okay.
Actually,
If the
because he
standard
didn't
of
bend his
morality
brother's
is the nature of God, and it conforms with God's nature to kill people for having sex with their sister-in-law, all right, then anybody who has sex with their sister-in-law, it would be moral to kill that person. Okay. There is no maybe about it. It's either yes or no. If the answer is no, our morals are not predicated on God's nature. If the answer is yes, well, please go ahead and fulfill these things which you believe are moral. I'd be happy to see what happens to you as a consequence of it.
So, can I try to bring
Well,
up
I
an
don't
analogy?
know. I don't know what it was like to live back then. I don't know what the
Oh my!
accepted
Yeah, we're
norms
going to
were.
throw in yet another condition, which makes the morality even more
so
subjective.
if I
You're just a
can-
fucking buffoon. You're getting muted. You're done.
Okay, so I'll take this
So
opportunity.
this argument's not going to work because it depends on the reason that you have.
Of course, atheist. Yeah. So
No, it
The
doesn't. No,
the
it doesn't
reason
depend on
was
the reason.
listed.
Jesus Christ.
The reason was literally listed. God did X because Y. Is it moral for human beings to do X because Y? The answer is yes.
Okay.
There you go. Morality is that which conforms to the nature of God. But the answer is no,
Okay.
it's not. And there are far more examples of this being no than yes. God killed the firstborn children of every household in Egypt so that he could get rid of slavery. All right. Would it be moral for us to go to Thailand and kill the firstborn children of every household in Thailand so that we can get rid of slavery in Thailand? Would that be the moral recourse?
You don't know the reason behind God's actions. That's the Christian worldview.
It says the reason. It literally says it in the Bible. So either the Bible is wrong,
But that's
and we can't trust
not
the
the
Bible.
reason. Yeah.
Okay, then
Okay.
the
It's
Bible
not that
is
you
wrong.
can't trust the Bible. No, it's just that you have the wrong
You
interpretation.
don't get to have it both. You don't get to have it both ways.
No, it's just that you're not getting it.
So
Stick argument, bro.
Yeah, shut the. Is there any theist in
my
here
God.
capable of honesty?
Yep.
Yes.
Can I try? Can I
Doesn't
try
look like it.
No,
Rebel Avalon, you had your shot
So why am I in here then?
because you came in
because
here.
you joined. What? I didn't force you in here against your will. What are you
But
talking about?
somebody's going to espouse the absolute nonsense that you espoused. You're on very thin ice.
Well, if
Rebel,
nobody,
I know about the cancer thing.
Try me.
I want to hear the cancer argument again, please, Rebel. Go on.
cancer
I'd
doesn't kill
be
people.
I'd be more than happy to as soon as we get off this morality issue. Okay, so for example, right, in a family unit, there's a relationship between parents and children. Just because the mother and father, as an adult, are allowed to do things like drink alcohol, have sex, smoke weed, smoke cigarettes, join the army, work in physical labor, or drive a car, despite the fact that the children would inherently look up to their parents as figures of authority and role models to model their behavior after, just because every action the parents are capable of doing, which is appropriate for them in the context of being an adult, does not necessitate that the children, or even teenagers for that matter, replicating this behavior would be moral for them to do, because there's a fundamental
Because children's behaviors.
Exactly right.
Oh my God. Rebel Babylon. That is because what is correct for children to do is not predicated on what adults do. That's my fucking
That's the
point.
same as
You
the difference
absolute
between humans and
ignoramus.
God.
Wait, so I'm not. It's not immoral to drink alcohol. It's not immoral for children to drink alcohol. So I'm not.
I think he's trying to equate. He's trying to draw an analogy between like adults and children, and God and humans.
Well, that's still a subjective morality. You're saying subjectively for adults it's okay to do X, but not for children. So that's still a subjective
No, he's
morality.
saying it's not the same act.
Yes,
He's saying it's not the
subjective.
same act.
Okay,
It's
Lion, you
subjective.
got to get your mic fixed before you're going to start coming in here screaming.
It's just changing the rules, basically double standards.
This is it doesn't even matter that it's a double standard, right? You know, if you want to say a thing can be moral when God does it and not moral when humans do it, fine. But the ontology of what is moral is not God's nature at that point. Why it's immoral for me to do something is not because it doesn't conform with the nature of God. Why is it immoral for me to kill children for making fun of baldness? It's obviously not because it doesn't conform with the nature of God. It obviously does conform with the nature of God. Why is it immoral for me to kill the firstborn child of people who own slaves? It's not because it doesn't conform with the nature of God. It clearly conforms with the nature of God. So why is it immoral for me to do it?
I think a way to ask would be like, what about the nature of God? What in the nature of God says human nature can't do this? Is there some part of God's nature? Does like his pinky toe entail that human nature can't do this? Is there a part of God's nature that's like exclusionary to human nature or something? Like how exactly does God's nature eliminate human nature as a possible moral avenue?
That would be an epistemological nightmare.
Like for example, in that case of Alicia and the 42 or the 42 kids getting mauled by the two she bears, Alicia just had received double-fold the spirit of Elijah, who was sent into heaven, right? So him being a very powerful prophet of God and having that that double-fold spirit of God in him, though when those children made fun of his baldness and mocked and scoffed him, that ultimately was offending God because his spirit was within him. So that's why that act ultimately came from God. So for us to go, if some kids make fun of our baldness, we're not in that same position because we're not endowed with a double spirit of God like Alicia was.
Can we kill children that make fun of God's prophets? Which would be the actual analogy.
All Rebel just did was make the matter
God would have
infinitely
to do
worse
it.
because now he's saying that God had them mauled to death for a thing that
Why-
they weren't even intending to do.
Why
He
would
wasn't
we have
mauling
to
them
do
for what they were
something that
actually
God can
doing,
do
which was making
himself?
fun of a bald guy. He wasn't. Well,
Why-
yeah, God can do it himself. Except God can't build a boat, and God can't wipe out these particular desert tribes that irritate him, and God can't kill the animals he
Iron
wants
Chariots?
to smell their burning flesh. Can't beat the iron. Yeah, this is complete nonsense, Rebel Babylon. So what you did was make the matter worse. So instead of God punishing them for what they were actually doing, God killed the children for something they were inadvertently doing, unbeknownst to them. These children did not know that Elisha had this weird spirit inside of him of a different prophet. They didn't know that specifically insulting his baldness was a direct affront to God. As a matter of fact, in another story featuring Elisha commands a stranger on the street to hit him. He says, "I am a prophet of God, strike me." And the man refuses to strike him, and God kills him because he wouldn't hit the prophet. So what does God want us to do? Does he want us to abuse prophets, or does he not want us to abuse prophets? Your God seems like a complete idiot.
At that point, it's like punishing someone for breaking rules they didn't even know existed.
We don't have to worry about what God wants to do because He very explicitly states it in the Torah. I mean, there's literally such thing called the Ten Commandments, and then all throughout the Bible, from Genesis to the Book of Numbers, there's a
Yeah, and most of those have a big asterisk next to them. Don't
strict
kill
set of
unless it's
laws,
these tribes
statutes,
of people that I
commandments
want you to
that
kill.
God
Don't
explicitly
steal
wants us
unless
to
you're
do.
stealing from them. Don't commit adultery unless you're capturing these women against their will and turning them into sex slaves.
I mean, whatever you want to say about it, right? It still doesn't somehow disprove the fact that God doesn't exist. Just because you don't
Dude,
like
that's
the way
not what nobody's talking
Oh
about
my
that.
goodness. We're talking about whether or not in Christianity, even if God exists, is God the standard of morality? And the answer, no matter how you cut it, is no.
Okay, cool. So hypothetically speaking,
It's an internal critique.
Say you did come to the conclusion with whatever compelling evidence you found to be true that the God of the Bible of Christianity was to be real, but you somehow you didn't like the sort of set of morals and standards and contradictions or double standards that he had, you would no longer you wouldn't like worship him as God, right? Is that what you're saying?
What? Well, I mean, I would act in my own self-interests because if this thing exists and he's gonna like torture me for all eternity if I don't stroke his ego.
Well, that's not. Well, I don't believe in eternal conscious torment. That's not biblical at all. You get annihilated. You no longer exist.
No, if God existed, I wouldn't worship him. He's an evil monster, which has absolutely nothing to do with what we were just talking about, though.
Okay, but I was
if in your worldview, I just pass into the oblivion and I don't exist anymore, then yeah, no, hell no. But if there was like the threat of eternal hell, then yeah, I would probably do what he wants me to do. I'd bend the knee.
Yeah, no, God is not some sadistic torturer that is gonna have some sort of cruel and unusual punishment.
That is exactly what he is. What do you mean?
Except for all the times that he did exactly that in
He
the Old
could have
Testament.
fooled. Could have fooled me.
Hell
Like,
is
torturing 42 children.
Hell is essentially by definition cruel and unusual punishment.
Hell is essentially the threat of hell is essentially it's essentially extortion. It's a metaphysical gun to our heads.
No, guys.
If we don't make the right choice.
Hold on. Stop.
He doesn't believe
He's
in
an
hell.
annihilationist. He's an annihilationist.
So
He doesn't
Earth,
know.
this Earth is cruel, unusual torment. So forcing us to live here and die for eating an apple.
Yeah, exactly.
So why are you still living? Why are you, if you hate life so much, why are you still living?
Because
well, if I could snap my fingers and go to my own universe,
That's not what he said.
if I could snap my own fingers and go to my own universe, I would do that in a second.
Try it.
Okay.
To answer your question, Rebel Babylon, there are a good number of people who are so miserable and in pain and agony that they do kill themselves.
Yeah, and they're unfortunate victims of this sci-fi space propaganda, which makes the Earth seem to be.
Yeah, okay, we're done with that.
No. Hold on a second.
No,
Like,
I mean, come on. No, we cannot give him a fucking no.
Oh my goodness.
Sci-fi
Rebel,
space
what about
propaganda?
all the people who kill themselves
We
in
better
like the
not be
third
going to
world where
flat
they don't
Earth.
even have access to
Well, I
television?
think what he was saying was like,
you think like fucking Ethiopian peasants care about the shape of the planet? No, they kill themselves because
what he was
they're
saying,
starving to death.
I think he was saying something like Star Trek and sci-fi movies portray such an idealized version of the world that, by contrast,
No. He was talking about globe Earth. He was saying that the people are duped into believing that the Earth is a globe, and that's why they kill themselves, as if that was the actual motivating factor.
Of course, he's a flat earther.
Oh yeah, he's fucking done. Flat.
He's probably an anti-vaxxer too, judging from his skin cancer bullshit.
TJump, you believe too well of humans.
And probably New World Order and the Freemasons control everything. And
I'm perplexed, like, at the simplicity of this point that I was making earlier. Like, it's why is this so hard to understand? If God is morally allowed to do certain things that human beings are not morally allowed to do, then the standard of morality is not God. It's something else which both God and humans adhere to. Similarly, I'm not allowed to do everything that a judge can do. Right, but judges and human beings both operate according to the laws of the United States of America. Like, my actions are not predicated on what judges can do or the nature of judges. Judges are allowed to sentence people to death for committing crimes. I'm not allowed to do that.
well, you're not allowed to. You could, but
Well, it wouldn't be legally right for me to do it.
That's true.
So, like, if you're saying, what is the nature, like, so what makes it legal for a person to do a particular thing? And we would agree it's, whatever the governing body at that time says is legal to do, like the laws passed by the representative legislator. But we wouldn't say that it's legal to do a thing based on the actions or nature of the people making the laws, right? So, like, fucking, who's my senator right now? Josh Hawley, that fucking yokel. He could make a law in Missouri that says, you have to do X, Y, Z. Okay. But whether or not it's legal for me to do X, Y, Z is not predicated on whether or not Josh Hawley does X, Y, Z, or whether it's conformal with the nature of Josh Hawley to do X, Y, Z. And indeed, there could be certain things that Josh Hawley's allowed to do that I'm not allowed to do because of his particular position in the state legislature. All right. So Josh Hawley and I are both adhering to the same laws of the United States, but we adhere to them differently based on our position. But what's legal for me to do is not predicated on what Josh Hawley does or what Josh Hawley's allowed to do. Similarly, what's moral for me to do is not predicated on what God does or what God's nature is. This is flabbergasting.
Any
What's
other questions?
flabbergasting isn't necessarily that someone could disagree. It's the absolute refusal to engage with the point that's being made. Like just insane low verbal IQ.
Does anybody have evidence that a God exists? Didn't think so. Hashtag why we do this.
Book. We have book.
But it's not a claim that you can apply your standards of evidence to.
I have proof there's a God.
Oh.
I have proof there's a God.
Who's that?
It's Rodent. What's up, Rodent?
Motorhead albums exist, therefore God.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bad
Most
Bunny.
compelling argument I've heard thus far.
Checkmate,
atheist.
I have to bow down to that one.
Lemmy is God.
Lemmy is
God. Trick question. Lemmy is God. Ah.
Alcohols are also real, so proof.
So JL, I recorded that segment of the of Rebel Babylon's argument because I started out with the whole contradictions in the Bible, which he completely hand waved away because he's an idiot and he's dishonest. And then I got that part where he said that, you know, the sun doesn't cause cancer and that cancer doesn't kill people. Recorded. So that little 25-minute video will be going on my channel later today, and I cannot wait to see how my audience reacts to that. I'm trying to think of a clever title, and I think what I've decided upon is breaking the bottom of the barrel.
I like it. Run with it. Do it.
I don't know. I think you
I
should
like
go with
alliterations
something
in
more
my
like-
title. They're very snappy.
What was that, TJump?
I think you should go with something more like Flat Earther believes sun does not cause cancer.
I'll do like a colon. Breaking the bottom of the barrel. Flat earthers don't believe in cancer.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my audience has been begging me to fight with flat earthers, and I just won't do it because it's such a waste of fucking time.
I gotta say this.
Most flat earthers are trolls anyway.
Wait, you guys are
Rebel
making that up.
Abalon. I just got to tell you this real quick. If the Earth was not a globe, then what we understand about orbital dynamics and the vast majority, and literally our communication system around this planet, and in other words, the internet that you are using in order to literally be on Discord at this moment, would not function the way they function, because all of that is predicated upon the Earth being a globe.
Not true.
Did you?
So I just got to say that.
Is this? I have something to say.
Did you guys actually meet a flat earther who doesn't believe that the sunlight causes cancer? Or are you guys saying
It's Rebel Abalon down below.
Rebel, does sunlight cause cancer?
Nope, and you have to give me proof of it.
Does cancer kill people?
Nope, but chemotherapy does.
Holy shit.
God.
There we go.
I've heard this talking point recently. I heard someone else also make this like, oh no, it's not the cancer that kills you, it's the chemo. Like plenty of people who haven't received chemo didn't die from cancer.
I gotta throw this out to Rebel.
The radiation doesn't kill you, but the radiation does kill you.
Yeah, that's
so.
funny. Wait,
so
hold on
this
a second.
is. I gotta throw this to Rebel.
Wait a minute. Wait, did Rebel leave? Is he still here? Oh yeah, he's still here. Rebel, do you realize that chemotherapy is radiation? So do you believe that radiation kills people?
Yeah, man-made barbaric radiation does, but not divine one from
divine. All right. This guy's a troll. This guy's a divine.
Oh, that's Rebel. Okay, guys. Just so you know, Rebel thinks the Earth is a snow globe with a firmament glass dome.
Yeah,
we know.
Okay, this guy, but this guy's obviously not real.
So there's divine radiation. That's fucking brilliant.
Guys, can we not? This guy's obviously trolling. Like he's not actually
real.
believing this. So
No. He's a
I'm gonna
Christian.
kick him out. I know atheists have a tendency to exaggerate people with theological beliefs, but this is stretching it, guys. I don't think people actually believe.
Is this the best your God has to offer?
So my other friend's a flat earther, and he sent me a picture of how cell phones give you cancer, and then I sent him a picture showing that sunlight is more mutagenic than phones.
All right, I've got chores I got to go do, so I'm going to bounce for a little bit. JL's in charge while I'm gone, and then I think he was also a mod, and there might be one or two more in here.
Actually, I'm going to mute for a bit because I got to go check on my dogs. I hear him barking. So,
is he still here?
Is there a mod in the room?
I think it's just you and me, man. I don't see anybody else in here who's a mod. Shit.
Okay,
Okay,
mod
hold on.
me,
Let me
fine. I'll be a mod.
Let me message Anime King and get him to give TJump mod. Oh shit. That way there's a moderator present in the room.
I think the theomatic apologists are like the worst trolls. And they're usually Muslim. Do you guys know what theomatics is?
No.
The Quran code. There's 19 letters in every page of the Quran, blah, 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 blah. That's proof mathematically of Allah.
Oh, linguistics? Like linguistic miracles?
No, yeah, it's called theomatics, yeah.
They have done that with the Torah as well. It's no excuse.
The Book of Mormon,
It's made up.
You guys know Russell Glasser from the Atheist Experience?
No.
Well, he wrote, like 20 years ago, he wrote a computer program to execute theomatic pattern recognition. It'll tell you every little thing. And so literally the Quran just does not hold up to other books, like any other fiction book. There's more patterns.
You have a link to that?
Oh, just look it up on Wikipedia or the Atheist Experience, episode 478.
I bet.
Yeah, Russell Glasser wrote a really famous article like a long time ago about it. And
Didn't he do the same thing for like Moby Dick? I'm recalling someone did like a numerology type examination of Moby Dick and found similar patterns.
it was just I just learned about theomatics in the Muslim Discord. They didn't say theomatics, they were just like the Quran has mathematical proof in it, and they like everybody agreed in the Discord. And this was a weird Discord. It's like it was called Submission, and it's just it's non-Muslim submitters of Allah.
What?
They think they know the Quran better than Muslims in this Discord, and they're all white people.
Yes, this
You're not
as
Muslim.
needed.
So that was Rebel saying sunlight doesn't give you cancer.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, what did I? The first time I met Rebel, I was like, I don't believe that you believe the things you say you believe.
Yeah.
Like he got really mad. I don't give a frick what you think.
Yeah.
Say the word
So
frick.
yeah, I would honestly like.
Yeah, did you just ironically
I
use
would
the
ban
word
Rebel
frick?
because he does not want to have a discussion at all.
Is he a troll? I have no clue.
No, he's just not willing to discuss anything. He wants to preach.
Jesus Christ, why is he? Whatever. I guess what I get for not doing damage. Oh well.
Wait, what was the previous topic that you guys were talking about?
I forgot, to be honest.
I'm kind of running a gambit.
Why is Xerxes and JL deafened?
Xerxes had to go.
Oh, they both went on break, basically.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Xerxes has to do some chores. JL had to check on his dogs. That's why they were looking for a mod, and why they just made you a mod, I think.
Oh, okay. Anybody else have any questions, comments, God arguments?
TJump, would the mind be
I guess
a
unlike
emergent-
theists, I can actually listen to what people are talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based.
Us being atheists, we understand.
Somebody had a question about a mind or something?
I was gonna ask, do you think the mind is just an emergent property of the brain?
Yes.
Function of it, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you guys think about the the omnipotence paradox? I've become quite interested in that.
What aspect?
I'm not familiar. What is it?
Can God
Either
carry a
one.
rock so heavy he can't lift it?
So yeah, basically, yeah.
They say
Or can
you
he
can only
create
do
like a
logic.
square circle or something like that?
Well, you can't say an all good, all powerful God exists if you also define bad things to exist. If you say like it's bad for a child to be murdered, and then you say you believe an all powerful, all good God, you're full of it.
That's a different paradox. That's a contradiction between omnipotence and omnibenevolence. But he just mentioned just the omnipotence on its own.
I'm just referring to omnipotence here. Yeah.
That's why current theists tend to go with not that God can do anything, but God can do anything that is logically possible. As I understand it.
No, what the fuck? Oh, I got pulled out of it like 3 times.
It's still logically possible to create a rock so heavy you can't lift it. So that's not a logical impossibility, though.
I may be getting the defense. I may be getting the defense wrong.
No, you got it right.
Okay.
They're just wrong because when they say it's logically impossible for God to create a rock so heavy he can't lift it, like no, it's not.
Could you elaborate?
And you need to believe in one before, questioning.
Well, why would weight
God.
matter to a god?
I
That
think
would be like
that-
a question.
Well, no, God can limit his own power. God can divide his power such that like it's inside the rock, so he can't lift it. So he could absolutely logically create a rock so heavy he can't lift it. The problem is that Christians don't want to admit that their God can have limited power or something could be more powerful than God, and so they don't want to admit that that's a possibility.
What are you judging strength by in this example?
Well, if he's limiting himself, is he really making a rock that he can't lift, or does he just have a rock that he has made that he is currently on, making it so that he can't lift it?
Either one works. It's still logically possible. So God could obviously just put enough of his power into a rock such that it's greater than his power to lift it. Like it's logically possible to subdivide your power into different objects.
Okay.
So would he be the most powerful
Can
being
God
at that
make
point?
horcruxes?
No, at that point he would no longer be
Yeah, I was gonna
omnipotent, which would then cause Christians to be very sad. But it's not a logical not a logical contradiction.
Okay, so for them it is, but yeah.
Yeah, and also I've kind of been interested in the topic of theological determinism as well.
So true.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, when we talk about like theological determinism as well, like what do you
Bro, what is he
think
doing?
about that?
Like Calvinism?
Well, I mean, not necessarily, in reference to like in religion, but what do you think about like that position fundamentally?
Well, if a God did create the universe and dictated everything of how it was going to happen, it's possible. I mean, I don't really find any reason to believe it, but it's possible.
Oh, fair enough.
Is it possible? Is that coherent to say, like, could God create a square circle? Like, is that coherent to ask?
Someone already said that, and
Probably not.
Where does that come from? What is that like?
Well, it's like, well, the Christian embodiment of God is the Logos, right? So if it's not logically possible, then I don't think it'd be incumbent on a Christian to defend it.
I mean, if it's in God's supposedly, if it's in God's nature, if logic is within God's nature, then it would be impossible for him to demonstrate or to make logical absurdities or something like that. But that would mean that then he is fundamentally bound by the laws of logic themselves.
Which he created in the first place, which also makes no sense.
Shrugs.
Is the problem of omniscience specific to like free will? Is that like where the contradiction comes in, or
That would be omniscience. Like if God knows everything, then how can you have free will?
Did I not say omniscience?
Well, that wouldn't be
I thought you
self.
said omnipotence.
That wouldn't be a
Oh, sorry, I
self-contradiction.
meant
So,
omniscience.
there's self-contradictions within omniscience without referencing free will, and then there's contradictions with free will and omniscience, just like there's contradictions with an all-powerful God who allows for evil, who's all good. But if you're asking for paradoxes specifically related to omniscience, you can ask, does God know what it's like to not know something, or something along those lines, and you can have a self-referential defeater. So omniscience itself has contradictions, and then if you have free will, how can you have free will and God already know it? Because that contradicts your ability to do otherwise. That's another contradiction.
Yeah, but then, and this is actually quite
if God is omnipresent, meaning he can experience all things in all possibilities, then God knows what it is to have a dick in his ass.
Yes.
Hence why it is a sin.
I think he may.
He knows why it's a sin. He's looking at you. He sees you.
Or he
I
just
think it's
wants all
kinda-
dick in the ass for himself.
True.
Taking away God for a second, I also think it's kind of fucked up that any bad experience that's ever been had, or any good experience that's ever been had, has happened to a human. Like somebody's been through the worst, somebody's been through the best. I think that's a pretty scary idea.
Oh, there are hells man has yet to even conceive. Like, come on.
Well, I think he means of
I
things
agree.
that
I
have been
completely agree.
experienced to this point. So of things that have been experienced, the worst has been experienced by a human, and the best has been experienced by a human.
Wait, what the heck?
Yeah, like imagine being the dude who has the worst experience in history. Like that would be pretty shit, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but that may have already happened like so long ago. We either didn't know about it or.
What happens
Right?
every day
that was
all
Job.
over the
Yeah,
world.
it happens every day to me, dude. It's all.
Your
That
life
was
isn't that
Job,
bad.
and all done to him by God to prove that he believed in God.
Job wasn't that bad. Job had a bad couple of weeks.
And he still pulled through. He still pulled through.
Oh my fucking god.
And got a fresh new wife and kids out of it, too.
The worst is more like the people who live in severe depression, never have any food or access to friends or family or relationships, and are completely alone for their entire life, and then either die from suicide or torture and rape after X number of years. Those are the people who have it pretty bad.
I don't know. I like the idea of like comparative bad. Like, imagine if someone was a king for like half of his life, and then the second half of his life, he got like made into like a slave or a prisoner and was like tortured every day. I reckon that would be worse than if you were just born into that in the first place.
I don't think so. I definitely don't think so.
I don't know. That's the plot of Trading Places.
It is. It is. I just think that if you have that good stuff to compare the bad stuff to, the bad stuff just becomes so much worse.
I don't think so. I think if you've lived your life with nothing but bad stuff and don't even know good stuff exists, I think that's worse psychologically.
Crap smells like roses if you've never smelled anything better.
No. No, it does not.
A rose by any other name, would it not smell as sweet?
Are you serious? Like, it's quite common. Like, if you smell it, like, if you don't know something better exists, then there's
No.
nothing better.
No,
that
that's
exists.
Crap still smells like crap, whether you compare it to perfume or not.
so people's psychological health is determined by like well-being, food, access to food and resources, and it doesn't make a difference if they know there's more resources out there or not. Like there's studies done on how much money you need to make to be happy, and there's like a bell curve of making a certain amount of money makes you happy, and then beyond that it starts to taper off. It has nothing to do with knowing that there's other stuff out there. It has everything to do with being able to achieve a certain standard of living that is required for biological and emotional function with the brain. And that's not something you need to know about to experience.
What about crime, though? Doesn't crime happen in areas with more, with people who are better off than worse off? Like, there's a bigger disparity.
No, it's when they're living close together. So those who have a lot versus those who have a little right next to each other. So it's disparate.
So it's that direct contrast.
Yeah, that's things that cause. Oh my fucking! I actually can't. So fucking mysterious.
One of the most like brutal anti-theist statements. You guys want to hear it?
I'm sure it'll be very brutal and
sure.
anti-theist.
I said this to Rebel when I first met him. The cancer isn't real kid. So I said I quoted Tracy Harris from the old Atheist Experience show. Like this is a 10-year-old clip. She says, "Here's the difference between me and your God. You believe in a God that doesn't stop children from being raped, but I would stop a child from being raped." Something like that.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, that's just the problem of evil. Restated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you allow evil. I don't allow evil.
Because I don't believe slavery is a moral position. I am more moral than the God of the Bible.
Well, you're more moral than the believer. Like, how low are your standards if you
It doesn't matter about the believer.
think
It's,
a God
it's the God
exists?
of the Bible.
But doesn't the
If
God
you
of the
think-
Bible give you free will, and isn't it people that rape babies?
It doesn't matter.
What? So if God gives people the capacity to rape, therefore God is immoral?
Sort of.
But he also gives you the capacity for lovemaking.
You can
Does that
have
make
one
him
without
good?
the other. No, so it isn't. It's one directional. So doing a bad thing and doing a good thing is doesn't like balance out. There's just a bad thing and a good thing. So if God was perfectly moral, he would create a world where it's impossible to force people to do anything they don't consent to doing, and all the good stuff. If he's apathetic, he'll do both. If he's immoral, he'll do just like perfectly immoral. He'll do just the evil stuff.
But how would we be able to recognize what bad things are if
Who cares?
If there was a perfect universe where everything was good?
Knowledge.
There wouldn't
You can
be
just-
there
you
wouldn't
just
be
give us the
morality.
knowledge. You just like download it into our brain directly. You don't actually need to know that stuff.
But then would we have freedom of will? Would we
Yes.
be able to choose?
Yes.
We'd only be able to choose good things, though.
No. You wouldn't be able to harm someone, like punch them in the face, but you could still desire to do it. So you could still have all the free will stuff.
Free will, but not free volition.
I don't know what that means. Volition and will are the same.
Well, if you're
Volition is
saying that you
intention.
can have, you're saying you can have the intent to do something, but be incapable of doing it.
Yeah, I can intend to fly and not fly.
But you could fly.
No, I do not have wings.
For a short amount of time.
If you're talking about you sprouting wings and flying, probably not. But you could you could create a device that allows you to fly.
I think we already have invented those.
Yes, so you could. I think the problem is you don't, because good and bad are kind of inherently relative terms. Like we only use good and bad in reference to, you know, some goal. So if there were things that just got us to the goal and never any bad things, then there wouldn't be good things. There would just be things that things that are. Do you see what I mean? Like you wouldn't have, how can you know good without bad?
Couldn't he just say that like God would just download it to your brain, like he just said?
Doesn't he imprint it on your heart?
Yeah, but the whole point is that you've got to choose to acknowledge 1 + 1 = 2. You've got to choose to do that. Because 1 + 1 = 2, but you can just say 1 + 1 = 3.
But he's saying that like you still have the option to do these things. You just wouldn't be able to like literally punch somebody in the face. You would still have like, or not the option to do that, but the choice.
You would have the ability to fantasize about it, but you wouldn't ever be able to act on it. The whole reason fantasies are bad is because you do have the possibility of acting on it.
Well, it's not necessarily, because like you have like Stephen Hawking, like he can't walk, but he still has free will.
Yeah, I agree. He can still do immoral actions, though. He still interacts with society.
Well, I think the point was like free will. So like he still has free will, even though he's still limited on his capabilities to do things.
No, but the whole point of this hypothetical is a universe where you are unable to be unethical. You're unable to be bad. And I'm saying if you can't be bad, how can you be good?
Well, I think.
So I'm back. I had to throw up. Oh, I'm sick. But so you can be good and not be bad in very many ways. So, for example, if there's a law of physics that says you can't force people to do anything they don't consent to doing, but you still have all the intentions, you're still able to help people who voluntarily ask for help. So you can do moral things, but not do immoral things. And so it's easily possible to not be able to do immoral actions while still having free will and still being able to do moral actions.
But I don't think there's a distinction between doing. I don't think there is such thing as a neutral action. I think something's either good or bad. Like ethics is applied like universally.
Is picking my nose a moral action or an immoral action?
Well, it depends, right? If you're having a conversation with someone and maybe you're eating some food, I would say it would probably be bad.
There's no one around.
Right?
There's no one around.
There's no one around.
Like right
no,
now,
probably
I'm picking
not.
my
You should
nose.
probably. It would be good. It would be good because
good?
you should
It's
get that
moral?
out. Yeah, because you don't want to block nose, right?
I'm just picking my nose
There are
because I like it.
reasons.
That's it.
But all I'm saying is immoral realism. You basically have a moral obligation, right? Something that would be best practice, and if you're not doing that, in theory, that wouldn't be ethical. So you should always be.
I don't know many philosophers who think that there's no amoral actions. Like obvious, like pretty much everybody says, yeah, there's moral, there's immoral, and there's amoral. I don't think anybody thinks picking up a rock or picking your nose is a moral or immoral action.
Well, it's not the actions I'm concerned with. It's more the agent who's doing those actions.
I don't think it matters which agent is picking their nose. I think it's amoral in all cases.
I agree. But I disagree. And I think picking your nose when you're by yourself would be something good to do if you do have something up your nose. But if in certain scenarios,
How is
it
that
could
moral?
not be the good
How do you
thing to do.
define moral in that context?
Well, ethical, right? Ethical.
How is it ethical to pick your nose?
Well, so we wouldn't want everyone in society to walk around with unpicked noses with snot dribbling out of their mouths.
So is it immoral for them to do that? Is it immoral for them to have snot dribbling out of their nose? Is that an immoral action?
No, but I would say we shouldn't.
So is it amoral?
We shouldn't want to make picking your nose unethical.
So I think it's just better to say, okay, there are some amoral things that are neither moral nor immoral, and that's totally fine. Like two rocks banging into each other is amoral. It's not moral. It's not immoral.
But there are reasons. But there are justified reasons to pick your nose in certain scenarios, right?
Sure, but they're not moral. So like,
Why
if
not? But if you're saying there are justified reasons to do it, why isn't it moral?
because justified reason doesn't mean always moral. So I can have justified reason to eat ice cream because I like ice cream. It doesn't make it moral.
What are you guys talking about?
But if you're talking about the action to eat ice cream, if you have reasons to eat ice cream, that would make it moral.
Morality?
No.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because morality has to do with interactions between other individuals. It doesn't have to do with just
No.
achieving any desire.
No,
Achieving any
that's- I
desire
think
isn't
that's
moral.
wrong.
Not necessarily. Morality can be about, like, you wanna...
things like studying are things that people do by themselves. They aren't necessarily concerning.
Wait, if I drink a glass of water, would
studying
that
is
constitute
something good
constitute
that
a moral
actually,
action?
acquires knowledge, and you're able to use that, right?
So let's say I want to punch you in
do
the face,
things.
and I punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Is that moral or immoral? I
Oh,
have
that'd be
justified reasons
immoral,
to
for
want
sure.
to punch you in the face, but I have justified reasons to want to punch you in the face. It'll make me feel good.
Okay, yeah. Well, if you do have justified reasons to punch me in the face, like, I would want to know those reasons, but I can see why you would be ethical.
Well, say because I want to. It makes me feel good. I like it as
I
much
don't
as
think.
I like.
Well, okay. So when you said I wouldn't agree that those are justified reasons. Then I'd say those are reasons, but not necessarily justified.
Well, it's the same as my reason for picking my nose and eating my chocolate ice cream. There's literally no difference there.
Well, picking your nose and eating chocolate ice cream have a function as well. Like
Punching
ice
you in the
cream is
face has a
sustenance.
function. It makes
Yeah,
it
but
makes me feel good.
exactly. But I'm asking, to what end are you punching me in the face? Sorry.
It psychologically makes me feel catharsis, so it helps me to relieve stress.
Well, I would say that I don't believe in subjective morality, so I wouldn't focus on the individual when it comes to reasons for doing actions.
Right.
But
so
you
it
realize,
doesn't-
like T-Jump's, Tom's moral theory, he says there's no normativity. But he also said, like I said earlier on stage, that that like when PhDs and professional philosophers have a consensus, that can count as evidence
Nope,
for
I didn't
or
say that.
Yes, you did. Shush.
No, I didn't say
And
that.
so that actually
Shush.
means that the PhD
No,
holder
didn't say
Alex
that.
Malpass,
You're an idiot.
who
Do you want to get
created
back
an
to
entire
like?
video refuting T-Jump's moral theory because it lacks normativity, that would count as evidence against T-Jump's moral theory.
No, you're a
So
dumbass. Do you have an actual
I-
argument now? Hey, dumbass.
Shut
do you
up.
have an argument? Hey,
Yeah,
dumbass.
so-
do you have an argument?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
dumbass.
So,
do you have an
so
argument?
what is normativity?
Hey,
dumbass?
dumbass. Do you have an argument?
Yeah,
What's your
dumbass. What is
argument,
normativity?
dumbass? What's your argument, dumbass?
Yeah, dumbass.
What's your argument?
Yeah, my argument is that you're an idiot. Can I give it to you now?
Great
Are
argument.
you
There.
gonna
You lose.
see
you
troglodyte?
dumbass.
Can I give you an argument, troglodyte?
No, dumbass. Go away.
That's what I thought.
You're done.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down.
Can I give you an argument?
No,
Guys,
you're
wait.
done. You're too
What are we
stupid.
talking about? Can we like reset the conversation, please?
Yeah, let's go back. When
I think
you
you're talking
say
about morality.
Yeah, I'm trying to give
When we-
T-Jump an
Shut up.
argument.
Shut up.
but-
No one wants to hear from you. Shut up.
Shut up.
Bro,
T-Jump,
I'm saying-
please. T-Jump, please, please, please.
Listen,
Here's
When
my
you-
argument. I'm gonna give you my argument
Wait,
now.
dude.
It's a simple
No,
syllogism.
dude. Let's
Give the
just get back to the morality conversation.
Yeah, it
when
is-
when
it
you
is
say something is good,
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
that's
So hold on.
something that a behavior that we would say is ethical, right? That is what good means. And
me give
if
the
you
argument.
say that you have justified reasons to punch me in the face, that means that you've got a rational reason, independent of the subjective. You don't have a biased or emotional reason for it. There is a logical reason you want to punch me in the face. Then, yeah, I would say you can punch me in the face.
Yeah, but that implies a reason-giving relationship. But
You're done
T-Jump's going to
talking. You're
reject
done
that because he
talking.
doesn't believe
You're
in
done talking.
normativity.
No one
So
cares
if
what you have to
T-Jump
say.
rejects
Shush, shush.
normativity, which he shut up,
Shush.
shut up.
You're done. You're done. Stop talking. Go away.
Which he does. There's not going to be
You're
an
done.
inferential
You're done. Shut up. Shut up. You're done.
relationship.
You're done.
Shut up, T.
You're done.
Hey, Tom.
You're done.
Shut up.
Go away. You're just
Can
gonna
I give you the
get. You're
argument
just
as
gonna get
to why
kicked
you're an
out.
idiot?
Get out. Get out.
Can I give you the argument as to how
No,
you're
you're
an
done.
idiot, Tom?
You're done.
Why are you
You're
scared?
done. You're done.
This is
So you're-
very toxic. Can we mute both of them?
Yeah, so
I agree,
if,
bro. Calm down, both
yeah,
of you.
so if T-Jump is not an
You're
idiot,
done.
then he
You're done.
understands
Get out.
the
You're
very
done.
PhD philosophers
You're
who
done.
criticize his
Get out.
views.
You're done.
T-Jump does
Get
not
out.
understand the very PhD
You're
philosophers
done.
who
Get out.
criticize. Therefore, T-Jump is an idiot. So
I
that's
don't have
my
the.
argument.
Does anybody else have a admin who
Yeah,
can kick him
so
out?
that's the
He's just
argument, and Tom
wasting our
can't
time.
respond because he
Where's
knows the
Xerxes?
conclusion's
Oh,
true.
it's definitely.
Yeah, Tom, can you respond to the
Waited.
argument?
You're done, you dumbass. You're done. Like,
Tom,
you don't
can
get
you
to
respond
speak.
to the
You're done.
Yeah, Tom,
So-
can you respond to the argument? You troglodyte. Can you respond to the
So, can anybody like message a mod to kick this guy out? That'd be great.
Why are you stuttering? Yeah, Tom, can you respond to the argument?
I've already.
This is
debunked
toxic.
it.
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
TJump is
Thing,
daddy.
Tom, he always
I
runs.
mean, we can just
'cause
mute
he
him
gets
for
pinned
now.
down.
I guess.
Yeah,
He
I'm just gonna
doesn't-
mute him on my end, so I can't hear him anymore. His dumbass is muted. All right. Somebody else, what were you asking about morality? What was the question?
Wait, hang on. I'm just trying to find him so I can mute him. All right, yeah. So when I say something is like good, there are justified reasons for doing it, right?
Just attacking people isn't really productive.
Yeah. So wait, we just mute him.
No,
We've
no,
all
no, no,
muted
no,
him?
no, no, not just no. Attacking people is a bad.
We're
thing
trying to have a
do.
conversation.
Come up
So
with better arguments.
we're trying to have a conversation. Could you mute him so that we can continue our conversation?
Yeah, the moment you said "but,"
Wait,
the
I'm
moment
confused.
you
Stop.
said "but,"
Rodent.
invalidated your
Stop.
entire.
If you want to
Sorry,
talk
go
to him, invite him to a different conversation. We've all muted him because we're trying to have a conversation. He interrupted. So please don't engage with him. Just mute him or like invite him to a different server. All right, go ahead. Tippy, I think.
So if there were justified reasons for punching me in the face, I would say that's good, right? And if in a universe where there is only justified reasons, then I don't think there is a good or bad dichotomy because there are just things that is, right? Logically, there are just things that are.
If two rocks collide in the universe, is that moral or immoral?
Yeah, that's immoral.
How is that immoral?
Well, not immoral. Sorry, I meant amoral. That
Okay,
has
so
no
there are
moral
amoral
value.
things. That was literally the only point. There are amoral things.
All right, sorry. I meant pertaining to an agent. There are no amoral things.
I don't know why you think that or why you think that's relevant.
It'd be like the Kantian reason of that. Like there are transcendental qualities that make humans, right? So even to be rational is like a conscious effort, right? And you can choose not to do that in certain scenarios. But if you're a moral realist, you think that ethical statements are ethical obligations, right? So if you're
But
not
what I'm saying is,
fulfilling that
TJump is
ethical
committed to rejecting stance-independent justified reasons because he rejects.
Muted. Dumbass muted.
I don't think so because I don't think so because he said earlier. I disagree.
So, can you mute him? We can go back to the conversation again. So, the point is that there's a model of morality that entails amoral actions is a more comprehensive model than says everything is moral or immoral. It just doesn't make sense to just simply omit all possible amoral actions. Like there's no value in it to a moral model.
Wait, what? So was that in reference to a purely moral universe?
No, it's like if we're trying to make a model of morality that describes reality in some context, a model that allows for amoral actions is going to have a more accurate description of what we think of as morality than one that simply describes things as all necessarily moral or immoral.
I agree, but the example you used was of two rocks colliding, which don't have any those are two mind-independent objects, really. But when it does pertain to a mind, I do think ethics is sort of universal, right, in everything we do.
No, I think that's wrong. I think pretty much every philosopher thinks that's wrong. Like, there's obviously things like picking your nose that aren't moral in any context. So you have a very interesting definition of morality, but I don't think it has any value. Like, why would you include that? It doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't seem to enhance our model of morality in any reason. So why? Like, I could add potatoes and say potatoes are moral, but it seems random and arbitrary.
Well, I think that's why we have in different fields and different structures of logic, like science or sociology. We use different ethics, right? Different ways of even studying the thing we're trying to learn about, because we understand the concepts that we're trying to understand are completely different. So when we do that, I think that's acknowledging that the reasons we use don't always follow the same criteria. Like in science, we use empirical stuff, but in sociology, we use aggregates, which is a lot less.
So the question was, why would adding every single action by an agent and making it have some kind of moral significance and eliminating the category of amoral benefit any model?
Seems like it's a detriment, not a benefit.
Because I think there are outcomes. There are in every scenario that a person's in, like at every scenario, there's good things and bad things that person could do, right? Even in interpersonal ones.
And there's things that will be neither good nor bad. I think that saying eliminating that category is not a good thing.
So what would be an example of something that was amoral?
Picking your nose,
Like
scratching your butt, playing video games. Like anything, like morality, as I define it, is a voluntary assistance of will. So helping other people with things that they want help with. Immorality is an involuntary imposition of will, so harming other people's intentions to do whatever the things they want to do. And amoral is something that does neither of those two things.
So moral is directly connected in how you help others.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question to TJump.
What about things that help you, like when you like study for like an upcoming exam? Like, wouldn't you say there's good and bad things to do?
Good and bad aren't the same as moral and immoral. So I wouldn't say it's moral that I'm studying for a test. I'd say it's moral if you help me to study for a test.
Sounds interesting. TJump, I have a question for you.
What?
So now I know God is true. So when you die, you stand before God. Like, what are you gonna say to him in response? Like all of this.
Why did you drown babies?
What did you? Okay, can you give me the verse?
Which religion?
Well, if it's true, then like, what you can't just say a verse. Like you have to have a reason. You know, like a good reason.
A reason? Well, it says in the Bible he did it. That would be so. Why did you drown babies?
What verse? Can you
Which
give me the verse?
religion? Which religion are you?
What'd you say?
Which are you? Muslim, Christian, Jew?
Christian.
Christian. Okay, so it's Genesis, where God flooded the world. That's the one.
Okay. What about it? He gives life, so he can take it. What about it?
That's immoral. So I'm like, oh, you did an immoral thing.
It's not immoral. Why is it immoral?
Because he's killing people without their consent, and that's the definition of immorality.
They are evil, so if he's the one that gave life, he can take it away. It's
evil babies.
Same as when people do abortion, right? It's their body, right? So you can do whatever you want.
The babies are immoral. Is that what you said? Evil
Okay, so can you show me that they were babies? Like,
yes.
Does it say like God flooded babies? Is this?
Do you think that there were 0 babies on the planet? Because that was literally one of the reasons that he flooded it.
What if there was 0 babies? You have no proof. Prove it to me. You
So
can't exactly.
you just
So you
magic all
just
the
got
babies away?
debunked by me. So next.
You got wrecked. So yeah, you don't need to actually prove there were babies. If what you're saying is inconsistent with all of the evidence that we have, like to say that there was a point in time where babies just stopped for no reason.
Okay, so where did the babies get the life from?
Biology.
Like no, God gave them life, right? He's the one that created us. So if he gave us, why can't he take it away if he wants to?
Because it's still immoral. Like
his judgment is just.
If
Your
I
judgment
give
is
you,
nothing.
If I give you a car, does that mean I can take it away whenever I want?
No, but when we're talking about life.
Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So if God gives you something, he doesn't have a right to take it away because it's yours now. So if he takes it away, that's called theft. That's immoral.
So okay, so do you so for example, abortion. If let's say a woman has an abortion, she takes the life. So it's still wrong, right?
Yes, killing anyone ever for any reason is always wrong.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. You still can't say why it's wrong because it's like what you think. So
if you are forcing someone to do something without their consent, like ending their life, that's immoral.
But they are evil.
It doesn't matter. It's still immoral.
Same as why police kill people because they are evil. So if God makes
so if police could non-violently stop someone without any effort, and they chose to kill someone instead, then police would be objectively immoral. So if God, who is all-powerful being, chooses to kill someone instead of just non-violently stopping them, then God is immoral.
What do you mean? They were warned.
Doesn't matter. Like if I say,
what do you mean? It doesn't matter. They were warned. It's the same way the police. They will warn the criminal. It does matter.
If I warn you that I'm going to shoot you in the face if you don't give me your wallet, and then you don't give me your wallet and I shoot you in the face, is that immoral?
based.
Dude, still, I literally
guys-
refuted you. So next point.
No, you got wrecked.
I got wrecked for really. TJump?
I don't know if you know this, but TJump rejects normativity in his moral theory, but he
And
also
muted. Anybody else have any questions? Questions, comments, arguments for God, that kind of thing.
TJump, you muted him, but the rest of the server can hear him.
So you can mute him and ask me questions if you want. That's fine.
That's what I just did. So he's probably still talking right now, and I
Most
can't hear
likely.
him either. Well,
Oh,
I
is
guess,
this the guy who's
I'm
going on about
interested.
sublation? That fucking guy.
I do have a question, TJump. Do you think moral actions are only moral if they affect other people?
Sort of.
How so, sort of?
Well, it's like if you do something that affects no one, it would be amoral.
I would disagree because there are things that you do to there are things that you do for yourself that would you consider good or bad, right? If you
Good
have
and
if you
bad
sit
aren't the
in,
same as moral. So, like, good and bad, there's lots of good things that aren't moral things.
how do you distinguish between the two?
Good is just anything that you benefits you. Moral is something that benefits other people.
Wait, so
I think that's a good distinction.
Tippy. Wait, Tippy. If I picked up my glue from my table, is that a moral action?
If you picked up your glue,
Yeah.
it would depend. Like, what are you trying to do?
Nothing. Just pick it up for the sake of picking it up. Yeah.
Probably not. Like, why are you picking up the glue? Like, do you have a reason to pick
Is
up
it
the
moral
glue?
or immoral? Moral or immoral?
I'd say it's unethical. You shouldn't be doing it. Like, if
Why-
you haven't
why
got
is
a
it-
reason.
How is it?
Think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. If you haven't got a reason to pick up the glue, it makes no rational sense to pick up the glue. So why would you say it would
But
be
we're
good to do?
not. But we're not totally. I mean, we're not like totally rational beings.
No, but
I can
I
like do
agree.
things not like I
Oh, I
can do
completely
things which
agree.
aren't like don't have a reason.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying to do good things is a conscious choice to do it. You have to choose to do it.
I would say that rain is good, and it doesn't happen
Wait, to
through
do.
choice.
Wait.
So the goodness of something isn't necessarily because of choice.
Like, think about it like this, right? You can acknowledge 1 + 1 = 2, and you can never live by it, right? You can go around saying 1 + 1 = 3, but that doesn't make it rational, right? And if we're using rational basis to find truth, why would we appeal to irrational things as good? Like, if you've got no reason to pick up the glue, why would you pick up the glue?
It just depends what you mean by reasons. I take reasons to be some sort of like desires. If you have a desire to pick up a glue, then that's a reason.
What are you guys talking about? Like, what's
But I don't
like,
think you can ever know
what's, like, the purpose of
what
this
your
conversation?
desire actually is.
We're talking about whether some
How can you
actions
not
can
know
be morally neutral.
But why though?
Supposedly.
But why? Why? What's really like?
Are you trying to
I don't fucking know.
I don't clarify what is moral,
Listen,
what is morality, and what
this
isn't?
is just a waste of time, alright? Say after me. Hello.
Access to your inner mental states means that you have access to your desires.
Are you guys like atheists or something? All of you?
Yeah, but hang on. But the problem is you can never compare your present mental state to a previous one, right? So it's effectively, if you're using a private experience like a preference as a justification for a proposition, you can never verify, or even recreate that initial preference.
I had a question about the moral system of like imposition of will. So would that mean that like it's moral to like give a suicidal person a gun if they want a gun?
No, because that wouldn't be. I agree in theory, right? Given the proposition, help this person commit suicide, giving them a gun would be technically ethical. But I mean that purpose, the end
That's
of
all
that.
that matters.
No. But I'm saying that the end that you're serving would be to reduce the number of rational agents, right? Which would be bad.
No, it wouldn't be. Look, on the moral view that all that matters is imposition of will, you're bringing in something else, right? You're bringing in the number of rational. But that's not the moral system I'm looking at. The moral system I'm looking at is just all that matters is imposition of will. And allowing someone to fulfill their desires is good. Allowing someone to not, or preventing someone from fulfilling their desires is immoral. So if you have a gun and somebody is suicidal, it would be good under that moral system to give them a gun, and not good to not give them a gun. It would also be good to have sex with a 9-year-old if the 9-year-old wants to have sex with you, and immoral to not have sex with a 9-year-old if the 9-year-old wants to have sex with you.
9-year-olds can't make rational choices.
Exactly, I agree.
It doesn't matter about rational choices, right? I'm saying that on the system, the moral system, all that matters is
You're just stating that.
Okay, guys, I have a question for TJump, if I can ask it, because I see that he's here.
But can somebody just like respond to my point that I made?
No, you're right.
I would refer back to what I said originally, right? That when you're talking about pleasure versus harm, right? And you're saying, look, we should value desires / pleasure, and say,
are you
these
defending
things are
Muhammad?
good, as long as what your desires don't impose on others. I think that's just another preference that you have, right? Like your preference to not impose your will on other people is just that. It's just a preference. And that what's implied in that is that could change, which I think is immoral.
Morality. Are you defending TJump's view of morality or not?
Well, isn't he a realist?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that he rejects normativity. What do you think about that, Lols? Because to me, that just
That's true. And also the problem with TJump is that he doesn't think. He just thinks that, like, he doesn't think, so he can't even think when it comes to conclusions. You know, guys, what I'm saying?